Marx's Ecology. Materialism and Nature. John Bellamy Foster. Preface. The original title for this book, at its inception, was Marx and Ecology. At some point along the way the title changed to Marx's Ecology. This change in title stands for a dramatic change in my thinking about Marx, and about ecology, over the last few years, a change in which numerous individuals played a part. Marx has often been characterized as an anti-ecological thinker. But I was always too well acquainted with his writing ever to take such criticism seriously. He had, as I knew, exhibited deep ecological awareness at numerous points in his work. But at the time that I wrote The Vulnerable Planet, A Short Economic History of the Environment, 1994, I still believed that Marx's ecological insights were somewhat secondary within his thought, that they contributed nothing new or essential to our present-day knowledge of ecology as such, and that the importance of his ideas for the development of ecology lay in the fact that he provided the historical materialist analysis that ecology, with its generally ahistorical and Malthusian notions, desperately needed. That it was possible to interpret Marx in a different way, one that conceived ecology as central to his thinking, was something that I was certainly aware of, since it was raised day after day in the 1980s by my friend Ira Shapiro, New York expatriate, farmer, carpenter, working-class philosopher, and at that time a student in my classes. Going against all the conventions in the interpretation of Marx, Ira would say to me, "Look at this," pointing to passages in which Marx dealt with the problems of agriculture and the circulation of soil nutrients. I listened attentively, but did not yet appreciate the full import of what I was being told. In this I was no doubt held back, in contrast to Ira, by the fact that I had no real experience in working the land. In these same years, my friend Charles Hunt, radical activist, sociologist, part-time professor and professional beekeeper, told me that I should become better acquainted with Engels's Dialectics of Nature, because of its science and its naturalism. Again I listened, but had my hesitations. Wasn't the dialectic of nature flawed from the outset? My path to ecological materialism was blocked by the Marxism that I had learned over the years. My philosophical grounding had been in Hegel and the Hegelian Marxist revolt against positivist Marxism, which began in the 1920s in the work of Lukács, Korsch, and Gramsci, and which had carried over into the Frankfurt School and the New Left, part of the much greater revolt against positivism that dominated European intellectual life from 1890 to 1930 and beyond. The emphasis here was on Marx's practical materialism, rooted in his concept of praxis, which in my own thinking came to be combined with the political economy of the monthly review tradition in the United States, and the historical cultural theories of E.P. Thompson and Raymond Williams in Britain. There seemed little room in such a synthesis, however, for a Marxist approach to issues of nature and natural physical science. It is true that thinkers like Thompson and Williams in Britain, and Sweezy, Barron, Magdoff, and Braverman associated with the Monthly Review in the U.S., all insisted on the importance of connecting Marxism to the wider natural physical realm, and each contributed in his way to ecological thinking. But the theoretical legacy of Lukács and Gramsci, which I had internalized, denied the possibility of the application of dialectical modes of thinking to nature, essentially ceding that entire domain to positivism. At the time, I was scarcely aware of an alternative, more dialectical tradition within the contemporary life sciences, associated in our time with the work of such important thinkers as Richard Lewontin, Richard Levins, and Stephen Jay Gould. When this awareness finally did dawn on me, it was a result of Monthly Review, which has long sought to link Marxism in general back up with the natural and physical sciences. Nor was I yet acquainted with the critical realism of Roy Bhaskar. To make matters worse, like most Marxists, outside of the biological sciences, where some of this history was retained, I had no knowledge of the real history of materialism. My materialism was entirely of the practical, political economic kind, philosophically informed by Hegelian idealism and by Feuerbach's materialist revolt against Hegel, but ignorant of the larger history of materialism within philosophy and science. In this respect the Marxist tradition itself, as it had been passed down, was of relatively little help, since the basis on which Marx had broken with mechanistic materialism, while remaining a materialist, had never been adequately understood. It is impossible to explain the stages, except perhaps by pointing to the argument that follows, of how I finally came to the conclusion that Marx's worldview was deeply, and indeed systematically, ecological, in all positive senses in which that term is used today, and that this ecological perspective derived from his materialism. If there was a single turning point in my thinking, it began shortly after The Vulnerable Planet was published, when my friend John Mage, radical lawyer, classical scholar, and Monthly Review colleague, said that I had made an error in my book, and in a subsequent article in tentatively adopting the romantic green view that capitalism's anti-ecological tendencies could be traced in considerable part to the scientific revolution of the 17th century, and in particular to the work of Francis Bacon. John raised the question of the relation of Marx to Bacon, and the historical meaning of the idea of the domination of nature that emerged in the 17th century. Gradually, I realized that the whole issue of science and ecology had to be reconsidered from the beginning. Among the questions that concerned me, why was Bacon commonly presented as the enemy within green theory? Why was Darwin so often ignored in discussions of 19th century ecology, beyond the mere attribution of social Darwinist and Malthusian conceptions to him? What was the relation of Marx to all of this? I concluded early on in this process that attempts by eco-socialists to graft green theory onto Marx, or Marx onto green theory, could never generate the organic synthesis now necessary. In this respect I was struck by Bacon's famous adage that, we can look in vain for advancement in scientific knowledge from the superinducing and grafting of new things on old. A fresh start, instauratio, must be made, beginning from the very foundations, unless we want to go round forever in a circle, making trifling, almost contemptible progress, novum organum. The problem then became one of going back to the foundations of materialism, where the answers increasingly seemed to lie, re-examining our social theory and its relation to ecology from the beginning, that is, dialectically, in terms of its emergence. What I discovered, much to my astonishment, was a story that had something of the character of a literary detective story, in which various disparate clues led inexorably to a single, surprising, source. In this case, the materialism of Bacon and Marx, and even that of Darwin, although less directly, could be traced back to a common point of origin, the ancient materialist philosophy of Epicurus. Epicurus' role as the great enlightener of antiquity, a view of his work that was shared by thinkers as distinct as Bacon, Kant, Hegel, and Marx, provided me for the first time with a coherent picture of the emergence of materialist ecology, in the context of a dialectical struggle over the definition of the world. In a closely related line of research, I discovered that Marx's systematic investigation into the work of the great German agricultural chemist Justus von Liebig, which grew out of his critique of Malthusianism, was what led him to his central concept of the metabolic rift in the human relation to nature, his mature analysis of the alienation of nature. To understand this fully, however, it became necessary to reconstruct the historical debate over the degradation of the soil that had emerged in the mid-19th century in the context of the Second Agricultural Revolution, and that extends down to our time. Herein lay Marx's most direct contribution to the ecological discussion, see Chapter 5. I am extremely grateful to Liz Alsop and her colleagues at IACR Rothamsted in Hertfordshire for making Lady Gilbert's translation of Liebig's Einleitung, which lies in the Rothamsted archives, available to me. In conducting this research, I benefited from close collaboration with Fred Magdoff and Fred Buttle in the context of co-editing a special July-August 1998 issue of Monthly Review, entitled Hungry for Profit, now expanded into book form. I also gained from the support of my co-editor for the journal Organization and Environment, John Jermier. Some of this work appeared in earlier, less developed forms in the September 1997 issue of Organization and Environment and the September 1999 issue of the American Journal of Sociology. Given the complex intellectual history that this book attempts to unravel, its excursions into areas as seemingly removed from each other as ancient and modern philosophy, I was obviously in need of an interlocutor of extraordinary talents. That role was played throughout by John Mage, whose classical approach to knowledge, and immense historical and theoretical understanding, is coupled with a lawyer's proficiency at dialectic. There is not a line in this book that has not been the subject of John's searching queries. Much that is best here I owe to him, while whatever faults remain in this work are necessarily, even stubbornly, my own. Paul Bequet's magisterial work Marx and Nature, A Red and Green Perspective, 1999, constitutes not only part of the background against which this work was written, but also an essential complement to the analysis provided here. If I have sometimes neglected to develop fully the political economic aspects of Marx's ecology, it is because the existence of this work makes this unnecessary and redundant. Years of stimulating dialogue with Paul have done much to sharpen the analysis that follows. To Paul Sweezy, Harry Magdoff, and Ellen Meixenes Wood, the three editors of Monthly Review, I am indebted for their encouragement and the force of their example. Paul's commitment to environmental analysis was a major factor thrusting me in this direction. Christopher Phelps, who, as editorial director of Monthly Review Press, was involved with this book from its inception, has aided me in numerous, important ways. It goes without saying that love and friendship are essential to all that is truly creative. Here I would like to thank Laura Tamkin, with whom I share my dreams, and Saul and Ida Foster, and also Bill Foster and Bob McChesney. To Saul and Ida, and their entire young generation, I dedicate this book. Introduction. It is not the unity of living and active humanity with the natural, inorganic conditions of their metabolic exchange with nature, and hence their appropriation of nature, which requires explanation or is the result of a historic process, but rather the separation between these inorganic conditions of human existence and this active existence, a separation which is completely posited only in the relation of wage labor and capital. Karl Marx, Grundriss 1. The argument of this book is based on a very simple premise, that in order to understand the origins of ecology, it is necessary to comprehend the new views of nature that arose with the development of materialism and science from the 17th through 19th centuries. Moreover, rather than simply picturing materialism and science as the enemies of earlier and supposedly preferable conceptions of nature, as is common in contemporary green theory, the emphasis here is on how the development of both materialism and science promoted indeed made possible ecological ways of thinking. The overall discussion is structured around the work of Darwin and Marx, the two greatest materialists of the 19th century. But it is the latter who constitutes the principal focus of this work, since the goal is to understand and develop a revolutionary ecological view of great importance to us today, one that links social transformation with the transformation of the human relation with nature in ways that we now consider ecological. The key to Marx's thinking in this respect, it is contended, lies in the way that he developed and transformed an existing Epicurean tradition with respect to materialism and freedom, which was integral to the rise of much of modern scientific and ecological thought. Point 2. In this introduction, I will attempt to clarify these issues by separating at the outset the questions of materialism and ecology, although the whole point of this study is their necessary connection, and by commenting briefly on the problem at which this critical analysis is ultimately aimed, the crisis of contemporary socio-ecology. Materialism. Materialism as a theory of the nature of things arose at the beginning of Greek philosophy. It has persisted down to our own time. Bertrand Russell was to observe early in this century, in spite of the fact that very few eminent philosophers have advocated it. It has been associated with many scientific advances, and has seemed, in certain epochs, almost synonymous with a scientific outlook. 3. In its most general sense, materialism claims that the origins and development of whatever exists is dependent on nature and matter, that is, a level of physical reality that is independent of and prior to thought. Following British philosopher of science Roy Bhaskar, we can say that a rational philosophical materialism as a complex worldview comprises 1. Ontological materialism, asserting the unilateral dependence of social upon biological, and more generally physical, being and the emergence of the former from the latter. 2. Epistemological materialism, asserting the independent existence and transfactual, that is, causal and law-like activity of at least some of the objects of scientific thought. 3. Practical materialism, asserting the constitutive role of human transformative agency in the reproduction and transformation of social forms. 4. Marx's materialist conception of history focused principally on practical materialism. The relations of man to nature were practical from the outset, that is, relations established by action. 5. But in his more general materialist conception of nature and science he embraced both ontological materialism and epistemological materialism. Such a materialist conception of nature was, in Marx's view, essential in the pursuit of science. It is important to understand that the materialist conception of nature as Marx understood it and as it was frequently understood in his day did not necessarily imply a rigid, mechanical determinism, as in mechanism, that is, mechanistic materialism. Marx's own approach to materialism was inspired to a considerable extent by the work of the ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus, the subject of his doctoral thesis. Epicurus, in Russell's words, was a materialist, but not a determinist. 6. His philosophy was devoted to showing how a materialist view of the nature of things provided the essential basis for a conception of human freedom. Marx's interest in Epicurus had grown out of his early studies of religion and the philosophy of the Enlightenment, in which he was influenced by Bacon and Kant, each of whom had pointed to Epicurus as fundamental to the development of his philosophy. It was given further impetus in his encounter with Hegel, who saw Epicurus as the inventor of empiric natural science and the embodiment of the so-called Enlightenment spirit within antiquity. 7. And it was further accentuated by the renewed interest in materialist doctrines that had emerged, beginning with Feuerbach already in the early 1830s, among many of the young Hegelians. As Engels was to explain in Ludwig Feuerbach and the Outcome of Classical German Philosophy, 1888, the main body of the most determined young Hegelians had, by the practical necessities of its fight against positive religion, been driven back to Anglo-French materialism, that is, to thinkers such as Bacon, Hobbes, Locke, and Hume in England and Scotland, and to La Mettrie, Diderot, and Holbach in France. The common basis for the materialism of these thinkers, as Marx was well aware, was the philosophy of Epicurus. Above all, Epicureanism stood for an anti-teleological viewpoint, the rejection of all natural explanations based on final causes, on divine intention. It is here that materialism and science were to coincide. To understand the significance of all of this, it is crucial to recognize that one question was at the forefront of all philosophical discussions in the early 19th century. Namely, as Engels put it, did God create the world, or has the world been in existence eternally? The answers which the philosophers gave to this question split them into two great camps. Those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature and, therefore, in the last instance, assumed world creation in some form or other, and among philosophers, Hegel, for example, this creation often becomes still more intricate and impossible than in Christianity, comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. These two expressions, idealism and materialism, primarily signify nothing more than this, and here also they are not used in any other sense. 8. Such materialism was commonly associated with both sensationalism and empiricism within theories of human cognition, due to its opposition to teleological explanations. Hence, materialism and sensationalism were often counterposed to idealism and spiritualism. As the great German poet, and prose writer, Heinrich Heine observed in the early 1830s, spiritualism, in its purely philosophical sense, could be defined as that iniquitous presumption of the spirit which, seeking to glorify itself alone, tries to crush matter or at least to defame it. Sensualism, in contrast, could be defined as the energetic opposition which aims to rehabilitate matter and vindicate the rights of the senses. Another name for the first was idealism, for the second, Materialism 9. Both materialism and idealism, however, were confronted with the skepticism that was common to both David Hume's empiricism and the transcendental idealist philosophy of Immanuel Kant. True, Kant admitted, there exists a reality beyond our senses, but one which can be perceived only through our senses and not directly. For Kant, this reality was the realm of the noumena or the thing in itself and was unknowable and transcendent. Hence, the need for certainty required for Kant that we rely not simply on a posteriori knowledge, based on experience, of which we can never be sure, but also on a priori certain knowledge, rooted in categories of our understanding, such as space and time, that as a matter of logic must be relied upon in order for our experience to be possible. The Kantian criticism of any view that relied on the causal powers of things in themselves seemed to undermine all attempts to construct a consistent materialist philosophy. The real structure and powers of matter not present to the senses, such as the atoms of the ancient materialists and all other attempts to characterize the non-actual but real components and powers of matter, fell prey to Kantian rationalism, as did all attempts by absolute idealists to postulate the identity of thinking and being. In his brief history of pure reason, at the end of his critique of pure reason, Kant had written that Epicurus can be called the foremost philosopher of sensibility, and Plato that of the intellectual, while Kant's own critical philosophy was an attempt to transcend both at once. 10. The significance of Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's dialectical philosophy, from the standpoint of Marx and Engels, was that he showed a way out of the Kantian dilemma of the thing in itself, insofar as this was possible from an idealist standpoint. He did so by arguing that the objectification and alienation that separated human beings from the external world, and thus set up problems of cognition, is in the process of being overcome through the development of the spirit in history. 11 The correctness of our views of the world, the confirmation of our reason, is established as we transform the world and ourselves with it. It is this process of contradiction and transcendence, and the stripping away of alienation, which constitutes the essence of the dialectic. Yet, for Hegel, all of this occurred in the realm of the development of thought alone, and tended to reinforce in the end an idealist, indeed religious, point of view. The proposition that the finite is ideal, that it has no existence in and of itself but exists only through thought, Hegel wrote in his Logic, constitutes idealism. The idealism of philosophy consists in nothing else than recognizing that the finite has no veritable being. Every philosophy is essentially an idealism, or at least has idealism for its principle. This is as true of philosophy as of religion, for religion equally does not recognize finitude as a veritable being, as something ultimate or absolute, or as something underived, uncreated, eternal. 12. Yet, for Marx, this attempt to subsume material reality/existence under thought, which characterized Hegel's idealist philosophy, led precisely to a religious worldview, and to the denial of humanism along with materialism. Hence, to be truly meaningful, the dialectical conception of a totality in the process of becoming, associated with Hegel, had to be placed in a practical, materialist context, transcending Hegel's whole project of dialectically restoring 17th-century metaphysics at the expense of Enlightenment materialism. 13 According to Marx, we transform our relation to the world and transcend our alienation from it, creating our own distinctly human natural relations by acting, that is, through our material praxis. If, for Kant, the materialist and idealist wings of philosophy had as their foremost representatives Epicurus and Plato, for Marx, they were represented by Epicurus and Hegel. The ancient materialist Epicurus had played a crucial role in the formation of a dialectical conception of reality, in Marx's view, because he was the first to grasp appearance as appearance, that is, as alienation of the essence, and to acknowledge human self-consciousness as the highest divinity. Philosophy, as long as a drop of blood shall pulse in its world-subduing and absolutely free heart, Marx declared, will never grow tired of answering its adversaries with the cry of Epicurus, not the man who denies the gods worshipped by the multitude, but he who affirms of the gods what the multitude believes about them, is truly impious. 14 Impiety here consists in the denial both of human self-determination and freedom, and of the mortal, material basis of life. Epicurean materialism emphasized the mortality of the world, the transitory character for all of life and existence. Its most fundamental principles were that nothing comes from nothing, and nothing being destroyed can be reduced to nothing. All of material existence was interdependent, arising from, and passing away again into, atoms organized in unending patterns to produce new realities. The depth of Epicurus materialism, for Marx, was revealed by the fact that within this philosophy and in the concept of the atom itself the death of nature has become its immortal substance, and Lucretius correctly exclaims, when death the immortal has taken his mortal life. 15 Hence, in Epicurus' philosophy there was no need for Aristotelian final causes, rather the emphasis was on the constantly changing arrangements within nature itself, conceived as mortal and transitory, mors immortalis. The young Hegelian Ludwig Feuerbach's materialist critique of Hegel, which emerged most forcefully in his preliminary theses on the reform of philosophy, 1842, overlapped with the critique that Marx was already developing through his doctoral thesis on Epicurus, completed only the year before. In his earlier History of Modern Philosophy from Bacon to Spinoza, 1833, which Marx referred to in his thesis on Epicurus, Feuerbach had been struggling to develop a materialist stance, although rejecting the abstract, mechanical, or pure materialism of Hobbes and Descartes, in his Physics. Feuerbach's determination to develop an alternative to mechanical materialism, with which to counterpose to Hegel's idealism, led him eventually to an emphasis on sensationalism in his preliminary theses, in which he counterposed a human essence to the abstract essence of the spirit, as the key to dialectical development, and the transcendence of the thing in itself. Nevertheless, like all earlier forms of materialism, most notably that of Epicurus, as Marx was to argue in his theses on Feuerbach, Feuerbach's materialism fell prey to a purely contemplative materialism, more abstractly contemplative in fact than Epicurus because completely lacking in any positive ethical content. What was needed, according to Marx, was to shift materialism in the direction of practice, into an active principle. 16. What is important to understand, though, is that in making materialism practical, Marx never abandoned his general commitment to a materialist conception of nature, that is, to materialism as both an ontological and an epistemological category. Materialism both in the sense of a unilateral dependence of social on biological, and more generally physical, being and the emergence of the former from the latter, and in the sense of the independent existence and transfactual activity of at least some of the objects of scientific thought, referring to Boscar's first two components of materialism, remained essential to Marx's analysis. Behind this lay a radical materialist critique of all teleological forms of thinking. In this regard Marx took what would now be considered a realist ontological stance, emphasizing the existence of the external, physical world, independent of thought. Here it should be noted that the first two components of rational materialism, as designated by Boscar, actually constitute the ontological and epistemological starting points for Boscar's own critical realism. From an avowedly materialist perspective, Marx thus adopted an approach that was both realist and relational, that is, dialectical. Hegel, as we have seen, had sought by means of the dialectic to overcome the antinomies represented by the Kantian thing in itself. Yet, in Hegel's philosophy, according to Boscar, this involved precisely the denial of the autonomous existence of matter, that is, of its existence except as one moment in the development of Geist spirit, the self-realization of the absolute idea. For Marx, in contrast, neither thought nor language form a realm of their own, they are only manifestations of actual life, so that consciousness can never be anything else than conscious existence. 17. The importance of this approach in relation to the subsequent development of philosophy and social science cannot be exaggerated. As a form of realism, it insisted on a perpetual and close connection between natural science and social science, between a conception of the material/natural world and the world of society. For this reason, Marx continually defined his materialism as one that belonged to the process of natural history. 18 At the same time, he emphasized the dialectical relational character of social history and the embeddedness of human society in social praxis. Any attempt to divorce materialism from the realm of nature and natural physical science was therefore rejected from the outset. At the same time, his materialism took on a unique, practical character in the social realm, which reflected the freedom, and alienation, that existed within human history. All of this may seem incontrovertible, but its supreme importance lies in the fact that it establishes what Bhaskar has called the possibility of naturalism, that is, the thesis that there is, or can be, an essential unity of method between the natural and the social sciences, however much these realms may differ. This is important because it leads away from the dualistic division of social science into a hypernaturalistic positivism, on the one hand, and an anti-naturalistic hermeneutics, on the other. 19 Western, critical Marxism, along with much of contemporary philosophy and social science, was defined by its rejection of crude 19th-century positivism, which attempted to transfer a mechanistic and reductionist worldview, which was credited with some notable successes in the development of science, to the realm of social existence. However, in rejecting mechanism, including mechanistic biologism of the social Darwinist variety, thinkers in the human sciences, including Marxists, increasingly rejected realism and materialism, adopting the view that the social world was constructed in the entirety of its relations by human practice, including, notably, those aspects of nature that impinged on the social world, thereby simply denying intransitive objects of knowledge which are natural and exist independently of human beings and social constructions. Within Marxism, this represented a turn in an idealist direction. In particular, it was commonly argued, in opposition to Engels, as if he alone, and not Marx, was responsible for the existence of a materialist conception of nature within Marxism, that the dialectic related only to praxis, and thus to the social human world. 20 For this reason, Marxist social scientists became increasingly disengaged from science, although a Marxist tradition within science continued to exist quite separately. And in this way Marx's own ideal, clearly expressed in Capital itself, of an analysis that combined a materialist conception of history with a materialist conception of nature with all the force of natural history, was declared a violation of reason. The tragic result for Marxism was that the concept of materialism became increasingly abstract and indeed meaningless, a mere verbal category, as Raymond Williams noted, reduced to some priority in the last instance of the production of life, and of economic existence, over superstructural elements, such as ideas. 21 It thus became inseparable from a reified conception of the famous base superstructure metaphor, which Marxist theorists sought in vain to dispense with. Ironically, given the opposition of critical, Western Marxism generally, at least outside of the structuralist tradition, to the base superstructure metaphor, the lack of a deeper and more thoroughgoing materialism made the dependence on this metaphor unavoidable if any sense of materialism was to be maintained. Such a deeper materialist view is only possible by connecting materialism as it relates to productive existence to the natural/physical conditions of reality, including the realm of the senses and indeed to the larger natural world. Only in this way can such fundamental issues as life and death, reproduction, dependence on the biosphere, and so on, be truly addressed. For a generation now, Raymond Williams wrote in 1978, there has been an unusual uneasiness between Marxism and the natural sciences, regrettable not only because there are then gaps in knowledge and failures in its Marxism's development, but because through the gaps, and from both sides, pour the enemies of materialism. 22 Within science, the renewal of biologism, or extreme social Darwinism, is a concern that can only be combated effectively through a non-mechanistic, non-reductionist, critical materialism that retains a connection to a materialist conception of history, as such great natural scientists as Richard Lewontin and Stephen Jay Gould have thoroughly demonstrated. 23 Likewise in the social sciences. The only real defense against idealist views that reduce reality to the realm of innate ideas and abstracted culturalist notions, as distinguished from cultural materialism of the kind associated with Raymond Williams, is the development of a strong historical materialism that does not impoverish its materialism by denying the natural physical aspects of material existence. Marx's standpoint thus demanded of science that it be materialist, if it were to be scientific at all. In this view, no study of changing historical developments and possibilities could be free from the study of natural physical science. Hence, Marx labored relentlessly, throughout his life, to keep abreast of developments within science. The common misconception that this was an obsession of Engels's, of which Marx was not a part, is contradicted by an enormous mass of evidence, a fact much more obvious to us today, after additional scientific notebooks by Marx have been published, than was true even a decade ago. Ecology. Although there is a long history of denouncing Marx for a lack of ecological concern, it is now abundantly clear, after decades of debate, that this view does not at all fit with the evidence. On the contrary, as the Italian geographer Massimo Quaini has observed, Marx denounced the spoliation of nature before a modern bourgeois ecological conscience was born. 24 From the start, Marx's notion of the alienation of human labor was connected to an understanding of the alienation of human beings from nature. It was this twofold alienation which, above all, needed to be explained historically. Hence, even many of Marx's most virulent critics have been forced to admit of late that his work contains numerous, remarkable ecological insights. Rather than simply condemning him out of hand in this respect, 6 closely connected arguments are now commonly employed by critics. First, Marx's ecological statements are dismissed as illuminating asides that have no systematic relation to the main body of his work. 25 Second, these ecological insights are said to arise disproportionately from his early critique of alienation, and are much less evident in his later work. Third, Marx, we are told, ultimately failed to address the exploitation of nature, neglecting to incorporate it into his value theory, and adopted instead a Promethean, pro-technological, anti-ecological, viewpoint. 26 Fourth, as a corollary to the Promethean argument, it is contended that, in Marx's view, capitalist technology and economic development had solved all problems of ecological limits, and that the future society of associated producers would exist under conditions of abundance. It would not be necessary therefore, as economist Alec Nove writes, supposedly conveying Marx's logic, to take seriously the problem of the allocation of scarce resources or to develop an ecologically conscious socialism. 27 Fifth, Marx is said to have taken little interest in issues of science or in the effects of technology on the environment, and hence had no real scientific basis for the analysis of ecological issues. According to prominent British sociologists Michael Redcliffe and Graham Woodgate, Marx suggested that human interactions with the natural environment, while social, were also ubiquitous and unchanging, common to each phase of social existence. Such a perspective does not fully acknowledge the role of technology and its effects on the environment. 28 Sixth, Marx is said to have been speciesist, radically disconnecting human beings from animals, and taking sides with the former over the latter. 29. All of these criticisms are flatly contradicted by the analysis that follows in this book, which attempts a systematic reconstruction of Marx's ecological thought. Many of these criticisms confuse Marx with other socialist theorists whom Marx himself criticized, following a long-established tradition in Marx criticism whereby, to quote Jean-Paul Sartre, an anti-Marxist argument is only the apparent rejuvenation of a pre-Marxist idea. 30 Hence, Marx is attacked for his supposed technological Prometheanism, even though the strongest attack ever written against such Promethean views was leveled by Marx himself, in his critique of Proudhon's system of economical contradictions. Similarly, Marx is condemned for failing to recognize nature's contribution to wealth, even though he sharply criticized the German socialist Ferdinand Lassalle for adopting the supernatural view that labor was the sole source of wealth, and for thus ignoring nature's contribution. More fundamentally, however, what is being questioned in most of these criticisms is Marx's materialism. Here Marx's materialism is said to have led him to emphasize a kind of Baconian domination of nature and economic development, rather than asserting ecological values. Thus Marx becomes a kind of radical Whig opposed to the nature-worshipping Tories, a representative of utilitarian anthropocentrism as opposed to romantic ecocentrism. The problem with this criticism, like so much of contemporary socio-economic thought, is that it fails to recognize the fundamental nature of the interaction between human beings and their environment. The ecological question is reduced first and foremost to one of values, while the much more difficult issue of understanding the evolving material interrelations, what Marx called metabolic relations, between human beings and nature is thereby missed altogether. From a consistent materialist standpoint, the question is not one of anthropocentrism versus ecocentrism. Indeed, such dualisms do little to help us understand the real, continuously changing material conditions of human existence within the biosphere, but rather one of coevolution. Approaches that focus simply on ecological values, like philosophical idealism and spiritualism more generally, are of little help in understanding these complex relations. In contrast to all such views, which descend from heaven to earth, it is necessary to ascend from earth to heaven. 31 That is, we must understand how spiritual conceptions, including our spiritual connections to the earth, are related to our material, earthly conditions. More is in question here than simply Marx, of course. What is really at issue is the whole history of materialist approaches to nature and human existence. Within contemporary green thought, a strong tendency has developed to attribute the entire course of ecological degradation to the emergence of the scientific revolution in the 17th century, represented above all by the contributions of Francis Bacon. Bacon is depicted as the principal proponent of the domination of nature, a point that is usually developed by quoting certain aphorisms, without any systematic consideration of his thought. Hence, the idea of the domination of nature is treated as a simple, straightforward anthropocentric perspective, characteristic of mechanism, to which a romantic, organicist, vitalistic, postmodern view can be opposed. 32. Yet, by focusing on the conflict between mechanism and vitalism or idealism, and losing sight of the more fundamental issue of materialism, one falls into a dualistic conception that fails to recognize that these categories are dialectically connected in their one-sidedness, and must be transcended together, since they represent the alienation of capitalist society. As noted in the 1930s by Christopher Caldwell, 1907 to 1937, unquestionably the greatest Marxist thinker of his generation in Britain, the mechanist is driven by reflection upon experience to the opposite pole, which is merely the other aspect of the same illusion to teleology, vitalism, idealism, creative evolution, or whatever one likes to call it, but what is certainly the fashionable ideology of decaying capitalism. 33. The perpetuation of this dualistic perspective is intrinsic to much of contemporary green theory, and has led that tradition to a crude rejection, at times, of nearly all of modern science, together with the Enlightenment and most revolutionary movements, a tendency that has fed into the anti-rationalism of much of contemporary postmodern thought. From the 17th century to the 20th, almost all thinkers, with the exception of a few poets, artists, and cultural critics, stand condemned in this view for adherence to anti-ecological values and the deification of progress. 34. In this strange, idealist context, in which only values matter, real historical material issues disappear, and great historical and intellectual struggles are reduced to mere phrases. It is obvious, or ought to be, that the notion of the human domination of nature, while tending toward anthropocentrism, does not necessarily imply extreme disregard of nature or its laws. Bacon himself argued that the mastery of nature was rooted in understanding and following her laws. Although Marx was to condemn this mainly as a ruse for making nature conform to the needs of bourgeois development, the formulation nonetheless expressed a true contradiction of the human condition. 35. Thus, starting out from the concept of the mastery of nature, Caldwell was to write in Illusion and Reality, 1937, that men, in their struggle with nature, i.e. in their struggle for freedom, enter into certain relations with each other to win that freedom. But men cannot change nature without changing themselves. The full understanding of this mutual interpenetration of reflexive movement of men and nature, mediated by the necessary and developing relations known as society, is the recognition of necessity, not only in nature but in ourselves and therefore society. Viewed objectively, this active subject-object relation is science, viewed subjectively it is art, but as consciousness emerging in active union with practice it is simply concrete living, the whole process of working, feeling, thinking and behaving like a human individual in one world of individuals and nature. 36. In such a dialectical conception, emphasizing reflexivity, the so-called mastery of nature turns into an unending process of dialectical interaction. Hence, it comes as no surprise that in his work Heredity and Development, drafted shortly after Illusion and Reality but not published until a half-century later in 1986, Caudwell was to make a strong case for a co-evolutionary approach to human-nature relations, rooted in both Darwin and Marx. Once we recognize, in accordance with the above argument, that there is no necessary fundamental contradiction between the mere idea of the mastery of nature and the concept of sustainability, it will come as no surprise that the notions of mastery and sustainability arose together in the very same Baconian tradition. It is no accidental occurrence that Baconian improvers also included the first advocates of sustainable development, as in John Evelyn's great defense of forests in his Silva, 1664, and his attack on air pollution, the greatest materialist critique of air pollution ever written, in his Fumifugium, 1661. As not only a Baconian improver but also a translator of part of Lucretius' De Rerutum Natura, On the Nature of Things, the poetic masterpiece of ancient Epicurean materialism, which was to be a starting point for Marx's own materialism, Evelyn stands for the very complex set of questions involved here. 37. In fact, the greatest developments in the evolution of ecological thought up through the 19th century were results of the rise to prominence of materialist conceptions of nature, interacting with changing historical conditions. In medieval times, and indeed up through the 19th century, the dominant worldview was the teleological one of the great chain of being, later modified by natural theology, which explained everything in the universe in terms of divine providence, and secondarily in terms of the creation of the earth by God for man. All species were separately created. The earth was the center of the universe and time and space were limited. The great enemy of this viewpoint, from the start, was ancient materialism, particularly Epicurean materialism, which was to be resurrected within Renaissance and Enlightenment science. Questioning the scholastic Aristotelian viewpoint, materialism also questioned the anthropocentrism that was central to this teleology. The earth was displaced from the center of the universe, time and space were discovered to be infinite, and even the history of the earth was found to be tied into the deep abyss of time, and, finally, human beings were shown to share a common ancestry with the apes, having branched off the same evolutionary tree. At each point in this growth of science, which came to be equated with the growth of materialism, God was dislodged from the material universe, from the solar system, from the evolution of the earth, eventually from the evolution of life itself, so that God in the view of modern science, like the gods of Epicurus, increasingly dwelt in effect in the intermundia, in the pores between the worlds, having no relation to the material universe. Equally important, the great discovery was made essential to ecological analysis of the interdependence of human beings with the earth over the entire course of material evolution. No longer could it be assumed that human beings were simply dominant, or supreme, occupying their own fixed position in the great chain of being halfway between the lowest organisms and the highest angels, or God. Instead, what mattered was the nature of the interaction between human beings and the material world of which they were a part. The human relation to nature was, as Bacon had emphasized, a phenomenon of natural history, or, as Darwin stressed, of a long course of natural selection. 38. Darwin's own evolutionary account of nature derived from his fundamental, uncompromising, with respect to the natural world, materialism. It represented at one and the same time the death of teleology, as Marx stressed, and the growth of an anti-anthropocentric viewpoint. It was on the basis of Darwin's biohistorical work, complemented by the biophysical discoveries of other scientists, like the great German agricultural chemist Justus von Liebig, with his emphasis on the circulation of soil nutrients and its relation to animal metabolism, that modern ecology can be said to have emerged in the mid-19th century. Although Darwinism was often converted into just another mechanistic outlook, Darwinianism as found in Darwin's writings, Caudwell wrote, is still fresh from contact with the multitude of new biological facts then being discovered. It does not as yet pose organism aridly against environment, but the web of life is still seen fluidly interpenetrating with the rest of reality. The extraordinary richness of the pageant of change, history, and conflict in life, which Darwin unfolds, gives an insurgent revolutionary power to his writings and those of such immediate followers as Huxley. 39. The importance of Darwin's analysis for us today was emphasized above all by Rachel Carson, who wrote, "Today, it would be hard to find any person of education who would deny the facts of evolution. Yet so many of us deny the obvious corollary, that man is affected by the same environmental influences that control the lives of all the many thousands of other species to which he is related by evolutionary ties." 40. The wider implications of this and the overall significance of materialism to the development of ecological thought can be understood more clearly from a contemporary ecological perspective by looking at Barry Commoner's well-known four informal laws of ecology. These are, 1. Everything is connected to everything else, 2. Everything must go somewhere, 3. Nature knows best, and 4. Nothing comes from nothing. 41. The first two of these informal laws and the last were leading principles of Epicurean physics, emphasized in Book I of Lucretius De Return Natura, which was an attempt to present Epicurean philosophy in poetic form. 42. The third informal law seems, at first glance, to imply a naturalistic, teleological determinism, but in the context of Commoner's argument is better understood as evolution knows best. That is, over the course of evolution, which is properly understood not as a rigidly determined or teleological process, but as one containing enormous levels of contingency at every stage, species, including human beings, have become adapted to their environments through the means of a process of natural selection of innate variations, operating on a time scale of millions of years. According to this perspective, then, we should proceed with caution in making fundamental ecological changes, recognizing that if we introduce into the environment new, synthetic chemicals, not the product of long evolution, we are playing with fire. Ultimately, human beings of course are not determined in their entirety by natural conditions, beyond death, which, in Epicurus' words, is nothing to us. There is, in fact, an element of human freedom, an ability to swerve, but always on the basis of material conditions that exist as antecedents and that carry with them some limitations. Hence, human beings, as Epicurus emphasized, exist in a world governed by the extinction of those species that are unable to adapt, not to be confused with a fully developed theory of natural selection in the Darwinian sense, and characterized by development in the human relation to subsistence. All of this is subject to contingency, and in the human case to ethical choice, including the formation of social compacts. All of this is to be found in Book V of Lucretius' great poem. It is this fundamental materialist philosophy that Marx struggled with, at least to some extent, from his earliest days. Even as a student in the gymnasium, long before he had any acquaintance with Hegel, Marx was grappling with the Epicurean critique of the religious conception of the world. Later Epicureanism became the topic of his doctoral thesis, allowing him to focus, at one and the same time, on the earliest materialist theories, their conceptions of human freedom, the sources of the Enlightenment, the problem of the Hegelian philosophy of nature, the critique of religion, and the development of science. For Marx, the main limitation of Epicurus' philosophy was the fact that its materialism was merely contemplative, a problem that later reappeared in Feuerbach. Taking over the activist element in the Hegelian philosophy and dialectic, Marx developed a practical materialism rooted in the concept of praxis. But this was never divorced at any point in his work from a deeper materialist conception of nature that remained implicit in his thinking. This gave Marx's work great theoretical power, beyond what is usually attributed to it. It is this which accounts for the fact that Marx was so quick to ascertain the significance of the work of both Liebig and Darwin. Moreover, it helps us to understand how Marx, as we shall see, was able to build an understanding of sustainable development based on the work of the former and of coevolution based on the latter. A thoroughgoing ecological analysis requires a standpoint that is both materialist and dialectical. As opposed to a spiritualistic, vitalistic view of the natural world which tends to see it as conforming to some teleological purpose, a materialist sees evolution as an open-ended process of natural history, governed by contingency, but open to rational explanation. A materialist viewpoint that is also dialectical in nature, that is, a non-mechanistic materialism, sees this as a process of transmutation of forms in a context of interrelatedness that excludes all absolute distinctions. Life, organisms, and the physical world, as Rachel Carson was wont to emphasize, do not exist in isolated compartments. Rather, there is an extraordinary unity between organisms and the environment. 43. A dialectical approach forces us to recognize that organisms in general do not simply adapt to their environment, they also affect that environment in various ways, and by affecting it change it. The relationship is therefore a reciprocal one. For example, the soil undergoes great and lasting evolutionary changes as a direct consequence of the activity of the plants growing in it, and these changes in turn feed back on the organism's conditions of existence. 44. An ecological community and its environment must therefore be seen as a dialectical whole, one in which different levels of existence are ontologically significant and in which there is no overall purpose guiding these communities. Even supposedly universal human purposes are open to question for their limited character. Human beings, Marx noted, attribute universal, useful characteristics to the goods they produce, although it would scarcely appear to a sheep as one of its useful properties that it is edible by man. 45. This kind of dialectical complexity in the understanding of ecological relations was aimed at the transcendence of all one-sided, reductionist standpoints. As Richard Levins and Richard Lewontin explain in The Dialectical Biologist, both the internal theoretical needs of ecology and the social demands that inform our planned interactions with nature require making the understanding of complexity the central problem. Ecology must cope with interdependence and relative autonomy, with similarity and difference, with the general and the particular, with chance and necessity, with equilibrium and change, with continuity and discontinuity, with contradictory processes. It must become increasingly self-conscious of its own philosophy, and that philosophy will be effective to the extent that it becomes not only materialist but dialectical. 46. The crisis of socio-ecology. Most contemporary social scientific analyses of environmental problems have centered on what is now widely believed to be a global crisis in the human relation to the earth, and can be understood as a response to that crisis. At a theoretical level, however, social scientific treatments have tended to be ill-equipped to deal with the enormity of the problems involved. Until recently, most general theoretical analyses have centered on two issues that have been predominant within green thinking in general, namely, the idea of natural limits to human expansion and the question of anthropocentric versus ecocentric viewpoints. Classical social thought, that is, social thought inherited mainly from the 19th century, has been traditionally condemned by environmental sociologists as a form of radical constructionism that denies the ontological priority of the natural world, perceiving nature as the product of human development. This is seen as reflecting a deep-seated anthropocentrism, an instrumentalist approach to nature, and the failure to take into account natural limits, including limits to growth. 47. The virtues of this critique derive from its implicit realism, that is, its insistence on the ontological, and material, priority of the natural world, its recognition of the ultimate human dependence on the earth, and its understanding of the existence of irrevocable change, the arrow of time. Ultimately, this suggests that we are at a turning point in the human relationship to the earth. Still, social theory, it is emphasized, has been built without any strong material foundations, since it lacks any meaningful theory of the dependence of human beings on the environment. Yet, despite the salience of this critique, environmental social theory has not thus far been sufficiently materialist, historical, or dialectical in orientation to reconstruct social theory along more ecologically conscious, realist lines. The typical environmental sociologist takes on a centaur-like existence, with the head of one creature and the body of another. 48 As sociologists, they adhere to the great classical traditions stemming from Marx, Durkheim, and Weber, as these have passed down to us. As environmentalists, they reject that tradition as one that was developed as if nature didn't matter. 49 The complex task, meanwhile, of going back historically to the roots of social theory, and discovering what was missed and needs to be recovered, as well as what needs to be dialectically transcended, is ruled out, for many of these thinkers, by the lack of an intellectual heritage of critique. Hence, the debate within environmental sociology remains mired in the split between constructionist, mainly culturalist, and anti-constructionist, deep ecological, perspectives, while the attempt to transcend this dualism has merely produced the notion of a cautious constructionism, an important result but lacking any substantive content or clear theoretical orientation. 50. As a result, there is a tendency to turn endlessly in circles, so that the analysis stops where it started, no more equipped at the end than at the outset to deal with the real problems of environment and society. Numerous studies have been written on anthropocentrism versus ecocentrism, arguing that this or that thinker, culture, or civilization was more or less anthropocentric. 51 Although this has frequently opened our eyes to issues that have too often been downplayed, the dualistic perspective perpetuated here tends to block any genuine development of knowledge or meaningful practice. Indeed, the dichotomization embodied in such views tends to perpetuate the humanity versus nature conceptions, which are, in many ways, the source of the problem. Thus, while it is undeniable that the concept of the domination of nature has been a constant theme of modern Western thought, there has never been, as we have seen, anything simple about the concept of the domination of nature itself, which has often been conceived, even by those who have adopted this terminology, in complex, dialectical ways concerned with the nature of the interaction. But if this is true, then such distinctions as anthropocentric and ecocentric are revealed as empty abstractions, mere restatements of old dualisms such as the human conquest of nature versus nature worship. Nor can we understand the issue of natural limits or limits to growth as these have entered Western culture without analyzing the way in which these issues have emerged historically over centuries in the great political economic debates, and in the problems of agriculture and the soil as these were understood in the 19th century. The reasons for going back to 19th, or 18th or 17th, century theory go beyond the need to understand the inception of a logical train of reasoning. Rather, the importance of classical theory for social scientists derives from the inherently historical nature of social theory itself. The classical theories were written in a context of the transition from feudalism to capitalism, and from medieval scholasticism to modern science. Because of this, the theoretical insights into the changing human relation to nature characteristic of classical social theory were tied up with an understanding of the transition taking place from one historical social system to another. If we, in our time, have persistently failed to understand this, it is partly due to the subsequent narrowing of fields of knowledge, and partly due to the fact that in the reconstruction of social thought following the Second World War there was a tendency in whole fields, such as sociology, to develop purely constructionist arguments, downgrading connections to the natural physical environment, or simply adopting a triumphalist view of this in which nature is progressively replaced by man. And hence severing any genuine links between social theory and reflection on the human relation to nature. Human beings became homo faber, not in a revolutionary Promethean sense, but in what was redefined as a technological Prometheanism, prefigured by Proudhon in the 19th century. The mythological struggle over fire ceased to stand for a revolutionary struggle over the human relation to nature and the constitution of power, as in Aeschylus, Shelley, and Marx, and became instead simply a symbol of unending technological triumph. Marxism has an enormous potential advantage in dealing with all of these issues precisely because it rests on a theory of society which is materialist not only in the sense of emphasizing the antecedent material productive conditions of society, and how they serve to delimit human possibilities and freedom, but also because, in Marx and in Engels at least, it never lost sight of the necessary relation of these material conditions to natural history, that is, to a materialist conception of nature. It thus points to the necessity of an ecological materialism, or a dialectical conception of natural history. Although this overlaps with what was later to be called, following Engels, dialectical materialism, it would be a mistake to interpret Marx's own analysis from the standpoint of this later, still largely undifferentiated category. Rather, a full examination of the development of Marx's thinking in this area will provide a basis for a renewed critical scrutiny of the debate over the dialectics of nature, recognizing all along that it is here that the principal lacunae in the development of Marxist thought are to be found. Point 52. Since this work is framed around Marx's life and work, and that of Darwin, and essentially ends with the death of the 19th century's two greatest materialists in 1882 to 1883, a full engagement with the later concept of the dialectics of nature goes beyond the range of the present analysis. But some reflections on the later development of Marxist theory in this area, and the tragic fate of the classic phase of historical materialist ecology, are presented in the epilogue to this work. No doubt this analysis, since it emphasizes the ecological elements of Marx's thought, will be criticized by some for merely reading contemporary views on ecology ahistorically back into his work. But such a criticism would completely miss the point, since the intention here is not to green Marx in order to make him ecologically correct. Rather, the aim is to highlight the weaknesses of contemporary green theory itself, as a result of its failure to come to terms with materialist and dialectical forms of thinking that, in a period of the revolutionary rise of capitalist society, led to the discovery of ecology, and more importantly socio-ecology, in the first place. Put differently, the goal is to transcend the idealism, spiritualism, and dualism of much of contemporary green thought, by recovering the deeper critique of the alienation of humanity from nature that was central to Marx's work, and, it will be argued, to Darwin's. Marx's often brilliant ecological insights were not mere flashes of genius. Rather, his insights in this area derived from a systematic engagement with the 17th century scientific revolution and the 19th century environment via a deep philosophical understanding of the materialist conception of nature. Thus, Marx, from his earliest years, for example, the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, analyzed the human alienation from nature in a sophisticated and ecologically sensitive form. This tendency was reinforced by his concerns regarding human subsistence and the relationship to the soil, and the whole problem of capitalist agriculture. Central to this thinking was a concern regarding the antagonistic division between town and country. These themes in Marx's thought did not diminish in his later work, but took on new importance as he attempted to address problems of prehistory and archaic communal forms in the ethnological writings of his final decade. The present investigation derives much of its significance, with respect to the reinterpretation of Marx, from the light that it throws on various anomalies, hitherto unexplained, in Marx's intellectual development. Why did Marx write his doctoral thesis on the ancient atomists? What were the roots of his materialist critique of Hegel, given the superficial nature of Feuerbachian materialism and the philosophical inadequacies of political economy? What was Marx's relationship to the Enlightenment? How does one explain the fact that in the Holy Family Marx expressed great esteem for the work of Bacon, Hobbes, and Locke? Why did Marx engage in the systematic study of natural and physical science throughout his life? What lay behind Marx's complex, continuing critique of Malthusian theory? How do we explain the sudden shift, from friend to foe, in Marx's attitude toward Proudhon? Why did Marx declare that Liebig was more important than all of the political economists put together for an understanding of the development of capitalist agriculture? What explanation are we to give for Marx's statement that Darwin's theory of natural selection provided the basis in natural history for our view? 53. Why did Marx devote his last years principally to ethnological studies, rather than completing Capital? Answers to these and other vexing questions that have long puzzled analysts of Marx's vast corpus are provided here, and strongly reinforce the view that Marx's work cannot be fully comprehended without an understanding of his materialist conception of nature, and its relation to the materialist conception of history. Marx's social thought, in other words, is inextricably bound to an ecological worldview. Chapter 1. The Materialist Conception of Nature. In 1837 a young Charles Darwin, recently back from his 5-year voyage of discovery in the HMS Beagle, opened the first of a series of notebooks on the transmutation of species, beginning a systematic study into that elusive subject. It was when he was reading Thomas Malthus's essay on population a little more than a year later in the fall of 1838 that Darwin had his great revelation that species transmutation occurred by means of natural selection brought on by the struggle for existence. Inspired by Malthus's description of the exponential growth of populations when unchecked, and hence the need for natural checks on population growth in order to maintain an equilibrium between population and the means of subsistence, Darwin observed in his notebook that checks on the growth of population among species operated as a force like 100,000 wedges thrusting every kind of adapted structure into the gaps in the economy of nature, a form of expression he was later to repeat more than 2 decades later in his great work on the origin of species by means of natural selection. 1 As Darwin recalled this great moment many years later in his autobiography. In October 1838, that is, 15 months after I had begun my systematic inquiry, I happened to read for amusement Malthus on population, and being well prepared to appreciate the struggle for existence which everywhere goes on from long continued observation of the habits of animals and plants, it at once struck me that under these circumstances favorable variations would tend to be preserved, and unfavorable ones to be destroyed. The result of this would be the formation of new species. Here, then, I had at last got a theory by which to work, but I was so anxious to avoid prejudice, that I determined not for some time to write even the briefest sketch of it. In June 1842 I first allowed myself the satisfaction of writing a very brief abstract of my theory in 35 pages, and this was enlarged during the summer of 1844 into one of 230 pages, which I had fairly copied out and still possess. 2. Since Darwin did not actually present his discovery until 1858, first in a joint presentation with Alfred Russel Wallace, and then in the following year through the publication of On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, one of the great puzzles in the annals of science has been the reason for this long delay. Why did he wait 2 whole decades before making his ideas public, only doing so when a younger rival, Wallace, threatened to scoop him? 3. Of course it has long been supposed that a major factor in Darwin's delay in going public with his ideas had to do with the blasphemy against established views that his theory of natural selection represented. But material evidence as to the extent of the blasphemy in which he was caught up, and the inner intellectual turmoil that it represented, came to light only gradually. Soon after the death of his wife Emma in 1896 a collection of notebooks was found in a cupboard under the staircase at the Darwin home in Kent. This included the 2 manuscripts mentioned in the autobiography, in which Darwin had developed early versions of his theory, one dated 1842 and one, much longer, dated 1844. Also discovered, however, but only published during the last few decades, were a series of notebooks that Darwin had written between 1836 and 1844, in which he had abstracted notes from various works and gradually worked out his ideas, leading up to the 1844 version of his theory. Among these were included not only a series of notebooks on the transmutation of species but also, more surprisingly, notebooks in the area of metaphysical inquiries, known as the M&N notebooks. It is in his M&N notebooks that Darwin reveals himself as a dedicated materialist, an idea that was extremely heretical in his time, especially if extended to human development, and the development of the mind. As biologist Stephen Jay Gould has written, the notebooks prove that Darwin was interested in philosophy and aware of its implications. He knew that the primary feature distinguishing his theory from all other evolutionary doctrines was its uncompromising philosophical materialism. Other evolutionists spoke of vital forces, directed history, organic striving, and the essential irreducibility of mind, a panoply of concepts that traditional Christianity could accept in compromise, for they permitted a Christian God to work by evolution instead of creation. Darwin spoke only of random variation and natural selection. Point 4. The dominant perspective on the natural world in Darwin's day, though of declining influence among scientists and philosophers, was one that was teleological in conception, rooted in a notion of divine providence. The traditional concept was that of the scale of nature or chain of being, which assumed not only that there was a fine scale or gradation of nature, leading up to human beings, but also the immutability of species, all of whom had originally been created separately by God. This scale was essentially static. A common assumption was that human beings, although not much lower than the lowest angels, were actually in the middle of the scale, and that the higher angels were as far above humans as human beings were above the lower organisms. As Sir William Petty, the founder of political economy, had written in 1677 in a philosophical essay on the scale of creatures, the principal use of considering these scales of creatures is to let man see that beneath God there may be millions of creatures superior unto man. Whereas he generally taketh himself to be the chief and next to God. 5. Attempts were made in the 18th and early 19th centuries, as evolutionary ideas assumed greater prominence, to temporalize the scale of nature. Nevertheless, most scientists and literary figures assumed, following Carolus Linnaeus, the great 18th-century taxonomist of species, that while some improvement of species was possible, say through artificial selection within agriculture, this was in general quite limited. 6. It was only near the end of the 18th century that the French anatomist Georges Cuvier and others made the discoveries pointing definitively to the extinction of species, and the science of paleontology was born, seriously undermining the centuries-long belief in the scale of nature. And it was only in the early 19th century, particularly with the publication of Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology, 1830 to 1833, that the idea that the Earth was only a few thousand years old was definitively surpassed and the notion of geological time firmly established, making the idea of a process of slow evolution conceivable. Still, the religious view interfered with most attempts to conceive the reality of natural evolution. In geology, much of the thought of the period took the form of catastrophism, a compromise between the biblical account of creation and growing scientific knowledge of geological formations, whereby it was assumed that the history of the Earth was characterized by successive catastrophic upheavals forming distinct geological epochs, in which life was destroyed and successive creations occurred. Closely related to catastrophism in geology was progressionism within biology, which temporalized the scale of nature, arguing that life had emerged from simple to more complex forms through successive eras of creation, leading to man. Rather than descent with modification, as in evolutionary theory, this view did not include the notion of phylogenetic descent, but rather relied on divine creation at every stage, successive creations that were linked only through the mind of God. 7. With the development of science, the traditional view of the scale of nature and the Christian religious view rooted in biblical scripture receded somewhat, and there emerged the tradition of natural theology, which was used to both attack and defend Christianity. 8. Thus the leading figures in the English scientific revolution, such as Robert Boyle, Isaac Newton, and John Ray, incorporated natural theology into their views. According to this perspective, the reality of God and a teleological understanding of the world were to be derived not from Scripture but by ascertaining the divine laws of providence that governed nature, often involving direct acts of creation by God, particularly in the biological realm. It was the fact that it grew up alongside of science, while also opposing materialism, that gave natural theology its resilience. It was in this complex context, in which the life sciences were still governed by teleological concepts drawn from religion, that Darwin sought to develop his theory. He was aided in this struggle by the previous growth of materialist ideas in astronomy, physics, chemistry, and psychology, and in the Enlightenment in general. In Britain, materialism, as far back as Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, was seen as compatible with religion, particularly deist accounts of religion. Nevertheless, the growth of materialism, both in science and in society at large, was viewed as threatening by the established church. The heresy of materialism, by the 18th century, was often associated with the revolutionary pantheistic naturalism or materialism that had characterized radical popular movements during the English Revolution, the Levellers, Diggers, Muggletonians, and so on, and that was later evident in the radical Enlightenment in France, in the work of the Baron de Holbach and others. Although the mechanical philosophy of the Newtonian synthesis that dominated the Anglican Whig oligarchy in England in the 18th century had broken to some extent with previous religious views, the scholastic or Aristotelian view of the universe, it also resisted the more radical materialist and pantheistic views of the English Revolution. In the Newtonian worldview, nature was seen as governed by external mechanical laws determined by divine providence. Outright materialists, in contrast, were those who saw no need for explanations outside of nature itself. Moreover, the more moderate Enlightenment thinkers tended to preserve the distinction between mind, as spirit, and body. Hence, any attempt to reduce mind to purely mechanical and material explanations was generally seen as evidence of heretical materialist and atheistic views. 9. A somewhat circumscribed, but nonetheless threatening, materialism played a prominent part in the physiological psychology of David Hartley, 1705 to 1757, who adopted what was generally a materialist approach to knowledge, though insisting on the immateriality of the soul, in his Observations on Man, 1749. Joseph Priestley, 1733 to 1804, the great chemist and physicist, who was influenced by Hartley, took a more decided materialist stance, which he presented in such works as A Free Discussion of the Doctrine of Materialism, 1778. Priestley's outlook was generally in accord with John Locke's tentative suggestion in his essay concerning human understanding, 1690, that thought might simply be a property that God chose to superadd to matter rather than being a pure, immaterial manifestation of the soul. 10 Psychology, for Priestley, was essentially a physiology of the nervous system. Although Priestley's view of human beings was generally mechanistic and deterministic, he defended this vision as a tribute to God's creativity and criticized more thoroughgoing French materialists like Holbach who attacked religion. In this respect he represented the tradition of natural theology which dominated much of English science and theology from the 17th to the early 19th century, whereby divine providence was to be found in the laws of nature, as revealed by utilitarian arguments. Hence, it was possible to move considerably in the direction of the recognition of a material universe operating according to its own laws, while still finding in this the proof of God's existence. 11. Erasmus Darwin, 1731 to 1802, Charles Darwin's grandfather, also adopted materialistic views, and was likewise inspired by Hartley. An early evolutionary theorist, he advanced the notion that all of life descended from one filament of life that God had created. 12. In France, materialism took an even more radical form with the work of Julien Offray de la Métrie, 1709 to 1751, Paul Henry Theory, Baron de Holbach, 1723 to 1789, and Denis Diderot, 1713 to 1784. La Métrie, who advanced a mechanistic materialism in which everything could be traced to matter and motion, believed that mind was only a function of the brain and did not differ in this respect from the other functions of the body. Human beings were essentially machines, as were other animals and even plants. Holbach is principally known for his work The System of Nature, 1770. applying the idea that nature was simply matter and motion and that movement was conditioned by such forces as resistance, attraction, and repulsion. Holbach insisted that the soul was in actuality nothing more than the brain. His materialistic philosophy took on a more politically significant form, however, through his attack on all attempts to see nature in religious terms. To see God in nature was for Holbach an unnecessary duplication, since nature could be explained in its own terms. The doctrine of the immortality of the soul, he argued, distracted humanity from its present conditions and the need to make the world over according to its own freedom and necessity. Morals and politics would be equally enabled, Holbach wrote, to draw from materialism, advantages from which the dogma of spirituality can never supply, of which it even precludes the idea. Man will ever remain a mystery, to those who shall obstinately persist in viewing him with eyes predisposed to metaphysics. 13 For Holbach, theology had split nature into two, into a power of nature prior to nature, which it called God, and into inert nature that was devoid of power. Diderot, the editor of the Encyclopédie, adopted a materialism similar to that of Holbach, who influenced him, but drew also on the history of materialism in philosophy extending back to the ancient Greek philosophers Democritus and Epicurus. For Diderot, the ultimate reals were atoms endowed with both motion and sensibility. Soul is manifested only in certain combinations of atoms. Nature is complete within itself, requiring no teleological principles of a religious nature. Individual objects come into being in the form of particular combinations of atoms and then pass away, in ceaseless cycles. 14. Materialism in the 18th and the early 19th century can thus be seen as taking two related forms. One was an emphasis on materialism in more mechanical terms, and more easily integrated with notions of a divine spirit above and beyond nature and thus a moderate deism, and the other was an approach that focused more on organic interactions, and sense experience, sometimes leading to a universal vitalism, and often of a pantheistic character. The latter came to be thought of as naturalism, vitalism, or pantheism and was frequently separated from materialism, which came to be interpreted as mere mechanism. But the broad designation of materialist for these theories owed much to their common repudiation, to greater or lesser degrees, of divine principles in nature. A classic example of the more pantheistic version of materialism was to be found in the great French biologist Georges Louis Leclerc, Comte de Buffon, 1707–1788, who saw all of nature as composed of organic molecules. Nature as a whole became not a giant machine, but a vast organism, which could be explained in its own terms without recourse to a transcendental God. 15. What all of these thinkers shared despite their differences was a radical tendency to look at reality and even the human mind as dependent on nature understood in physical terms, and to steer away from recourse to ideas of divine guidance or teleological principles in understanding the world about them, though sometimes what this amounted to was simply a displacement of divinity to nature or to external laws established by divine providence. In general, both the mechanical philosophy associated with Newton and a more thoroughgoing materialism raised the issue of where to perceive the divine influence. The complex nature of the relation between religion and science paralleled in some ways the ancient Epicurean philosophy, since Epicurus, despite his materialist philosophy of a universe governed by the arrangement of atoms, had chosen ultimately to give the gods a place if only in the spaces between the worlds. Paradoxically, the intellectual culture of Britain in the 17th, 18th, and early 19th centuries was dominated not only by the growth of science, materialism, and utilitarianism, but also by a shift within theology toward natural theology in which divine providence was discovered in the natural laws and utilitarian principles that were presumed to govern the material universe. Hence, there was an attempt, represented at its zenith by Archdeacon William Paley, 1743–1805, whose Natural Theology, 1802, and other works were to form an important part of Darwin's own course of study at Cambridge, to construct a scientific or utilitarian theology which uncovered teleological principles, and thus the proof of God's existence, in nature and expediency. For Paley, the marks of design are too strong to be got over. Design must have had a designer. That designer must have been a person. That person is God. 16. Nevertheless, all of this meant that the theological view was on the defensive, since it now sought to prove God's existence primarily through his works, as revealed by nature and science, rather than divine revelation. The supreme deity was more and more in the background, the ultimate designer of the world, but one who constructed a nature so contrived, in Paley's view, that it was in a sense self-organizing. As science and materialism progressed, there were attempts, at each stage, to synthesize this with a theological understanding of the world. But the realm attributable directly to divine providence, as opposed to the realm of science and nature, kept on receding, creating a perpetual crisis for Christian theology, and for the system of privilege with which it was associated. Hence, despite the elasticity that theological doctrines displayed throughout this period, there can be no doubt that the growth of thoroughgoing materialism was perceived as a threat by the established order, one that was resisted every step of the way. Giordano Bruno, 1548–1600, the Italian materialist who helped develop Copernicus's teaching on the universe, was burned at the stake by the Catholic Church, not so much for following Copernicus as for his adherence to Epicurean philosophy with its anti-theological implications. Although Bruno was accused of numerous heresies, his most serious heresy had been to adopt the Epicurean argument, via Lucretius, on the boundless nature of the universe. Bruno's principal contribution to science, according to historian of science Thomas Kuhn, was his recognition and elaboration of the affinity between Copernicanism and Epicurean atomism. Once the affinity was recognized, atomism proved the most effective and far-reaching of the several intellectual currents which, during the 17th century, transformed the finite Copernican cosmos into an infinite and multi-populated universe. Thus, while the question has frequently been raised as to whether Bruno, who was condemned for various theological heresies, deserves to be considered a martyr to science, the fact that included among these heresies was his adherence to the Epicurean notion of an infinite universe would seem to leave little room for doubt. The fate of Bruno was one that Darwin knew well. 17. The close relations between state and church in most countries in Europe even into the 19th century meant that charges of materialism and atheism constituted very serious attacks directed against the individual scientific investigator. In 1819, William Lawrence, a lecturer in the Royal College of Surgeons, published his lectures on physiology, zoology, and the natural history of man, in which he presented materialist ideas. The book resulted in such a storm of public outrage that Lawrence had the book withdrawn. And when 3 years later a publisher brought out a pirate edition, Lawrence sued the publisher. The court ruled that Lawrence's book was so seditious and immoral that the author had no property rights in it, which meant, according to an odd English law dating back to the 17th century, that a publisher was legally entitled to issue a pirate edition without paying the author. Lawrence, who was a sophisticated biological thinker for his day, had argued that living organisms conform to higher natural laws than those that could be attributed to inanimate nature. Yet he denied any vital principle beyond that of the organization of matter and bodily organs, and thus denied the existence of any mental property independent of the brain. For the British establishment this was simply too much. The Tory Quarterly Review castigated the doctrine of materialism, an open avowal of which has been made in the metropolis of the British Empire in the lectures delivered under public authority by Mr. Lawrence, demanding that the offending passages be struck from the book. Lawrence was thus forced to withdraw the book and to resign from his post as lecturer. 18. Charles Darwin, struggling internally with his own materialist views when writing his notebooks on transmutation, was well aware of what had happened to Lawrence. He owned a copy of Lawrence's book which he had marked up with marginal strokes, and he referred to Lawrence's work in his notebooks on transmutation and later in The Descent of Man. Only a few years after the persecution of Lawrence, moreover, a young Charles Darwin had personally witnessed a similar case of the suppression of materialist ideas. In 1827 Darwin attended a meeting of the Plinian Society, a club formed by undergraduates at Edinburgh University for the formal reading of papers on natural history, in which a fellow student, William Brown, presented a paper that proposed that life was merely a product of the way the body was organized and that mind, as far as one individual's senses and consciousness are concerned, is material. This created such a controversy that Brown's remarks were struck from the minutes of the Society, and Brown afterwards curtailed his inquiries to non-philosophical subjects. 19. The idea that the brain was the organ from which all mental faculties derived received strong support in the late 18th century in the work of Franz Joseph Gall, 1758–1828. Although Gall is today associated with the long discredited science of phrenology, it was not this, but rather Gall's path-breaking insistence on a materialistic interpretation of the body-mind relationship which led to his lectures in Vienna being proscribed as dangerous to religion in 1802. In 1807 Gall emigrated to Paris, where his books were placed on the Index Librorum Prohibitorum. On his death he was denied a religious burial. 20. In his metaphysical notebooks Darwin took a position that was unequivocally materialist in nature. As the editors of his notebooks observed, he embraced materialism enthusiastically and argued, using associationist language, that thought originated in sensation. What is intellect? He asked himself at one point in his notebooks, but organization, with mysterious consciousness suprad. Or as he stated in his notebook, see, thought, or desires more properly, being hereditary, it is difficult to imagine it anything but structure of brain hereditary. O you materialist. 21. These developing materialist views lay at the heart of Darwin's emerging theory of the transmutation of species. Plato, he wrote, says in Phaedo that our necessary ideas arise from the pre-existence of soul, are not derivable from experience. Read Monkeys for Pre-existence. 22. He agreed with Francis Bacon's claim in Of the Dignity and Advancement of Learning that any argument with respect to nature rooted in final causes was barren, and like a virgin consecrated to God produces nothing. Observing that Malthus had argued from final causes in his recourse to divine providence, Darwin noted in his notebooks that his own materialism prevented him from following Malthus in this respect. Is it an anomaly in me to talk of final causes? Consider this, consider these barren virgins. 23. Darwin was acutely, painfully aware of the heretical nature of his views and struggled over whether materialism necessarily led to atheism. He contended it did not. 24. Materialism in Darwin's day was commonly associated in the public mind not only with atheism but also with the ideology of revolutionary France. There were laws on blasphemy and sedition, acts aimed at radical freethinkers. Between 1837 and 1842 the newspapers were full of the notorious activities of Chartists, Owenites, and others who espoused materialism in the cause of social reform. There were also radical materialists, particularly in medical circles, centered in London, who were embracing evolutionary ideas, but whose views were anathema to Darwin because of their extreme anti-church and anti-state character. 25. Desiring that his own ideas not be proscribed within respectable circles, Darwin strategized on ways to get around the explicit avowal of his materialism. To avoid stating how far, I believe, in materialism, he wrote, say only that emotions, instincts, degrees of talent which are hereditary are so because brain of child resemble, parent stock. 26. Darwin realized that the blasphemy in which he was caught up was all the more heretical because it dethroned not only religious teleology but also anthropocentric views, in the sense that God in the scale of nature view was purported to have created the world for man, and mind was thought to be sharply separated from matter. Darwin's views, on the one hand, tended to reduce the stature of the human species by attributing their origin to descent from other, lower species. Monkeys and apes, hitherto viewed as only slightly lower in the scale of nature but immeasurably divided off from man by separate creation, could now be seen as sharing a common, if extremely distant, ancestry. On the other hand, Darwin's views tended to elevate the stature of other species in relation to human beings, since in his eyes animals too expressed intelligence in limited ways. Under no illusions about the reaction of Victorian sensibilities to such materialist heresies, Darwin again and again pondered on this problem in his notebooks, reiterating at least a half-dozen times somewhat enigmatically, though clearly in defiance of the traditional scale of nature conception, If all men were dead, then monkeys make men, men make angels. 27. This statement has to be viewed in two parts, and is in fact built around a twofold criticism of the traditional scale of nature idea. If human beings were to die out, Darwin was suggesting in his notebooks, other species, say monkeys, would evolve to fill the ecological niche left behind by the disappearance of an intelligent hominid, though Darwin made it clear that the resulting species would not be man, as we know it. But it was also true that human beings were evolving and could evolve into another species. Playing on the traditional scale of nature conception, in which human beings were seen as halfway up the scale of creation, Darwin wrote, "Men make angels," thereby suggesting that human beings might evolve into something higher, not literally angels of course in Darwin's generally non-religious view. In this way he struggled with the implications of his own ideas and the probable reaction of Victorian society, that human beings were a product of chance evolution, that other hominids could evolve to fill the human space in nature if it were once vacated, and that human beings, like all species, were not fixed species, but continued to be subject to the evolutionary process. In his later published writings on the transmutation of species, Darwin was to stave off much of the criticism by dividing the question up and leaving the more dangerous issues until later. Thus the question of the evolution of human beings was almost entirely excluded from The Origin of Species when it was published in 1859, and was not treated until later, when some of the controversy was dying down in The Descent of Man, 1871, while the issue of the continuity in the minds and emotions of human beings and animals was dealt with materialistically in his expression of the emotions in man and animals, 1872. The latter work was in some ways Darwin's most radical, since it literally annihilated the traditional anthropocentric interpretation of brute creation, which was thought to be inseparably divided from human beings by lack of intelligence, as well as by the supposed fact that the earth and all of its creatures had been created by God for man. In Darwin's view, in contrast, all of animate life was united by a common set of material relations and evolutionary laws. In the words of the noted Darwinian scholar John Durant, Darwin elaborated his views on nature and human nature within a larger vision of a world continuously active in the generation of new forms of life and mind. This was materialism, and Darwin knew it, but it was a naturalism that humanized nature every bit as much as it naturalized man. 28. Materialism and the very early Marx. In the period 1839 to 1844, while Darwin in England was struggling with his views on evolution and materialism, a young German scholar, 9 years Darwin's junior, whose reputation as a 19th-century thinker was eventually to rival Darwin's own, was struggling in a quite different way with his own emerging materialist outlook, attempting to wrench himself free from the essentially theological outlook of German idealist philosophy. As a student in Berlin, Karl Marx had come partly, reluctantly, under the spell of the idealist philosophical system of George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770–1831, which then dominated German philosophy, and which purported to explain the development of spirit, or mind, in history. Yet Marx's very first complete work, his doctoral thesis on the difference between the Democritean and the Epicurean philosophy of nature, written in 1840–1841, although starting with an essentially left Hegelian view, was already beginning to transcend that by raising the issue of the conflict between speculative philosophy, or idealism, and materialism. 29. Most discussions of Marx's doctoral thesis have argued that Marx and the young Hegelians in general were drawn to the ancient Hellenistic philosophies, Stoicism, Epicureanism, and Scepticism, simply because these philosophies had followed in the wake of the total philosophy of Aristotle, which seemed to prefigure the position of the young Hegelians in the wake of the total philosophy of Hegel. Hence, Marx, we are led to believe, was not attracted so much to the content of Epicurus philosophy as to the fact that it reflected a sort of parallel spirit of the times. Closely associated with this is the assumption that in writing his doctoral thesis Marx remained entirely enclosed within the Hegelian worldview. Thus, while Marx's thesis is seen as an attempt to delineate, in Hegelian terms, an Epicurean dialectic of self-consciousness, the whole relation of Epicureanism to the Enlightenment and to British and French materialism in particular is ignored, as if it had no bearing on the subject or was completely beyond his consciousness. Point 30. Such an omission is all the more startling in that Marx had strongly emphasized in his doctoral thesis itself that Epicurus was the Enlightenment figure of antiquity, a point also made by Hegel, but in a less positive fashion. Further, Marx was to go on to insist in his subsequent writings that Epicurus was central for all those thinkers who developed materialist views in the 17th and 18th centuries. Thus the conventional interpretation of Marx's doctoral thesis becomes less and less credible when one looks at the larger intellectual atmosphere in which the thesis was written, extending beyond mere Hegelianism. 31 Here it is important to remember that Marx's relation to the Hegelian system was ambivalent from the start. Indeed, his initial inclination appears to have been to see it as a threat to the Enlightenment views that had inspired him thus far. He referred to falling into the arms of the enemy, to making an idol of a view that I hated, and to his repeated attempts to escape its grotesque craggy melody. 32. In opposition to the standard interpretation, it will be argued below that Marx's doctoral thesis is not merely an anomaly left over from his Hegelian period, but constituted an effort to come to terms with the implications of the materialist dialectic of the ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus, both from the standpoint of Hegelian philosophical system, and to some extent going beyond the latter. More than that, it was an indirect attempt to come to grips with the problem that the materialist tradition of the English and French Enlightenments, which drew heavily upon Epicurus for their inspiration, raised for Hegelian philosophy. Given its importance for British and French materialism, atomistic philosophy, as James White has observed, had strong political overtones, and these were well known to Marx when he embarked on his dissertation. In 1840-33 Marx studied Bacon in 1837, in the same year that he became acquainted with Hegel's philosophy, and was well aware of the influence of Epicurus on Bacon, as well as on Enlightenment thinkers generally. Marx's interest in the relation of Epicureanism to the Enlightenment, and to British and French materialism in particular, is evident not only in the doctoral thesis itself but also in the 7 notebooks on Epicurean philosophy which he compiled in 1839 when working on his thesis, as well as in subsequent works that he wrote together with Friedrich Engels, The Holy Family, 1845, and the German Ideology, 1846. As Maximilian Rubel and Margaret Meynell have remarked, Marx's decision to do his doctoral thesis on Epicurus was a most un-Hegelian turn. Marx's attention is drawn to Epicurus by his naturalness, his manifestation of intellectual and sensual freedom, a freedom from gods and from doctrines which concede to chance an equally great, if not greater, role in human life as to necessity. Individual will is asserted, an understanding of contingency becomes central to the wisdom of life. Man frees himself here from superstition and fear and becomes capable of forging his own happiness. 34. Epicurus. Epicurus was an Athenian citizen who was born on the island of Samos in 341 BC, 6 years after Plato's death in 347 and 6 years before Aristotle opened up his school in the Lyceum. In 306 he opened up the Garden, the home of his school of philosophy, which by the time of his death in 271 BC had gained influence throughout the Greek world. Epicurus lived through the tragic aftermath of the Macedonian hegemony, during which Alexander's successors battled over his empire, a time in which political activity seemed particularly ineffective. Hence, he preached a kind of contemplative materialism to his followers, yet one in which more radical, practical implications could be perceived. Epicurus' philosophy had a large impact on ancient thinking up through Roman times, but his work had been almost entirely lost during the Middle Ages, when he and his followers were declared among the leading heretics opposed to Christianity. Hence his work was known in modern times principally through secondary sources, the most important of these being the Roman poet Lucretius' great work De Rerum Natura, literally on the nature of tilings, in which Lucretius, c. 99-55 BC, faithfully reproduced, as modern scholarship has demonstrated, the main ideas and even phraseology of the master. 35, Lucretius too lived through a period of severe political crisis, the fall of the Roman Republic. Epicurus was inspired by the work of the Greek atomists Leucippus, fluid c. 430 BC, and Democritus, fluid c. 420 BC, who saw all of reality as consisting of an infinite number of unchanging atoms too tiny to be seen, but of different shapes and sizes, which existed in a void. These atoms had the quality of motion and combined and separated in various ways to form the objects of the senses. In Democritus, atoms had two primary qualities, size and shape. Many interpretations of Democritus, since the ancient sources conflict, also claim that he assigned the quality of weight to the atom, so that motion occurred in a downward direction and in straight lines, though these properties of atoms are more closely associated with the work of Epicurus. Where Epicurus most clearly deviated from Democritus was in his addition of the proposition that atoms did not move according to patterns that were entirely determinate, rather some atoms swerved, creating the element of chance and indeterminacy, and thus leaving room for free will. 36 It is in the theory of atoms, Hegel wrote, that science first feels released from the sense of having no foundation for the world. 37. Epicurus' philosophy was an extremely tight logical system, and, once a few initial assumptions were granted, most of the rest seemed to follow mainly by deduction. Among the most important deductions were the notions of boundless space, including infinite numbers of worlds, and infinite time. Epicurus also referred to the extinction of species and human development from feral origins. His materialist philosophy seemed to anticipate to a remarkable degree the discoveries of science, and indeed was extremely influential among many of the leading scientists of the 17th century scientific revolution and the Enlightenment. The initial propositions of Epicurean natural philosophy were that nothing is ever created by divine power out of nothing, and nature never reduces anything to nothing. Together these two propositions constituted what is now known as the principle of conservation. 38 Epicurus' materialism meant the expulsion of divine power, all teleological principles from nature. The gods, though they continued to exist, were confined to the spaces in between the worlds. Further, Epicurus opposed all teleology and all absolute determinism in the treatment of nature. It were better to follow the myths about the gods, he wrote, than to become a slave to the destiny of the natural philosophers, for the former suggests a hope of placating the gods by worship, whereas the latter involves a necessity which knows no placation. 39. No determinism or essentialism, that is, developments based on the mere property of things, could explain events that were done, according to Epicurus, because such events belong to the realm of accident, contingency. So you may see that events never at all exist by themselves as matter does, nor can be said to exist in the same way as void. But rightly you may call them accidents of matter and place in which things happen. 40. Epicurus' rejection of any form of reductionism, which has commonly been attributed to materialist viewpoints, was evident in the development of a sophisticated epistemology in his work The Canon, which formed the introduction to his overall system, which relied not simply on sensations, but also on his famous concept of anticipation, sometimes referred to as preconception, a concept which he originated. 41 According to Cicero, Epicurus' notion of anticipation, prolepsis, was that of a thing preconceived by the mind, without which understanding, inquiry, and discussion are impossible. Hence, the materialist Epicurus, Farrington has observed, must be credited with a clear understanding of the activity of the subject at every stage in the acquisition of knowledge. 42 This suggested that human beings were physically endowed with characteristics that included the ability to reason. While sensation itself has no mental content, it gives rise to the mental process of sorting out sensations in terms of general categories built up on the basis of repeated sensations, but that once acquired exist in the mind somewhat independently and become the basis for organizing data into ready-made categories. It is in this sense that Epicurus refers to them as anticipations. As Farrington notes, anticipations do not precede all experience, but they do precede all systematic observation and scientific discussion, and all rational practical activity. Again they denote the activity of the subject in the acquisition of knowledge. 43. Given all of this, it should come as no surprise that in the section of his critique of pure reason devoted to anticipations of perception, Kant wrote, "One can call all cognition through which I can cognize and determine a priori what belongs to empirical observation and anticipation, and without doubt this is the significance with which Epicurus used his expression." 44. Epicurean ethics derived from Epicurus' materialist perspective, his emphasis on mortality and freedom. For the Epicureans, as Marx observed, the principle of the concept of nature is the mors immortalis immortal death, as Lucretius says. 45. The essential starting point for a materialist ethics was overcoming the fear of death promoted by established religion and superstition. Death, Epicurus wrote in his Principal Doctrines, is nothing to us, for that which is dissolved is without sensation, and that which lacks sensation is nothing to us. Freedom of the individual began only when it was possible to ascertain by means of natural science the mortality of the world and the individuals within it. 46. Epicurus advanced a mainly contemplative materialism that could be sharply distinguished from Plato's more idealist love of contemplation. What mattered for Epicurus, as George Ponichaz has written, was the contemplation of what could materialize in human existence and not in an eternal beyond. Epicurean ethics, which advocated the satisfaction of one's needs in this world, were based on the expedient pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. But Epicurus saw this not in short-sighted, crudely hedonist terms, but rather in terms of the whole of existence, which recognized that some immediate egoistic pleasures only created greater pains. He therefore argued for a simple life, abandoning the pursuit of wealth. The wealth demanded by nature, he wrote, is both limited and easily procured, that demanded by idle imaginings stretches on to infinity. 47. The most important requirement of a good life for Epicurus was friendship, which became for him the principle through which life and society should be ordered. Of all the things which wisdom acquires to produce the blessedness of the complete life, far the greatest is the possession of friendship. This was not just an ethical principle related mainly to relations between individuals, but carried larger political implications. Friendship, in its Greco-Roman usage, A.A. Long and David Sedley point out, has a political resonance absent from the modern concepts. Philia in Greek, amicitia in Latin, was regularly conceived as the foundation of social cohesion. In the garden of Epicurus women were welcome and respected members of the community and philosophical discussions. Among Epicurus' most important contributions was his concept of justice, which heavily influenced Marx. Justice, he wrote, never is anything in itself, but in the dealings of men with one another in any place whatever and at any time it is a kind of compact not to harm or to be harmed. If the law does not turn out to lead to advantage in men's dealings with each other, if it ceases to be in accord with its general concept, and if it no longer conforms to material circumstances, then it no longer has the essential nature of justice. In Epicurus was thus to be found a materialist, as opposed to idealist, conception of law that denied that law had a transcendent aspect apart from the needs of human social intercourse. As Marx was later to point out, it was Epicurus who first originated the notion of the social contract. 48. The Epicurean philosophy of nature had as its starting point the principle of conservation, and hence tended toward an ecological worldview. This is particularly evident in Lucretius' work, which, in the words of noted historian of ancient ecological thought J. Donald Hughes, asks some questions that are now regarded as ecological. Lucretius alluded to air pollution due to mining, to the lessening of harvests through the degradation of the soil, and to the disappearance of forests, as well as arguing that human beings were not radically distinct from animals. 49. Having totally dispensed with teleology in his cosmology, Long and Sedley write, Epicurus opted for an evolutionist or experimental account of the origin and development of human institutions. 50. Thus Epicurus' materialism led to a conception of human progress. We must suppose, he wrote in his letter to Herodotus, that human nature was taught and constrained to do many things of every kind merely by circumstances, and that later on reasoning elaborated what had been suggested by nature and made further inventions, in some matters quickly, in others slowly, at some epochs and times making great advances, and lesser again at others. 51 Human nature is itself transformed with the evolution of human society. Friendship and sociability are a product of social compacts that emerge in the process of the satisfaction of the material means of subsistence. 52. It was also in Epicurus, as seen through Lucretius, that the most explicit statement of evolutionary views, involving questions of species adaptation and survival, was to be found, in the writings of antiquity. The idea had originally been raised by Empedocles, Fluid c. 445 BC, and Anaxagoras, c. 500 to 428 BC, and had been attacked by Aristotle in his Physics. Summarizing Empedocles, Aristotle had written, "Why then should it not be the same with the parts in nature, example that our teeth should come up of necessity, the front teeth sharp, fitted for tearing, the molars broad and useful for grinding down the food, since they did not arise for this end, but it was merely a coincident result, and so with all other parts in which we suppose that there is purpose. Wherever then all the parts came about just what they would have been if they had come to be for an end, such things survived, being organized spontaneously in a fitting way, whereas those which grew otherwise perished and continue to perish, as Empedocles says his man-faced ox progeny did. 53. Aristotle responded to this by reasserting the importance of final causes. It is plain, he wrote, that nature is a cause that operates for a purpose. 54. Epicurus, although deriding Empedocles' ox children, man-faced as a bizarre collection of random combinations contrary to nature, nonetheless defended materialist evolutionary views against Aristotle. Those species that survived, and were able to perpetuate the chain of offspring, Lucretius explained, were those that had developed special attributes that protected them from their environment in the struggle for existence, but those who were gifted with none of these natural assets, were free game and an easy prey for others, till nature brought their race to extinction. Hence, it is through Empedocles, Epicurus, and Lucretius that an important element of evolutionary analysis, later to appear in Darwinian theory, is thought to have originated. 55. Central to Epicurus' view, as represented by Lucretius, was that life was born from the earth, rather than descending from the skies, or the result of creation by the gods. The animals, Lucretius wrote, cannot have fallen from the sky, and those that live on land cannot have emerged from the briny gulfs. We are left with the conclusion that the name of mother has rightly been bestowed on the earth, since out of the earth everything is born. This, as W.K.C. Guthrie, an authority on the proto-evolutionary thought of antiquity, remarked, was perhaps, in the absence of modern biological knowledge and a soundly based theory of evolution, the only reasonable alternative, namely, that the earth itself deserved the name of mother. 56. In his Ideas of Life and Matter, Studies in the History of General Physiology 600 BC to 1900 AD, Thomas Hall has argued that Epicurus was the principal ancient source of the view, anticipated by Empedocles and Democritus, that life was an emergence consequence of the organization of matter. In Antiquity, Hall writes, Epicurus used life, explicitly, as an example of emergence, insisting that it was absent from the body's atoms considered singly. Hence, for Epicurus, life is, in the strict sense, emergent. Material existence, in Epicurus, was thus only evident through change, that is, evolution. 57. The same evolutionary perspective was also evident in Epicurus' treatment of human society. In the 1860s and 1870s, following the revolution in ethnological time associated with Darwin's The Origin of Species and with the first widely accepted scientific discoveries of human fossils, it became common for important Darwinian thinkers, such as John Lubbock and Henry Morgan, to refer back to Lucretius' discussion on ethnological development, which had taken account of the evolution from an age of stone and wood, to that of bronze, and then of iron, also incorporating discussions of the development of speech, of mutual assistance, the revolution in the use of fire, and so on. 58. Ultimately, Epicurus' view was that an understanding of nature and its laws, that is, the progress of science, would disperse terror inflicted by religion. As Lucretius wrote, "Therefore this terror and darkness of the mind, not by the sun's rays, nor the bright shafts of day, must be dispersed, as is most necessary, but by the face of nature and her laws." It is therefore not surprising, as evolutionary biologist Michael Rose has noted, that Lucretius is regarded by some scholars as the greatest classical forerunner to modern science. 59. Epicurus and the revolution of science and reason. Epicurus' philosophy was to play an extraordinary role in the development of the materialism of the English and French Enlightenments, which took the form of a struggle against the essentially Aristotelian philosophy of nature promoted under Christianity. 60. According to the version of Christianized Aristotelianism or scholasticism still taught in English universities in the 17th century, matter consisted of four elements: air, earth, fire, and water. Elaborate scholastic taxonomies were combined with a view of nature that was essentially static and tautological. Nevertheless, such views could not easily stand up given the changing material context of English society in the 17th century, in which medieval institutions were rapidly disappearing and a dynamic capitalist order was emerging in agriculture and industry. As a result, the leading scientists turned to Greek atomism, and particularly to the ideas of Epicurus. The slightest acquaintance with post-Renaissance physiology, from Descartes to the present, Thomas Hall has written, will make Epicurus seem closer than any other ancient scientist to the emergentism and mechanistic materialism of the modern era. 61. The same was true of science in general. Thomas Harriot, Francis Bacon, Thomas Hobbes, Robert Boyle, and Isaac Newton were all deeply affected by Greek atomism, and from Bacon on by the philosophy of Epicurus in particular. 62. Matter came to be understood as consisting of atoms, and hence, following Epicurus, in terms of particles of matter which could be explained simply in terms of size, shape, weight, and motion, a view easily translated into essentially mechanical terms. Thomas Harriot, 1560–1621, one of the most brilliant figures of the English scientific revolution, had been exposed to Epicurean atomism by Bruno. In a letter to Johannes Kepler explaining the workings of physical optics, Harriot wrote, "I have now led you to the doors of nature's house, wherein lie its mysteries. If you cannot enter because the doors are too narrow, then abstract and contract yourself into an atom, and you will enter easily. And when you later come out again, tell me what wonders you saw." 63. Harriot was denounced in 1591 as an Epicurean atheist, and later arrested and imprisoned in 1605, following the Guy Fawkes plot to blow up Parliament, on baseless suspicions of heresy, in which his connection to ancient atheistic materialists like Lucretius and Epicurus was raised. 64. Francis Bacon, 1561–1626, too was strongly influenced by Democritus and Epicurus, including Lucretius, and tried to justify Greek atomism, from which he borrowed profusely in the development of his ideas in religious terms, arguing that Epicurus' philosophy of nature was infinitely superior in this respect to that of Aristotle, for it is 1,000 times more credible, that four mutable elements, and one immutable fifth essence, duly and eternally placed, need no God, than that an army of infinite small portions or seeds unplaced, should have produced this order and beauty without a divine marshal. 65. More important, he argued in his Of the Dignity and Advancement of Learning, 1623, that the natural philosophy of the ancient materialists like Democritus and Epicurus, including also Lucretius, who removed God and mind from the structure of things, and attributed the form thereof to infinite essays and proofs of nature, and assigned the causes of particular things to the necessity of matter, without any intermixture of final causes, seems to me, as far as I can judge from the fragments and relics of their philosophy, to have been, as regards physical causes, much more solid and to have penetrated further into nature than that of Aristotle and Plato, for this single reason, that the former never wasted time on final causes, while the latter were ever inculcating them. 66. In his essay on Prometheus in The Wisdom of the Ancients, Bacon described Prometheus as representing within Greek mythology two kinds of providence, that of the gods and that of human beings. Bacon went on in his essay to displace Prometheus with the figure of Democritus, who, along with Epicurus, represented the true heroic quality of Prometheanism in its materialist guise. For Bacon, Epicurus was an inferior figure to Democritus because he subordinated his natural to his moral philosophy, refusing to accept anything counter to freedom. Yet, Bacon was to see Epicurus' attack on superstition as the essence of enlightenment. Here he quoted Epicurus' statement in his letter to Menoetius that, "Not the man who denies the gods worshipped by the multitude, but he who affirms of the gods what the multitude believes about them is truly impious." 67. Bacon was also to follow up on Epicurean notions of evolution, pointing to the reality of transmutation of species. As he wrote in his Silva Silvarum, or A Natural History in 10 Centuries, the transmutation of species is, in the vulgar philosophy, pronounced impossible, but seeing there appear some manifest instances of it, the opinion of impossibility is to be rejected, and the means thereof to be found out. 68. Lucretius' manuscript, which had been copied but lost sight of in medieval times, was rediscovered in 1417. It was printed in 1473 and went through some 30 editions between then and the beginning of the 17th century. However, it wasn't until the early to mid-17th century that Epicureanism was to make major inroads into European thought. In 1647 to 1649, Pierre Gassendi, 1592 to 1655, a French cleric, theologian, philosopher, and mathematician and one of the leading proponents along with his contemporaries Hobbes and Descartes of the mechanical philosophy, produced a grand Epicurean Christian synthesis. Gassendi's explicitly stated purpose was to overthrow the old Aristotelian conception of nature. 69 For Gassendi, as Marx was to note, it was astounding that Epicurus by means of reason had anticipated the experimentally demonstrated fact that all bodies, although very different in weight and mass, have the same velocity when they fall from above to below 70. As the restorer of Epicurus, Gassendi, as Marx observed, became the principal opponent of René Descartes' metaphysics embodied in his Discourse on Method, 1637, and his Meditations, 1641. In his Doubts, written in 1644, Gassendi attacked Cartesian metaphysics, which had as its starting point innate ideas, "I think therefore I am." In his critique, Gassendi generally took a materialist stance against the idealist position embodied in Descartes' concept of mind. Descartes' metaphysics differed widely from his physics, which were mechanistic in nature. Emphasizing the priority of the material world and the senses, Gassendi insisted that to think without knowing anything prior and with your senses blocked would only result in an endless I, since you would not be able to attribute anything to yourself in your thought, for you would never know any attribute, and you would not know the force of the verb am, since you would not know what being is or the difference between being and not being. 71. In England, Walter Charlton, 1619 to 1707, physician to Charles I and Charles II, who was introduced to Gassendi's work by his friend Thomas Hobbes, transmitted the results of Gassendi's research to British scientific circles, developing his own version of a purified Epicureanism compatible with Christianity. 72 Charlton's Physiologia Epicuro-Gassendo Charltonia, 1654, was the first systematic effort in England to merge Epicurus with the mechanical philosophy. Charlton's work was soon followed by John Evelyn's translation of Book I of Lucretius de Rerum Natura into English in 1656. In his History of Philosophy, containing the lives, opinions, actions, and discourses of the philosophers of every sect, 1660, Thomas Stanley devoted the largest part of the whole work to Epicurus, who took up more pages than Plato and Aristotle combined. 73. John Evelyn, 1620 to 1706, was not only an admirer of Epicurus but also one of the figures behind the formation of the Royal Society, and the greatest proponent of conservation in England of the 17th century. In his Silva, or a discourse of forest trees and the propagation of timber in His Majesty's dominions, 1664, the first official publication of the Royal Society, a work that went through 4 editions in Evelyn's lifetime. He complained of the prodigious havoc wreaked on English forests by the demands of shipping, glassworks, iron furnaces, and the like. This devaluation, he observed, is now become so epidemical, that unless some favorable expedient offer itself, and a way be seriously, and speedily resolved upon, for the future repair of this important defect, one of the most glorious, and considerable bulwarks of this nation, will, within a short time be totally wanting to it. Evelyn recommended that Elizabethan acts prohibiting the cutting of any tree 1 foot square or more within 22 miles of London be enforced, and that seedlings be planted on the large estates. Even more important, Evelyn authored the great work Fumifugium, or, The Inconvenience of the Air and Smoke of London Dissipated, 1661, which he presented to Charles II. Here Evelyn's enthusiasm not only for Baconianism but also for Epicurean materialism was evident. In Book 6 of his great poem Lucretius had written, "How easily the drowsy fume and scent of charcoal passes into the brain," which Evelyn quoted on the title page of his work. Decrying the general pollution in London, Evelyn went on to consider the issue of air pollution, which he attributed not to the culinary fires of the population, but to issues belonging only to brewers, deers, lime burners, salt and soap boilers, and some other private trades. Whilst these are belching it forth their sooty jaws, the city of London resembles the fact rather of Mount Etna, the court of Vulcan, Stromboli, or the suburbs of Hell. It is this horrid smoke which scatters and strews about those black and smutty atoms upon all things where it comes. The consequences of all of this, he wrote, were to be seen in the fact that 1/2 of them who perish in London, die of phthisical and pulmonic distempers, that the inhabitants are never free from coughs. In all of this Evelyn was clearly influenced by the materialist epidemiology to be found in Book 6 of Lucretius' poem, with its emphasis on the existence of certain atoms of substances that were a cause of disease and death. 74. The fact that Epicureanism was being revived during the age of Cromwell and the Restoration that followed meant that its radical, anti-religious implications were always threatening to break free. Thus the famous poet and friend of Hobbes, Edmund Waller, wrote a poem to Evelyn in which he expounded the atheistic worldview of Lucretius. Lucretius with a stork-like fate, born and translated in a state, comes to proclaim in English verse: no monarch rules the universe, but chance and atoms makes this all, in order democratical, without design, or fate, or force. 75. The dominant tradition within the scientific community, although adopting a mechanical materialism and Epicurean atomism, purified of its more atheistic elements, repudiated the radical materialism often identified with the English Revolution. Chemist Robert Boyle, 1627–1697, the leading British scientist of his time prior to Newton, and a Baconian, adopted a moderate, Christianized mechanistic philosophy that relied on atomism for its ultimate conception of matter. He first learned of Gassendi's work on Epicurus in 1648, the year before it was published, from Samuel Hartlib, a leading promoter of the Baconian tradition. 76. Boyle's moderate mechanistic philosophy was explicitly developed in opposition to the pantheistic materialism associated with the more radical elements of the English Revolution. After 1660, Boyle and his associates attached themselves to the restored monarchy. In 1662 the Royal Society was established, which was to become the formal mechanism for institutionalizing the new science, adopting an Anglican ideology centered on the compatibility of science and religion. 77. This compromise was symbolized by Boyle's rejection of the anti-theological implications of Greek atomism. I am far from supposing, with the Epicureans, that atoms, accidentally meeting in an infinite vacuum, were able, of themselves, to produce a world, and all its phenomena, nor do I suppose, when God had put into the whole mass of matter, an invariable quantity of motion, he needed do no more to make the universe, the material parts being able, by their own unguided motions, to throw themselves into a regular system. The philosophy I plead for, reaches but to things purely corporeal, and distinguishing between the first origin of things and the subsequent course of nature, teaches, that God, indeed, gave motion to matter, but that, in the beginning, he so guided the various motions of the parts of it, as to contrive them into the world he designed they should compose, and established those rules of motion, and that order amongst things corporeal, which we call the laws of nature. Thus, the universe being once formed by God, and the laws of motion settled, and all upheld by his perpetual concourse, the general providence, the same philosophy teaches, that the phenomena of the world, are physically produced by the mechanical properties of the parts of matter, and, that they operate upon one another according to mechanical laws. 78. Thus Boyle managed to combine a mechanical view of the laws of nature rooted in an atomistic concept of matter with a theological position that attributed both the origin of matter and the laws of motion of nature to the design of an omniscient God. Indeed, Boyle wrote as much on theology as science and can be regarded as one of the principal proponents of natural theology. His disquisition about the final causes of natural things, 1688, represented an early articulation of the argument from design for the existence of God, developed also by Boyle's contemporary John Ray, that foreshadowed the ideas of William Paley a century later. For Boyle, Epicurus and most of his followers banish the consideration of the ends of things' final causes, because the world being, according to them, made by chance, no ends of anything can be supposed to be intended. 79. Chance in this sense meant not pure chance such as results from the casting of dice, but rather an argument based on the contingent nature of the universe, and thus of natural and social history, a view directly opposed to the argument from design. Hence, while Boyle adopted certain hypotheses from Epicurean atomism, essential to the construction of his own mechanistic views, he rejected thoroughgoing materialism and atheism. Instead, as Stephen Jay Gould has written, he neatly married mechanism and religion into a coherent system that granted higher status to both sides. 80. Isaac Newton, 1642–1727, who revolutionized science with the publication of his Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, in 1687, adopted a view almost identical to that of Boyle. 81. Newton relied heavily on Epicurean atomism in his early work, but was later to suppress some of these early reflections on atomism, no doubt because of the anti-religious implications of classical Epicureanism. Newton's Principia, while offering a particulate, or atomic, view of matter, did so only after this was widely accepted within science, which had been inoculated against the worst heresies of the Epicureans by means of the previous development of the mechanical philosophy in the work of Gassendi, Charlton, and Boyle. Newton's own philosophy of nature and its relation to natural theology stands out most clearly in 4 letters that he wrote in 1692–1693 to Richard Bentley, who, in devising the final 2 of 8 sermons in natural theology, the Boyle Lectures, which were targeted at the threat posed by Epicurean materialism and atheism, called on Newton for help in providing a scientific rationale. Newton, as these and other letters reveal, was not above abandoning his commitment to the mechanical philosophy at points when he thought it necessary in order to combat materialism and to defend his religious beliefs. Thus he hypothesized in a letter to Thomas Burnet that the Earth's rotation had originally occurred very slowly, producing days of virtually any length, in order to square the biblical story of the creation of the world in 7 days with geological evidence on the Earth's antiquity. 82. Still none of the attempts to restrict the influence of Epicurean materialism, with its challenge to traditional religious views, went so far as to erase the underlying influence of ancient atomism on Newton and the scientists of the early Royal Society. As historian of science Robert Cargan has noted, much of the Principia can be, and was, viewed as presenting the mechanics of atomic motion as Newton's contemporary Edmund Halley actually interpreted it at the time, although the work itself, Cargan adds, referred primarily to visible bodies. Halley's Ode to Newton prefixed to the Principia used language drawn from Lucretius, purified along Christian lines, to introduce readers to Newton's work. 83 As Alan Cook has indicated in his magnificent new biography of Halley, and to a large extent Newton, like Galileo and Gassendi, traced their metaphysics to Epicurus rather than Aristotle. 84 Likewise Peter Gay, the author of several authoritative historical studies of Enlightenment thought, has written, it is clear that Gassendi's corpuscular physics impressed Boyle, and through Boyle, Newton. W. Heil The Epicurean model of a world of atoms whirling in the void was crude and arbitrary. It was a useful corrective to the scientific world picture that had dominated Christian civilization for many centuries. 85. All of this was captured by a piece of doggerel that appeared soon after the incorporation of the Royal Society by Charles II in 1662 and went as follows: These collegiates do assure us Aristotle and as to Epicurus. 86. The declining influence of Aristotelian philosophy in the 17th century did not therefore take the form, as is commonly supposed, of a straightforward conflict between the ancients and the moderns. Rather, the history of early modern thought, as Margaret Osler and Letizia Panizza have noted, can perhaps be understood at least in part as the interplay of one set of ancient models with another. 87 Still, the challenge that Epicurean materialism raised for religion resulted in an odd compromise in the work of many of the leading scientists, such as Boyle and Newton, who developed a mechanistic view of the material world which nonetheless left God intact in the background as the prime mover. Within nature, it was not just the atomism of Epicurus and Lucretius that created a storm of controversy in the 17th and 18th centuries, but also the notions of deep time associated with the ancient materialists, though in Lucretius the earth, as opposed to the universe, was explicitly referred to as newly made, which threatened the Christian worldview, and yet which seemed to be receiving increasing support with the development of science. Such major natural theological works as Edward Stillingflate's Origines Sacrae, 1662, John Woodward's Essay Towards a Natural History of the Earth, 1695, and Samuel Shuckford's Sacred and Profane History, 1728, all had Epicurus and Lucretius, and after them Hobbes, as their principal adversaries. The religious struggle against what is now called geological time thus had, as its classical adversaries, the Epicurean materialists. 88. The heretical nature of Epicureanism meant that the influence of Epicurus on the great Italian philosopher Giambattista Vico, 1668–1744, including his magnum opus, Scienza Nuova, the New Science, remained to a considerable extent hidden. Vico derived many of his ideas from Lucretius, particularly in relation to the developmental notions of human culture to be found in Lucretius' great poem. Nevertheless, this had to remain hidden, since the Inquisition in Naples had led to the imprisonment of some of Vico's friends on charges which included the mere mention of Epicurus or Lucretius. The religious view that had consigned Epicurus and his followers to the sixth circle of hell in Dante's Inferno, where they were to be found in countless half-opened burning tombs, still prevailed. Vico himself was attacked for having adopted Lucretian ideas on the feral origins of human beings. As a result, Vico, as modern scholarship has conclusively demonstrated, adopted a posture of the feigned repudiation of Lucretius, while building on and refashioning Lucretian ideas. 89. In the 18th century, Epicureanism continued to play a major part in the development of materialist ideas both in England and on the continent. The development of science only seemed to offer confirmation of Epicurean materialism. 90 In his Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, 1748, the great Scottish philosopher David Hume, 1711–1776, devoted a section of his work to an imaginary speech of defiance by Epicurus, who in this fictional account was supposed to have been put on trial in Athens for denying divine existence and undermining morality. Through the arguments of the ancient materialist Epicurus, Hume thus presented some of his own self-justification in response to those who had leveled similar charges against him. 91 In his last months, Hume cheered himself in the face of his approaching death by rereading Lucretius and Lucian. In France, Voltaire considered Lucretius de Rerum Natura so important that he kept 6 different editions and translations on his shelves. 92 Lucretius, he wrote, is admirable in his exordiums, in his descriptions, in his ethics, in everything he says against superstition. The impact of Lucretius on Voltaire can be better understood when one recognizes that the very idea of enlightenment, as it was understood in the 18th century, as Gay has argued, was to a large extent inspired by Lucretius. For when Lucretius spoke of dispelling night, lifting shadows, or clarifying ideas, he meant the conquest of religion by science. 93 Voltaire, however, was too much of a deist and a Newtonian to accept thoroughgoing materialism, given its atheistic implications, and hence, beginning in the 1740s, when he first came under the influence of Newton, he issued a series of sharp attacks against materialists such as Buffon and Holbach. 94. The work of French materialists such as La Mettrie, Helvetius, Holbach, and Diderot was seen as emanating to a considerable extent from Epicurean materialism. Epicurean atomism, ethics, discussions of animate nature, criticisms of religion, and treatments of mortality were evident throughout their work. At the end of his life, La Mettrie authored a series of materialist musings on Lucretius entitled The System of Epicurus, 1750. Holbach's System of Nature, 1770, was written in a Lucretian vein, and was condemned by parliamentary decree to be burned in the very year of its publication. The indictment spelled out the Epicurean origin of his theories. 95. In his great contribution to scientific cosmology, universal natural history and the theory of the heavens, 1755, the young Immanuel Kant, 1724–1804, not only advanced the revolutionary view that the Earth and the entire solar system had come into being in time, but developed an argument for deep time to accompany a vision of boundless space. What interested Kant was essentially an evolutionary account of the universe. Such views were widely associated with Epicurean materialism, causing Kant to declare that, "I will not deny that the theory of Lucretius, or his predecessors, Epicurus, Leucippus, and Democritus, has much resemblance with mine. I assume, like these philosophers, that the first state of nature consisted in a universal diffusion of the primitive matter of all the bodies in space, or of the atoms of matter, as these philosophers called them. Epicurus asserted a gravity or weight which forced these elementary particles to sink or fall, and this does not seem to differ much from Newton's attraction, which I accept. He also gave them a certain deviation from the straight line in the falling movement, although he had absurd fancies regarding the causes and consequences of it. This deviation agrees in some degree with the alteration from the falling in a straight line, which we deduce from the repulsion of particles. 96. Nevertheless, Kant opposed the Epicurean attribution of all of this to mere chance, rather he pointed to certain necessary laws producing a well-ordered whole. As in Newtonian mechanical philosophy, with its counterpart in the form of natural theology, Kant attributed the existence of such laws to a universal supreme intelligence. 97 In his critique of judgment, and in particular his critique of teleological judgment, the mature Kant, author of critical philosophy, was to argue against a purely teleological view of nature, in which purposiveness or final causes were attributed to nature as an ontological reality. He thereby agreed in part with the materialist tradition stemming from Epicurus, with its strong anti-teleological orientation. Yet Kant was to argue that such teleological judgments were necessary as a heuristic, that is, interpretive, device, since science requires the a priori assumption of an intelligible, law-given, and purposeful universe. Hence, while the material world did not offer proof of God, it was necessary to examine the material world as if there were intelligence behind it. Kant thus tried to square a materialist methodology with the notion of teleological judgment as a regulative principle of knowledge. For Kant, Epicurean philosophy belonged to a group of theories in which purposiveness or intelligibility existed but was undesigned. 98 Although critical of Epicureanism for its hyperphysical orientation, Kant nonetheless grounds his analysis of the physical world in a mechanistic viewpoint, rejecting natural theology, which he calls physico-theology. That Kant leaves the door open for a mechanistic explanation, states Daniel Dahlstrom, is not surprising given the primacy he repeatedly accords to such an explanation. Only on the basis of nature's mechanism, he maintains, are we able to have any insight into the nature of things at all, and without that mechanism there can be no natural science. 99. The importance of Epicurus, for Kant, was equally apparent in his first and second critiques, the Critique of Pure Reason and the Critique of Practical Reason. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant stressed that it was Epicurus who was the dialectical counterpart to Plato within epistemology. Epicurus, he wrote, can be called the foremost philosopher of sensibility, and Plato that of the intellectual. As a philosopher of sensibility, Epicurus, Kant argued, was more consistent in accord with his sensual system, for in his inferences he never exceeded the bounds of experience, than Aristotle and Locke. In the Critique of Practical Reason, Kant emphasized this again, referring to Plato and Epicurus as representing the fundamental division within epistemology, between materialism and idealism, the sensible and the intellectual, which Kant's Critique of Pure Reason had sought to transcend by means of analysis of a priori knowledge, thus allowing for a more complete development, under the rule of practical reason, of theology and morals. 100. In his Logic, published in 1800, 4 years before his death, Kant referred to the Epicureans as the best philosophers of nature among Greek thinkers. For Kant, philosophy owed its improvement in recent times partly to the intensified study of nature. The first and greatest student of nature in modern times was Bacon of Verulam. 101. The implicit connection drawn here between Epicurus and Bacon was no doubt intended. In contrast to the great, critical admiration for Epicurus displayed by Kant, Friedrich Schelling, 1775–1854, in his romantic, pantheistic philosophy, depicted Epicurean materialism as a philosophy of lifeless mechanism, one into which the philosophy of nature needed to instill a mystical spirit. Schelling's spiritualistic response to materialism is most evident in his poem The Epicurean Confession of Faith of Hans Brittelbach, in which his fictional protagonist, Brittelbach, an irreligious, Epicurean materialist, turns abruptly, in the midst of a long confession, into a German idealist discovering behind the senses a giant spirit, which, struggling against a cruel environment, eventually triumphs through the emergence of human beings, the outcome and crown of the spirit's plan. 102. In the much more formidable philosophy of George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770–1831, and to an even greater degree in the philosophy of the radical young Hegelians with whom Marx was associated in the late 1830s and early 1840s, most notably Bruno Bauer and Carl Friedrich Koppen, Epicureanism, along with Stoicism and Scepticism, were seen as representing the development of self-consciousness in ancient Greek and Roman society. 103 Self-consciousness, in Hegelian terms, meant the principle of abstract subjective freedom, seeking self-awareness and self-satisfaction, and coming to recognize all outside of itself as thought separate from itself. Philosophical criticism thus meant the laying bare of all of those forces that stood opposed to the free development of human self-consciousness, recognizing them for what they were, the alienation of thought or mind. The highest form of such self-consciousness was the Enlightenment itself. In Hegel's History of Philosophy, Epicureanism was depicted as representing the development of abstract individuality, Stoicism, abstract universality, and Scepticism as the school that nullified the other two. Epicurus' physics, in the view of Hegel, was nothing else but the principle of modern physics. Epicurus, Hegel observed, is the inventor of empiric natural science, of empiric psychology. He physics of Epicurus were famous for the reason that they introduced more enlightened views in regard to what is physical, and banished fear of the gods. Here was to be found in ancient clothing the abstract individualism of the so-called Enlightenment. Yet, Epicurus, although representing the viewpoint of modern science for Hegel, also represented the philosophical poverty of science. Thus he wrote, not entirely consistently with all that he had said before, we can have no respect for the philosophic thoughts of Epicurus, or rather he has no thoughts for us to respect. 104 This same view of Epicureanism was later carried forward by the young Hegelians, who contended that Epicureanism, in particular, had prefigured the European Enlightenment of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, which they also saw as constituting a period of growing self-consciousness, abstract individuality, and rejection of divine power in relation to nature. 105. For Hegel and the young Hegelians, Frederick the Great, 1712 to 1786, King of Prussia from 1740 to 1786 and the patron of Voltaire and La Mettrie, was known as materialism wearing a crown, that is, a modern adherent of Epicureanism, in the words of Heinrich Heine. In 1840 Marx's friend Koppen, who was 10 years Marx's senior, published a book entitled Frederick the Great and His Opponents. In contrast to German romantics like Friedrich Schlegel, who had attacked the crude materialism of Epicurus, and who had deplored the fact that in modern times the teaching of Epicurus, augmented and supplemented by modern discoveries in the natural sciences, had grown to be the dominant philosophy of the latter half of the 18th century, especially in France. Koppen, who later indicated that all of his thinking in this period derived from Marx, saw the connection between Greek atomism and the Enlightenment as a virtue. All the figures of the Enlightenment are indeed related to the Epicureans in many respects, just as from the opposite point of view the Epicureans have shown themselves chiefly to be the Enlightenment figures of antiquity. Significantly, Koppen dedicated his book to his friend Karl Marx. 106. Marx and Epicurus. In the preface to his doctoral thesis, which was submitted in 1841, and accepted shortly after, Marx referred favorably to Koppen's Frederick the Great. But Marx chose in his thesis to look back at Epicurus' philosophy itself in order to throw light on the way in which Epicurean philosophy had prefigured the rise of the materialism, humanism, and abstract individualism of the European Enlightenment of the 17th and 18th centuries. For Marx, Epicurus was the greatest representative of the Greek Enlightenment, and he deserves the praise of Lucretius. 107. Lucretius, in his eulogy to Epicurus, in De Rerum Natura, had referred to him as the bringer of reason or enlightenment, understood as an inner mental light, more able than sunbeams themselves to dispel the shadows of superstition. 108. Not only did the Epicureans, Stoics, and Sceptics offer the clue to the whole development of Greek philosophy, but also Epicureanism in particular, his argument implied, was the key to the European present. 109. Marx, who had studied Bacon's Of the Dignity and Advancement of Learning, 1623, even before he turned to the systematic study of Hegel, was well aware of Bacon's criticism of Epicurus for accommodating and subjecting his natural to his moral philosophy, but Marx was to turn this disposition on Epicurus' part into a strength, when compared to Democritus' philosophy. 110. Moreover, Marx was undoubtedly influenced by Bacon's attack on reasoning by final causes in the manner of natural theology, and by Bacon's argument that the natural philosophy of the ancient materialists Democritus, Epicurus, and Lucretius was superior to that of Plato and Aristotle, precisely because of their refusal to argue from final causes and their removal of God and mind from the structure of things. 111. Like Bacon in the Wisdom of the Ancients, Marx coupled the image of Prometheus in his dissertation with the Greek atomists, though in Marx's case it was Epicurus rather than Democritus who was to be Prometheus' ancient counterpart. At the time that Marx was studying Bacon, he was also spending a good deal of time on the work of the German natural theologian, later deist, Hermann Samuel Riemarus, 1694–1768, especially the latter's considerations on the art instincts of animals, 1760. Riemarus, most famous for his posthumous fragments, 1774–1777, also wrote an influential critique of Epicurean materialism, from the standpoint of natural theology, entitled The Principal Truths of Natural Religion Defended, 1754, which passed through 6 German editions, as well as being translated into Dutch, English, and French, by 1791. A subtitle added in the English translation of this work read, wherein the objections of Lucretius, Buffon, Maupertuis, Rousseau, La Mettrie, and other ancient and modern followers of Epicurus are considered, and their doctrines refuted. In both the considerations on the art instincts of animals and the principal truths of natural religion, Reimarus sought to demonstrate the argument from design for the existence of God, and was hence the German counterpart of Paley in the late 18th century. It was to such issues as well, associated with materialism and its conflict with natural theology, that Marx was to turn, if somewhat indirectly, in choosing the topic of his doctoral thesis. Point 112. The argument of the doctoral thesis itself pivoted on the differences in the physics of the atom, to be found in Democritus and Epicurus, differences that pointed beyond physics to epistemology. As the great Epicurean scholar Cyril Bailey, who translated Epicurus into English, was to exclaim in 1928, looking back on his Marx's work now, it is almost astonishing to see how far he got considering the materials then available. Almost as a pioneer he rejects the ancient tradition, represented glibly in the histories of his time, that Epicurus adopted the atomism of Democritus wholesale, changing it here and there for the worse. Marx, according to Bailey, was probably the first to perceive the true distinction between the Democritean and Epicurean systems, by focusing on the meaning to be attached to the Epicurean swerve. He sees rightly, that the real difference between the two thinkers lies in their underlying theory of knowledge. Democritus had simply accepted the paradox that while truth was to be found in appearance, the truth of the atom was beyond human senses and thus ultimately remote and unknowable. Epicurus' own atomism, in contrast, allowed him to delve into the nature of human sensation and existence. Point 113, as Benjamin Farrington noted in his book The Faith of Epicurus. Oddly enough, it was Karl Marx in his doctoral thesis, who first took the measure of the problem and provided the solution. Marx reversed their roles, making Epicurus appear as the deeper of the two in comparison to Democritus, inasmuch as he had labored to find room in his system both for animate and inanimate being, both for nature and society, both for the phenomena of the external world and the demands of the moral consciousness. Writing elsewhere, Farrington observed, while Plato warred against the scientific materialists, Epicurus, as Marx was to show, based his philosophy upon them, rejecting only the theory of mechanical determinism. 114. Indeed, Marx was the first to discover what modern scholarship has confirmed, that, as Farrington observed in Science and Politics in the Ancient World, 1939, Epicureanism was not a purely mechanical system, it was the specific originality of Epicurus in the domain of physics to have defended freedom of the will in man as a product of evolution. In his letter to Herodotus, Epicurus made clear that human nature was originally constrained by natural circumstances, and that later on reasoning elaborated what had been suggested by nature and made further inventions, at some epochs and times making great advances, and less again at others. Out of these changes in practical circumstances, Epicurus argued, language itself had evolved. The analysis thus pointed to human cultural evolution as representing a kind of freedom for rational organization of historical life, building on constraints first established by the material world. Thus purpose, Farrington writes, makes its appearance in the course of history. It is not a metaphysical, but an historically acquired, character of man. 115. This point was made forcefully by A.H. Armstrong in an essay in the Classical Quarterly in 1938, where he states, "We see that what Epicurus has done, and he seems to have been original in doing it, is to split the traditional conception of chance necessity so that, while remaining strictly within the bounds of his system and involving no principle of explanation which is immaterial or possessed of reason, that is, teleological, he provides himself with a framework or background of regularity and order while leaving room for an erratic, capricious principle in the world. It is tempting to recognize in this distinction a conscious attempt to provide an adequate substitute for the Platonic cosmology, on a materialistic basis. 116. Marx himself started off, in the preface to his doctoral thesis, by observing that Hegel has on the whole correctly defined the general aspects of the Epicurean, Stoic, and Sceptic philosophies, which he had viewed in terms of the development of self-consciousness, but had fallen short of a full explanation of these systems. 117. In contrast to the dominant interpretation of Epicurus within German Romantic philosophy, which saw him as a poor imitator of Democritus, who only introduced arbitrary vagaries into the system of the former, Marx argued that the philosophical system of Epicurus broke with that of the more skeptical Democritus. By positing the empirical world as the objective appearance of the world of the atom, rather than a mere subjective semblance as in Democritus, 118. Implicit in Epicurus' philosophy was the notion that knowledge both of the world of the atom, imperceptible to the senses, and of sensuous reality arose from the inner necessity of human reason embodied in abstract individuality and freedom, self-determination. In Epicurus, Marx contended, the one-sided determinism of Democritus is transcended. For Democritus, necessity is everything, but Epicurus also recognizes chance, contingency, and the possibility of freedom. 119. Marx's general argument commences with the swerve or the declination of the atom from the straight line which separated Democritus' philosophy from that of Epicurus. It was an old and entrenched prejudice, Marx observed, to identify Epicurus' modifications of Democritus in this area as only arbitrary vagaries. Rather, Epicurus' swerve, a swerve that was a slight deviation, created the realm of chance, in the sense of contingency, and hence possibility free from determinism. It made the world itself possible, as Lucretius had written, since otherwise there would be no collision of atoms and the world would never have been created. Those who objected, as in the case of Cicero, that there was no cause given for such a swerve and hence demanded absolute determinism from atomism, Marx argued, were not thereby more logical since the atom itself had no cause. Further, to argue, as some did, that one needed merely to add some degree of spirituality to the argument referring to the soul of the atom gained nothing from this but the addition of a word and the introduction of non-material principles. 120. What fascinated Marx was the fact that Epicurean philosophy swerves away from all restrictive modes of being, just as the gods in Epicurean philosophy swerve away from the world, a world of freedom and self-determination over which they hold no sway. In Epicurus the law of the atom is repulsion, the collision of elements, it no longer needs fixation in any form. Indeed, Epicurus, Marx contended, following Kant in this respect, was the first to grasp the essence of the repulsion. Hence, Lucretius is correct, Marx observes, when he maintains that the declination, the swerve, breaks the fati fidere, the bonds of fate. 121. Fundamental to Epicurus' whole philosophy, according to Marx, was that sensuousness was a temporal process. Human sensuousness is, embodied time, the existing reflection of the sensuous world in itself. Mere perception through the senses is only possible because it expresses an active relation to nature and indeed of nature to itself. In hearing, nature hears itself, in smelling it smells itself, in seeing it sees itself. But this is necessarily experienced as a passing away of things at the same time as they become available to senses, since according to Epicurus the senses are activated by external stimuli that are themselves transitory. Hence, the pure form of the world of appearance is time. It was on this basis that Marx was to argue that Epicurus was the first to grasp appearance as appearance, that is, as alienation of the essence, activating itself in its reality as such an alienation. 122. Ancient materialism is often portrayed as a view that reduces thought to passive sensations, which are themselves merely a product of forces acting from without, to Democritus' view that nothing exists but atoms and the void, as the young Sidney Hook wrote. Idealism, in contrast, is usually credited with having provided the active side to the dialectic of perception. Yet, Marx clearly saw this active side as already present in Epicurus' materialism, with its conception of sensation as related to change and passing away. Already there is an understanding of the existence of alienated self-consciousness, and of knowledge as involving both sensation and intellectual abstraction, a complex relation that Marx was to refer to in his notes on Epicurus as the dialectic of sensuous certitude. 123. Moreover, in Epicurus is found even the view that our consciousness of the world, for example, our language, develops in relation to the evolution of the material conditions governing subsistence. Hence, in Epicurus, Marx contended, atomistics with all its contradictions has been carried through and completed as the natural science of self-consciousness. In perceiving the reality of the world of appearance as the alienation of the essence, Epicurus recognized the estrangement of human beings from the human world. Human beings cease to be mere products of nature or of supernatural forces, Marx observed, basing himself on Epicurus when they relate themselves not to some different existence but to other individual human beings. 124 Rather than reflecting an ordinary logic, as depicted by Hegel, Epicurus, for Marx, already provided a dialectic of self-consciousness if still largely in contemplative form. 125 Epicurus' philosophy derived much of its distinctive character, Marx stressed, from the fact that it was opposed both to the determinism of Democritus' physics and to the teleological principles of religion. Thus Epicurus wrote that it would be better to follow the myth about the gods than to be a slave to the destiny of the physicists. For the former leaves hope for mercy if we do honor to the gods, while the latter is inexorable necessity. But it is chance, which must be accepted, not God, as the multitude believe. 126 To serve philosophy, according to Epicurus, is to seek true freedom. Central to Epicurus' philosophy, in Marx's view, was his emphasis on freedom that knows no final constraints. This was evident in his statement, quoted by Seneca in his epistles, that it is wrong to live under constraint, but no man is constrained to live under constraint. Of course not. On all sides lie many short and simple paths to freedom, and let us thank God that no man can be kept in life. We may spurn the very constraints that hold us. Epicurus, you reply, uttered these words. 127 As Marx explained almost 2 decades later to Ferdinand Lassalle, Epicurus was forever turning the argument of Democritus inside out, a fact that eluded not only Cicero and Plutarch but even Hegel. In recent years the recovery of portions of Epicurus' great work on nature from the charcoal remains of the papyri found in Philodemus' library in Herculaneum has provided powerful direct confirmation of Marx's interpretation, much of which had been based on conjecture and dialectical reasoning. Thus in Book XXV of On Nature Epicurus provided a critique of the mechanistic determinism of Empedocles and Democritus. The first men to give an adequate account of causes, men generally excelling not only their predecessors but also, many times over, their successors, although in many matters they alleviated great problems, he wrote, turned a blind eye to themselves in order to blame everything on necessity and accident. Events that were done by human beings were, Epicurus insisted, the result of human freedom, not mere necessity, nor mere accident. Epicurus of course never sought to deny necessity altogether, which would mean, as he said, that everything could come from anything, but simply emphasized the possibility of freedom, breaking the bounds of such necessity. Thus, defending materialism, he nonetheless opposed any kind of strict determinism, since if the determinist were to take this view seriously, life itself would become meaningless. 128 From the very outset, Epicurus wrote in On Nature, we always have seeds directing us, some towards these, some towards those, some towards these and those, actions and thoughts and characters, in greater and smaller numbers. Consequently that which we develop characteristics of this or that kind is at first absolutely up to us. 129. Indeed, Epicurus, though a materialist, erred if at all, according to Marx, mainly on the side of abstract possibility, which exaggerated chance and free volition, as opposed to real possibility, which also recognizes necessity, and hence is bounded. In insisting that no judgment should contradict the senses, he preferred to retain a clear conception of the possible, while remaining open and non-determinate, even at the risk of making this possibility an abstract one. Epicurus' resolutely non-deterministic mode of thinking was indicated by his stance that, in Marx's words, it is rash to judge apodictically about that which can only be deduced from conjectures. 130 Epicurus was thus sometimes contemptuous of the one-sided claims of positive science and scorned simple empiricism. 131 Appended to Marx's doctoral thesis was a critique of Plutarch's polemic against the theology of Epicurus, of which only a fragment has survived. But we still have Marx's extensive notebooks on Epicurean philosophy, large parts of which are devoted to the critique of Plutarch and the defense of Epicurus from the attacks of the former, which are closely related to the fragment of the appendix that still exists. It is here that Marx, partly under the influence of Epicurus and Lucretius, provided his first great critique of religion, calling for the removal of all supernatural, teleological principles from nature. Plutarch had attacked Epicurus for removing all pleasure from the world, by removing God from the world. He also criticized Epicurus for seeking by means of natural science to remove the fear of mortality that lay behind the belief in the immortality of the soul. For Plutarch himself, such fear was an important element of faith in God. 132 Marx, in the notes to the appendix to his dissertation, which are more extensive than this fragmentary section of the text itself, countered with a quote from Holbach's System of Nature, in which Holbach, in a Lucretian vein, argues that the idea of divine powers that rule the world has always been associated with that of terror. Nothing therefore could be more dangerous than to persuade man that a being superior to nature exists, a being before whom reason must be silent and to whom man must sacrifice all to receive happiness. 133 In fear, and specifically in an inner fear that cannot be extinguished, Marx wrote, following Epicurus, man is determined as an animal, shorn of all self-determination. 134 This, for Marx, is the greatest sin of religion. It is no accident that Epicurean philosophy, which revealed all of this, was so hated by the founders of Christianity. Lucretius, Marx, and Engels, observed in the German ideology, praised Epicurus as the hero who was the first to overthrow the gods and trample religion underfoot. For this reason, among all church fathers, from Plutarch to Luther, they went on to observe, Epicurus has always had the reputation of being the atheist philosopher par excellence, and was always called a swine, for that reason too. Clement of Alexandria says that when Paul takes up arms against philosophy, he has in mind Epicurean philosophy alone. 135. Marx saw the essence of Epicurean materialism as lying in its conception of the mortality of both human beings and the universe. Lucretius had written that one who no longer is cannot suffer, or differ in any way from one who has never been born, when once this mortal life has been usurped by death the immortal. For Marx, this was the key to Epicurean materialism itself. It can be said that in the Epicurean philosophy it is death that is the immortal. The atom, the void, accident, arbitrariness, and composition are themselves death. The Epicurean emphasis on material conditions was a recognition of immortal death, of the role of accident and of antecedent conditions, which was the context in which human self-consciousness and freedom must necessarily develop. 136. In his critique of Plutarch, Marx also indicates his opposition to none other than the German idealist philosopher Friedrich Schelling, whose earlier criticisms of an objective God Marx counterposed to Schelling's current reactionary position in defending religious principles, which became the basis for the later Schelling's equally reactionary philosophy of nature. Significantly, it was the appointment of Schelling as rector at the University of Berlin that symbolized the closing off of the German universities to the young Hegelians, and that had clearly sealed the academic fate of the young Marx. 137 It is no wonder, then, that Marx's doctoral thesis, if only in its appendix, sided with Epicurus and Holbach, representing the ancient Enlightenment and the modern Enlightenment, against Plutarch and Schelling. Plutarch, Marx argued, represented the theologizing intellect to philosophy. 138 Epicurus, in contrast, had vanished God from the world. Indeed, for Epicurus, in Marx's words, no good for man lies outside himself. 139. In the preface that Marx wrote for what was intended to be the published version of his doctoral thesis, he lauds Epicurus for expelling the gods from the natural world, and rejecting all superstition. Philosophy, as long as a drop of blood shall pulse in its world-subduing and absolutely free heart, will never grow tired of answering its adversaries with the cry of Epicurus, not the man who denies the gods worshipped by the multitude, but he who affirms of the gods what the multitude believes about them, is truly impious. Here Marx deliberately echoed Bacon, who, as we have seen, had also praised the very same passage in Epicurus. 140. From the cry of Epicurus against those who would reduce nature to teleology, Marx turns to Prometheus' defiance of the gods in Aeschylus' Prometheus Bound, where Prometheus, chained to the rocks by Zeus, replies to Hermes, the messenger of the gods. Be sure of this, I would not change my state of evil fortune for your servitude. Better be the servant of this rock than to be faithful boy to Father Zeus. 141. For Marx, Epicurus represented the bringing of light or enlightenment, which was a rejection of the religious view of nature, a materialism which was also a form of naturalism and humanism. Epicurus' philosophy emphasized the sensational and empirical world, and yet recognized the role of reason in interpreting that world, and thus had no need in its interpretation of the world for the gods, who dwelt simply in the spaces between the worlds. Nevertheless, Marx adopted Hegel's framework to the extent of arguing that Epicurus has carried atomistics to its final conclusion, which is its dissolution and conscious opposition to the universal. 142. Epicurus' materialism, to the extent that it rested on mere atomism, and thus mechanism, was itself a one-sided distortion, which set it in opposition to the universal and marked its own dissolution. The greatest shortcoming of Epicurus' natural philosophy was that Epicurus knows no other nature but the mechanical. It is true that Epicurus, Marx writes with reference to Lucretius' great poem, celebrates sensation, but herein lies the strange character of Epicurus' natural philosophy, in that it proceeds from the sphere of the sensuous and yet posits as principle such an abstraction, as the atom. 143. This tension is never fully resolved, though Epicurus, as Marx himself emphasized in his doctoral thesis, rose beyond mechanistic materialism to a considerable extent. As Farrington notes, it was not the intention of Epicurus, if he could rescue the Greek world from the influence of the Academy, Plato and Aristotle, to restore the physical system of Democritus without change. The atomic system, as constituted by Leucippus and Democritus, suffered, in his eyes, from a fundamental defect. It established a doctrine of universal determinism, including man in the same chain of mechanical causation as inanimate matter. The doctrine of mechanical determinism was, in the eyes of Epicurus, a worse incubus on the human race than a belief in the myths. 144. Marx's occasional reservations about the mechanism that Epicurus to some extent carried over from Democritus did not, however, erase the real contribution of Epicurus, which pointed toward the transcendence of such a mechanism, nor that of Lucretius, whom he described as fresh, keen, poetic master of the world. 145. It was not Epicurean, or Democritean, physics, but rather Enlightenment materialism, humanism prefigured by Epicurus' ancient philosophical revolution, that was of the most lasting influence. Marx's doctoral thesis was a transitional work. It was to a considerable extent Hegelian in spirit, though much less so in substance, at a time when Marx, along with other young Hegelians such as Bruno Bauer, thought that Hegelianism was a revolutionary philosophy. The true spirit of Hegel, they believed, was to be found in its anti-religious, if not atheist, implications, and in the fact that it united the radical enlightenment with reason to be embodied in the ideal state. Because of the transcendent nature of the Hegelian doctrine, which conceived all of previous philosophy as a partial development of its own total philosophy, it was possible for Marx to identify to a considerable extent with the revolutionary self-consciousness of Epicurus and the British and French materialists, while still seeing this as one-sided, not yet unified with the principle of reason in its ideal form. Yet, in reality, the antinomy between materialism and speculative philosophy was not so easily resolved, and Marx had already moved decisively in a materialist direction, so decisively that although his ideas were speculative, or idealist, in their outer form, they were increasingly materialist in essence. Marx's critique of religion at this point took the form, perhaps in response to the Romantic reaction represented by the later Schelling, of a repudiation of the philosophy of nature of German idealism. 146 At the same time he enthusiastically embraced the broadly materialist/naturalist views, in the sense of opposition to Aristotelianism, of such thinkers as Epicurus, Lucretius, Bacon, Hume, and Holbach. 147 Marx clearly recognized that his interpretation of Epicurus was heavily dependent on the accounts of others. Much of his detailed knowledge of Epicurus, particularly in relation to Epicurus' concept of freedom, was culled from mere fragments in the works of other writers, such as Seneca and Sextus Empiricus. Nowadays, however, with considerably more of Epicurus' work available to us, Marx's interpretation has been shown to be substantially correct. Thus Marx was later to acknowledge in a letter to Ferdinand Lassalle, May 31, 1858, that in writing his doctoral thesis he was fully aware that the complete system of thought associated with abstract individuality that he had attributed to Epicurus was no more than implicit in the fragments left behind by that great thinker, but that he was convinced that it was correct nonetheless. Marx thus could not prove his interpretation to his satisfaction, nor could he easily express to others what he had gained from Epicurus, since it was based on a deep knowledge of numerous Greek and Latin texts and differed considerably from existing philosophic interpretations. Hence, he seems to have internalized Epicurean materialism, like much else, for example, Hegel's dialectic, within his own thinking, while explicitly referring back to it only on occasion. In some ways Marx's insights into the origins of materialism were easily subsumed within his later analysis, since the origin of modern science in the materialist philosophies of Epicurus and Bacon was a widely accepted proposition in his time. In fact, a closely related attempt to transcend Hegel's idealism and to reconcile philosophy with naturalism/materialism is to be found in the Russian populist Alexander Herzen's Letters on the Study of Nature, written in 1845 to 1846. Herzen too turned to the great materialists Epicurus, Lucretius, Bacon, Hume, Holbach, and eventually Feuerbach in his attempt to reconcile science and philosophy, materialism and idealism, adopting an approach that, though lacking in depth and dialectical insight, when compared with Marx, made up for this in part through the lucidity and sweep of his analysis. Epicureanism, Herzen observed, dealt the death blow to paganism, that is, to ancient religion. Epicurus had thus foreshadowed Bacon and modern science. Nor was Epicureanism devoid of dialectics. Lucretius begins a la Hegel from being and non-being as active first principles which interacted and coexisted. He portrayed not only a certain fraternal affectionate attitude for all things living, but also conjectured the existence of fossils. Herein, Herzen argued, lay the strengths of materialism, particularly in its more dialectical, ancient form. In contrast, for the modern idealist, nature is an absurdity and, the transient does not deserve his attention. 148. Marx's own contributions in this area did not cease with his doctoral thesis. Rather, the broader historical significance of Epicurus' philosophy was later taken up by Marx and Engels in The Holy Family, where they explained that in the dualistic philosophy of Descartes materialism in physics was accompanied by a metaphysics of the mind. This 17th-century view, arising out of Cartesian metaphysics, had as its natural opponent Epicurean materialism, as restored by Gassendi. French and English materialism, Marx and Engels noted, was always closely related to Democritus and Epicurus. Gassendi, the restorer of Epicureanism, together with Hobbes, thus represented the greatest enemies of Cartesian metaphysics. 149 Epicureanism had played a central role in this struggle, Marx and Engels observed in the German ideology, simply because Epicurus was the true radical enlightener of antiquity, whose influence had carried over into the Enlightenment itself. The Epicureans argued that the world must be disillusioned, and especially freed from fear of gods, for the world is my friend. Indeed, the very idea that the state rests on mutual agreement of people, on a contract social, they pointed out, is found for the first time in Epicurus. 150 Lucretius depicted the creation of a social contract among free individuals as the process that followed the slaying of the kings. Therefore the kings were killed, and in the dust. The ancient majesty of thrones and scepters proud lay overthrown. The sovereign head's great crown blood-stained beneath the rabble's trampling feet. All honor lost, bewailed its high estate. 151. The incendiary implications of Epicurean materialism, despite Epicurus' own request that his followers remove themselves from Hellenistic public life, were thus fairly obvious in the European climate of the 17th and 18th centuries, as they had been to ancient commentators. Plutarch had complained that the Epicureans wished to abolish laws and governments. 152. In fact, it was precisely because Epicurean materialism was more than mere atomism, more even than the rejection of the gods as forces in the material world, but also represented, from a more positive standpoint, the self-conscious development of genuine humanism and naturalism in the life of antiquity, that its impact on the Enlightenment was so great. The materialism of the Enlightenment was not confined simply to France, as Marx and Engels stressed in The Holy Family, but was in fact the natural-born son of Great Britain in the years leading up to and immediately following the English Revolution. The real progenitor of English materialism and all modern experimental science, they wrote, is Bacon. Nevertheless, in Bacon, its first creator, materialism pullulates with inconsistencies imported from theology. It was Hobbes who systematizes Baconian materialism. But it was Locke in his essay concerning human understanding who supplied the proof for Bacon's fundamental principle, the origin of all human knowledge and ideas from the world of sensation. And scientists like Hartley and Priestley attacked the theological bars that still hemmed in Locke's sensationalism. The significance of Locke, for Marx and Engels in 1845, was that he founded the philosophy of common sense, i.e., he said indirectly that there cannot be any philosophy at variance with the healthy human senses and reason based on them. 153. It was left to thinkers like Helvetius and Holbach in France, however, to carry materialism into the social realm. And this eventually led, by means of historical struggle, to the rise of the more radical materialism of communism and socialism. If man draws all his knowledge, perception, etc., from the world of the senses and the experiences gained in it, then what has to be done is to arrange the empirical world in such a way that man experiences and becomes accustomed to what is truly human in it. If correctly understood, interest is the principle of all morality. Man's private interest must be made to coincide with the interest of humanity. 154. By the time Marx finished his doctoral thesis, he had arrived at a position that was materialist in orientation, though distinguished from that of the French materialists of the 18th century by its non-mechanist, non-determinist character, based as it was on a different interpretation of Epicurus. Nevertheless, his viewpoint was still tinged, as he was to recall afterwards, by the philosophy of German idealism. 155. His encounter with Epicurus and the British and French materialists had brought him face to face with what Engels was later to call the materialist conception of nature. Yet, Marx was wary of any tendency toward vulgar or mechanical materialism that ignored the practical role of rationality. 156. Inspired by Epicurus and Bacon, he had embraced an anti-teleological view as the core of materialism. Just as Darwin had in the 1840s, Marx focused his whole critical attention on Bacon's barren virgin's remark. Bacon of Verulam, he wrote in 1842, said that theological physics was a virgin dedicated to God and barren. He emancipated physics from theology and it became fertile. 157. We can understand Marx's philosophical development better by recognizing that it was in some ways analogous to, and seems indeed to have been influenced by, that of Kant, who, as we have seen, presented Epicurus as the foremost philosopher of sensibility, and Plato that of the intellectual, an antinomy that was the starting point for Kant's own critical, transcendental philosophy. Kant also, as we have noted, depicted Bacon as the foremost modern student of nature. For Marx, Epicurus remained the foremost philosopher of sensibility, who had discovered the alienation of human beings from the world, and the necessity of science, enlightenment, based on a materialist conception of nature, to counter this. Hegel replaced Plato in Marx's conception, however, as the greatest philosopher of the intellect, who, as we shall see in Marx's critique of Hegel below, discovered the alienation of labor in history, although abstractly, in the form of intellectual labor. It was through a critical transcendence of these views that Marx's own practical materialism, which nevertheless retained a realist ontology, that is, a materialist conception of nature, as its foundation, emerged as a dialectical transcendence in the Hegelian sense. Feuerbach, as explained in the next chapter, was to carry out a similar critique of Hegel, inspired by Bacon and Gassendi rather than Epicurus directly, and did so in the form of an explicitly humanist and materialist standpoint. But like Epicurus, Feuerbach's materialism was mainly of the contemplative variety. For Marx the goal was to make it practical. More than a half a century after Marx authored his doctoral thesis, in 1893, Alexei Mikhailovich Vodin, 1870–1939, a Russian man of letters who took part in Social Democratic Party activities in the 1890s, visited London and had a series of conversations with Engels. In the last of these conversations, Vodin recalled, "Engels asked me whether I was interested in the history of Greek philosophy and then offered to expound for me Marx's first philosophical work. He gave me an account of Marx's doctor's thesis, with many details but, without the help of the manuscript, quoting by heart not only Lucretius and Cicero but a great number of Greek texts, from Diogenes Laertius, Sextus Empiricus, and Clement." Engels went on to explain that the criticism of Epicurus, leveled by Cicero and others, that his theory denied any attempt to account for causality was in fact wrong, and that Epicurus' work represented a dialectically self-conscious call to investigate the causal connections from various sides, provided that they were not in contradiction to the basic thesis 158, as Vodin further recalled. When I asked whether Marx was ever a Hegelian in the strict sense of the word, Engels answered that the very thesis on the differences between Democritus and Epicurus allows us to state that at the very beginning of his literary career, Marx, who had completely mastered Hegel's dialectical method and had not yet been obliged by the course of his studies to replace it by the materialist dialectical method, showed perfect independence of Hegel in the application of Hegel's own dialectics, and that in the very sphere in which Hegel was strongest, the history of thought, Hegel gives not a reconstruction of the immanent dialectics of the Epicurean system, but a series of scornful opinions of that system. Marx, on the other hand, gave a reconstruction of the immanent dialectics of Epicureanism, not idealizing it, but bringing out the poverty of its content compared with Aristotle. He mentioned that Marx had intended to continue the study of the history of Greek philosophy and had even subsequently spoken to him on the matter. In doing so he had not displayed any one-sided preference for the materialist systems, but had dwelt particularly on the dialectics in Plato and Aristotle. 159. Vodin's reminiscences of his conversations with Engels did not appear until 1927, when they were first published in Russian, and seem to have been overlooked by all of those who have commented on Marx's doctoral thesis. At the time Engels had asked Vodin to inquire and report back to him on whether any interpretation of Epicurus resembling Marx's existed in the current literature on the subject, though there is no record that Vodin complied with this request. Vodin burned Engels's letters to him in haste in 1893 in Paris when he was warned of an impending search for documents showing revolutionary connections only minutes before the actual arrival of the police. 160. The fact that Marx's interpretation was eventually to be recognized by 20th-century Epicurean scholars like Cyril Bailey as the first true understanding of Epicurus' system would doubtless have interested Engels greatly. All of this suggests that Engels himself had a very different view from what has become the standard interpretation of Marx's development. Not only did Marx demonstrate an independence from Hegel in his very first literary work, he did so on the basis of an encounter with ancient materialism, which was to have a lasting influence on his thinking. Finally, Engels's remarks suggest that Marx's dissertation was neither Hegelian nor fully materialist, but a transitional work, in which Marx was already considering the issue of materialist dialectics, but had not yet replaced Hegel's dialectical method with a materialist dialectical method. In 1842, not long after Marx completed his doctoral thesis, Darwin in England finished struggling over his metaphysical notebooks, the M&N notebooks, and ventured to draft in pencil the first, short version of his theory of transmutation of species. It was in this very same year that Marx, having finished his thesis on Epicurus, began his systematic encounter with the philosophy of Ludwig Feuerbach, English political economy, and French socialism. The political economic realities of Germany, France, and England, which were increasingly forced on his attention, were in the next few years to push Marx much more decidedly in the materialist direction, and to generate the more profound synthesis of historical materialism. Chapter 2. The Really Earthly Question. Marx's doctoral thesis was accepted in April 1841, but his hopes of pursuing an academic career were soon disappointed when the Prussian authorities began to crack down on the radical young Hegelians. In March 1842, Marx's close associate Bruno Bauer was deprived of his teaching post for spreading unorthodox doctrines. Forced to give up on an academic career, Marx turned to journalism and in October 1842 assumed the position of editor of a major Rhineland paper, the Rheinische-Zeitung, which represented the rising middle class of Cologne, but which was then dominated editorially by the young Hegelians. His article Debates on the Law on Thefts of Wood, written after becoming editor, marked an intellectual turning point in his life. This, he insisted, was the really earthly question in all its life-size one. For the very first time Marx took up the cause of the poor, and he did so with all the fervor that was to characterize his subsequent work. He was later to recall this as the moment when he first realized his embarrassing lack of knowledge of political economy and the need to direct his studies at economic matters. Point 2. In taking up the issue of the theft of wood, Marx was not addressing a minor issue. 5/6 of all prosecutions in Prussia during this period had to do with wood, and in the Rhineland the proportion was even higher. Point 3. What was at issue was the dissolution of the final rights of the peasants in relation to what had been the common land rights that had existed from time immemorial, but which were being eliminated by the growth of industrialization and the system of private property. Traditionally the people had had the right to collect dead wood, wood from dead trees or that had fallen in the forest, which enabled them to heat their homes and cook their food. Landowners, however, increasingly denied the ordinary people the right to dead wood along with everything else in the forest. Theft of wood, along with poaching and trespassing, were treated with the utmost severity. Marx addressed this subject through a searching examination of the debates taking place in the Rheinische Diet, the provincial assembly of the Rhineland, on the theft of wood. These were primarily about whether the large landed proprietors deserved the same protections for their forests already available to the small landed proprietors. The latter were able to guard their forests against trespassing, poaching, the cutting of live wood, and the gathering of dead wood by virtue of the fact that their holdings were small and that they themselves lived on the land. The large landed proprietors, in contrast, were dependent on the forest wardens to protect their land, but this was only possible if these actions by the poor, including the gathering of dead wood, were made into penal offenses. Nowhere were the rights of the poor themselves considered in this parliamentary debate, the task that Marx took up in his article. Point 4. Marx observed that the taking of dead wood was now included under the category of theft and prosecuted as severely as the cutting down and stealing of living timber. In this way the forest owner managed to turn into a value, a source of private wealth, that which had not previously been sold and had no market value. Even the gathering of cranberries from the forest was now being treated as theft, despite the fact that this had been a traditional activity of the children of the poor. All customary relations of the poor to the land, including what was defined as trespassing, were prohibited and seen as transgressions against the monopoly of the forest owners over the land. Wood thieves, whose only fault was to pursue the customary rights of the poor in order to maintain their families, were turned over to the forest owner under these barbaric forest regulations and obligated to do forced labor for the owner, thereby providing profits for the forest proprietor. Marx relentlessly hammered at the contradictory role of the wardens of these private forests, who, although ostensibly guardians of the forests, that is, foresters, were reduced to mere valuers and whose valuations under oath might just as well be left to the forest owners themselves, since these were the interests served. The state, by supporting such an irrational law, Marx argued, was turning the ordinary citizen, pursuing customary rights, which were in reality the anticipations of rational law, into a criminal, an enemy of wood. The poor were thus denied any relation to nature even for their survival unmediated by the institutions of private property. From this point on, throughout his life, Marx was to oppose the parcelization out of portions of the globe to the owners of private property. 5. All of his arguments on rational law and customary rights, however, Marx was eventually to conclude, had failed to uncover the reasons for this inexorable process of expropriation on behalf of the forest owners. The answers lay rather in political economy, the study of which he was to take up with unrivaled fervor when, as a result of growing government repression and lack of support from the shareholders, he decided there was no other recourse but to resign as editor of the Rheinischen in March 1843, after 5 stormy months as editor. Feuerbach. Before Marx took up the study of political economy in earnest, however, a more decisive philosophical break with the Hegelian system, which had treated the development of history as a reflection of the development of mind, was necessary. For Marx, this took place largely through his response to the critique of the Hegelian system introduced by Ludwig Feuerbach, 1804–1872. A central figure among the young Hegelians, Feuerbach had turned back as early as 1833 in his History of Modern Philosophy from Bacon to Spinoza to a consideration of materialism as a means of combating positive religion. In this work he exhibited a critical affinity for the philosophy of Bacon, whom he was to describe as the true father of science, and to whom he attributed a qualitative, as opposed to quantitative or mechanistic, materialism. Bacon, Feuerbach wrote, was the first to recognize the originality of nature, to recognize that nature cannot be conceived in derivation from mathematical or logical or theological presuppositions or anticipations, but can and ought to be conceived and explained only out of itself. In this respect, Bacon's philosophy of nature, and science, Feuerbach argued, was far superior to that of Descartes. Bacon takes nature as it is, defines it positively, whereas Descartes defines it only negatively, as the counterpart of spirit. Bacon's object is actual nature, Descartes, only an abstract, mathematical, artificial nature. 6. Feuerbach gained increasing fame as a result of the publication in 1841 of The Essence of Christianity, in which he argued that the idea of God was simply an inversion of real, genuine human sensibility, that humanity had created God in its own image. Although the chief impact of Feuerbach on Marx has usually been attributed to this work, an interpretation that Engels himself advanced, there is no actual evidence that this was the case. For Marx, Feuerbach's argument in The Essence of Christianity was anything but startling, since it had already been anticipated by others among the young Hegelians, most notably David Strauss in The Life of Jesus, 1835. Already in his doctoral thesis Marx had criticized Hegel for turning all theological demonstrations of the existence of God upside down, that is, he has rejected them in order to justify them. 7. Much more important for Marx, indeed it came as a major revelation, was Feuerbach's preliminary theses on the reform of philosophy, 1842.8. The preliminary theses broke with Hegel at the weakest point in his system, the philosophy of nature. In Hegel's philosophy, nature was not something that contained within itself the means of its own self-determination, its own meaningful action, rather it was merely the estrangement that thought was compelled to undergo in abstract general form before it could return to itself fully as spirit. Nature, which had no active principle within itself, was therefore reduced in his system to a mere mechanical entity, or taxonomic realm. Feuerbach broke decisively with this conception by insisting that the material world was its own reality, a reality that included human beings and their sensuous perception of the world. For Feuerbach, Hegel had separated essence from existence, and therefore, essence in Hegel's logic is the essence of nature and man, but without essence, without nature, and without man. Life and truth are only to be found where essence is united with existence, thought with sense perception, activity with passivity, and the scholastic ponderousness of German metaphysics with the anti-scholastic, sanguine principle of French sensualism and materialism. 9. For the young Hegelians up to this point, Hegel's speculative philosophy was anti-theological in its implications. In fact, the critique of religion constituted its true purpose. This interpretation was held to despite the Lutheranism that Hegel had explicitly adopted in developing his system, and the fact that in his own time his work had been viewed as a bulwark for the faith. In the preliminary theses, and later in his Principles of the Philosophy of the Future, Feuerbach, however, took the position that speculative philosophy, rather than constituting a critique of theology, was in fact the last rational mainstay of the latter, just as once the Catholic theologians became de facto Aristotelians in order to combat Protestantism, so now the Protestant theologians must de jure become Hegelians in order to combat atheism. The abstraction of the human mind and the conception of humanity from nature which Descartes had initiated constituted for Feuerbach the origin of modern speculative philosophy. It had created a dualistic world in which essence, mind, was separated from existence, and in which the subsumption of all of existence under the development of mind was the philosophical end result. 10. For Feuerbach, the Hegelian system amounted to a denial of the world of sensuous existence, one that merely replicated, in the name of secular philosophy, rather than religious theology, the estrangement of human beings from nature that was the principal obstacle to the development of freedom. Speculative philosophy, like theology before it, had thus developed in inverted form, from the ideal to the real. OJNLY The perception of things and beings in their objective reality can make man free and devoid of all prejudices. The transition from the ideal to the real has its place only in practical philosophy. The self-consciousness that the Hegelian philosophy had gloried in was for Feuerbach merely an alienated self-consciousness, for all of its pretenses of abstract enlightenment, since abstracted from humanity, that is, from real sensuous existence. It was an abstraction without reality. In reality, man is self-consciousness and nature is the ground of man. 11. For Feuerbach, there is no other essence which man can think, dream of, imagine, feel, believe in, wish for, love and adore as the absolute, than the essence of human nature itself. Here he embraced also external nature, for as man belongs to the essence of nature, in opposition to common materialism, so nature belongs to the essence of man in opposition to subjective idealism, which is also the secret of our absolute philosophy, at least in relation to nature. Only by uniting man with nature can we conquer the supernaturalistic egoism of Christianity. 12. Feuerbach's critique was decisive, from Marx's standpoint, since it made Hegel's speculative philosophy into a rational justification for what still amounted to an essentially theological worldview, in which human self-consciousness and material existence, and the possibilities of freedom contained therein, were sacrificed on the altar of the abstract spirit. The mode of speculative philosophy must therefore be abandoned for more materialist forms of analysis. As Marx declared in 1842, "I advise you, speculative theologians and philosophers, free yourselves from the concepts and prepossessions of existing speculative philosophy, if you want to get at things differently, as they are, that is to say, if you want to arrive at the truth. There is no other road for you to truth and freedom, except that leading through the stream of fire the Feuerbach. Feuerbach is the purgatory of the present times. 13. This concern with Feuerbachian naturalism in turn reinforced Marx's growing concern with political economy, which he realized, following his article on the theft of wood, held the key to the human material appropriation of nature. Moreover, it was not simply Feuerbach's rejection of Hegel's speculative philosophy that was important to Marx, but also the sensuous character of Feuerbach's materialism, its emphasis on naturalism. Feuerbach, in rejecting Hegel, also provided as an alternative the rough outlines of a materialistic view that bridged the gap between philosophical criticism and natural science. All science, Feuerbach wrote, must be grounded in nature. A doctrine remains a hypothesis as long as it has not found its natural basis. This is true particularly of the doctrine of freedom. Only the new philosophy will succeed in naturalizing freedom, which was hitherto an anti-hypothesis, a supernatural hypothesis. This natural basis, for Feuerbach, was to be found in matter itself. Matter, he declared, is an essential object for reason. If there were no matter, reason would have no stimulus and no material for thought, and, hence, no content. One cannot give up matter without giving up reason, one cannot acknowledge matter without acknowledging reason. Materialists are rationalists. 14 For Feuerbach, the real world, the finite, did not dissolve itself in the universal spirit, but rather the finite, in true Epicurean form, became the infinite. Marx responded enthusiastically to this construction of a humanist materialism, rooted in a sensationalist epistemology. A distinctive characteristic of Epicurean materialism had been its emphasis on the truth of sensations. This aspect of Epicurus had been heavily emphasized in the French Renaissance humanist Michel de Montaigne's Apology for Raymond Sebond, 1580, and was given new life by Lockean sensationalism. 15 Hence, Feuerbach's materialism, which emphasized sensationalism in these terms, appeared to be anything but mechanical. It was related, rather, to what Marx himself in the Holy Family was later to call the branch of materialism arising out of sense experience, which began within modern philosophy in Locke, and could be traced back within ancient philosophy to Epicurus. Although Feuerbach's materialism was essentially an anthropological materialism, this emphasis on human sensibility did not negate the rest of nature. The new philosophy, he wrote in Principles of the Philosophy of the Future, makes man, together with nature, as the basis of man, the exclusive, universal, and highest object of philosophy. It makes anthropology, together with physiology, the universal science. 16. Marx wrote to the young Hegelian Arnold Ruge in 1843 that Feuerbach's aphorisms preliminary theses on the reform of philosophy seem to me incorrect in only one respect, that he refers too much to nature and too little to politics. But things will probably go as they did in the 16th century, when the nature enthusiasts were accompanied by a corresponding number of state enthusiasts. 17 Marx's first major work after resigning as editor of the Reinigungszeitung was an extensive textual critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, in which he tried to apply Feuerbach's transformative method to the political domain. The alienation of nature and humanity. Marx's critique of Hegel's philosophy of the state was, however, to remain unfinished. In the fall of 1843 Marx, recently married to Jenny von Westphalen, moved to Paris with the object of starting up a new publication, the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, the Franco-German yearbooks, to be published in Paris, free from the Prussian censor, and then sent back to Germany. The new publication was to be short-lived. Only one double issue was to appear in 1844. The journal was immediately banned in Prussia and copies seized on entry into the country. Warrants were issued for the arrest of Marx and the other principal editors. At the same time, the journal received little attention in France. It was in the more radical political climate of Paris, however, that Marx, by then engaged in a serious study of English political economy and French socialist politics, was to write his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, the first truly comprehensive outcome of his wide-ranging critical studies. This work is best known for the development of the concept of the alienation of labor. But this estrangement of the worker from 1. The object of his/her labor, 2. The labor process, 3. Human species being, that is, the transformative, creative activity that defined human beings as a given species, and, 4. Each other, which together constituted Marx's concept of the alienation of labor, was inseparable from the alienation of human beings from nature, from both their own internal nature and external nature. The universality of man, Marx wrote, manifests itself in practice in that universality which makes the whole of nature as his inorganic body, 1. As a direct means of life, and 2. As the matter, the object, and the tool of his activity. Nature is man's inorganic body, that is to say, nature insofar as it is not the human body. Man lives from nature, i.e. nature is his body, and he must maintain a continuing dialogue with it if he is not to die. To say that man's physical and mental life is linked to nature simply means that nature is linked to itself, for man is a part of nature. 18. From the economic and philosophical manuscripts on, for the rest of his life, Marx always treated nature, insofar as it entered directly into human history through production, as an extension of the human body, that is, the inorganic body of humanity. The human relation to nature, according to this conception, was mediated not only through production but also, more directly, by means of the tools themselves, a product of the human transformation of nature through production that allowed humanity to transform nature in universal ways. For Marx, the relationship was clearly an organic one, but one that physically transcended, while at the same time practically extending, the actual bodily organs of human beings, hence the reference to nature as the inorganic body of man. Human beings, according to this conception, produce their own historical relation to nature in large part by producing their means of subsistence. Nature thus takes on practical meaning for humanity as a result of life activity, the production of the means of life. Man, Marx wrote, reproduces the whole of nature. But the practical activity through which human beings accomplish this is not merely production in the narrow economic sense, hence man also produces in accordance with the laws of beauty. It follows that alienation is at one and the same time the estrangement of humanity from its own laboring activity and from its active role in the transformation of nature. Such alienation, according to Marx, estranges man from his own body, from nature as it exists outside him, from his spiritual essence, his human essence. Moreover, this is always a social estrangement. Every self-estrangement of man from himself and nature is manifested in the relationship he sets up between other men and himself and nature. 19. For Marx, it was Hegel who had first advanced the notion of the alienation of human labor. But he had done so in an idealist context, in which such alienation was conceived simply as the alienation of intellectual labor. Hence, Hegel was unable to perceive the self-alienation of human practical activity as the basis of people's estrangement not only from themselves but also from their real, sensuous existence, their relation to nature. 20. Marx's notion of the alienation of nature, which he saw arising out of human practical life, was no more abstract at its core than his notion of the alienation of labor. Both were grounded in his understanding of the political economic thrust of capitalist society. The alienation of labor was a reflection of the fact that labor, power, had become reduced virtually to the status of a commodity, governed by the laws of supply and demand. This proletarianization of labor, though, was dependent, as the classical political economists Smith, Malthus, Ricardo, and James Mill had insisted, on the transformation of the human relation to the land. It is only through labor, through agriculture, that the land exists for man, Marx wrote. But the relationship to the land was being rapidly transformed through what Adam Smith had called primitive accumulation, which included the enclosure of common lands, the rise of great estates, and the displacement of the peasantry. The domination of the earth itself, for Marx, took on a complex, dialectical meaning derived from his concept of alienation. It meant both the domination of the earth by those who monopolized land and hence the elemental powers of nature, and also the domination of the earth and of dead matter, representing the power of landlord and capitalist, over the vast majority of human beings. Thus the alienation of the earth, and hence its domination over the greater part of humanity, by being alienated in favor of a very few, was an essential element of private property and had existed in feudal landed property, which was the root of private property prior to the rise of capitalism. In feudal land ownership, he observed, we already find the domination of the earth as an alien power over man. Already the land appears as the inorganic body of its lord, who is its master and who uses it to dominate the peasantry. But it is bourgeois society which brings this domination of the earth, and through the domination of the earth the domination of humanity, to perfection, and while apparently opposing the system of landed property comes to depend upon it at a key phase in its development. Thus large-scale landed property, as in England, drives the overwhelming majority of the population into the arms of industry and reduces its own workers to total misery. 21. The role of large-scale landed property in monopolizing the land and thereby alienating the earth was analogous, according to Marx, to the domination of capital over money, understood as dead matter. The expression "money knows no master" was simply an expression of the complete domination of dead matter over men. It was the fullest expression of the fact that land, like man, had sunk to the level of a venal object. 22. The view of nature which has grown up under the regime of private property and of money, Marx wrote in 1843 in On the Jewish Question, is an actual contempt for and practical degradation of nature. In this sense Thomas Muntzer declares it intolerable that all creatures have been made into property, the fish in the water, the birds in the air, the plants on the earth, all living things must also become free. Here Marx took his inspiration from the revolutionary leader of the Great Peasant War in Germany at the beginning of the 16th century, who saw the transformation of species into so many forms of property as an attack on both humanity and nature. As Muntzer had further exclaimed, "Open your eyes. What is the evil brew from which all usury, theft, and robbery springs but the assumption of our lords and princes that all creatures are their property?" 23. For Marx, this alienation from nature, depicted by Muntzer, was expressed through the fetishism of money, which becomes the alienated essence. Money is the universal and self-constituted value of all things. It has therefore deprived the entire world, both the world of man and of nature, of its specific value. 24. It was not just in relation to agriculture and the large estates, however, that the system of private property was antagonistic to nature. Ecological degradation could also be seen in what Marx referred to in his economic and philosophical manuscripts as the universal pollution to be found in large towns. 25. In such large towns, he explained, even the need for fresh air ceases to be a need for the worker. Man reverts once more to living in a cave, but the cave is now polluted by the mephitic and pestilential breath of civilization. Moreover, the worker has no more than a precarious right to live in it, for it is for him an alien power that can be daily withdrawn and from which, should he fail to pay, he can be evicted at any time. He actually has to pay for this mortuary. A dwelling in the light, which Prometheus describes in Aeschylus as one of the great gifts through which he transformed savages into men, ceases to exist for the worker. Light, air, etc. The simple's animal cleanliness ceases to be a need for man. Dirt, this pollution and putrefaction of man, the sewage, this word is to be understood in its literal sense, of civilization, becomes an element of life for him. Universal unnatural neglect, putrefied nature, becomes an element of life for him. 26. The alienation of the workers in the large towns had thus reached the point where light, air, cleanliness, were no longer part of their existence, but rather darkness, polluted air, and raw, untreated sewage constituted their material environment. Not only creative work but the essential elements of life itself were forfeited as a result of this alienation of humanity and nature. If Feuerbach's naturalistic materialism helped bring nature and its alienation alive for Marx, this point of view only highlighted the weaknesses of Hegel's system. By contrast, where nature, viewed apart from the spirit, degenerates into the crassest materialism. The purpose of nature, Hegel had written in his philosophy of nature, is to extinguish itself, and to break through its rind of immediate and sensuous being, to consume itself like a phoenix in order to emerge from this externality rejuvenated as spirit. Hence, in Hegel's system, according to Marx, nature, and more specifically matter, is shorn of its reality in favor of human will or spirit, which alone gives it meaning. 27. At the same time, human beings were viewed by Hegel as non-objective spiritual beings. Alienation for Hegel, then, becomes an estrangement of spiritless matter from non-material spiritual beings, all of which reflects the alienation of spirit from itself. In the end, Hegel transcends this alienated dualism by sublating the objective world, realism, that is, matter or existence apart from the spirit's consciousness of its own self-mediation. Hegel's philosophy of nature is little more than a great chain of being, a view of nature as stratified in conformity with principles of logic and which, minus the self-conscious spirit, lacks any real life or development of its own. The issue of ontology, of being, is thus entirely subordinated to epistemology, that is, human knowledge and self-consciousness. This is most evident in Hegel's treatment of evolution within his philosophy of nature. For Hegel, nature is a system of stages, but these stages are demarcated by the development of the idea. Metamorphosis pertains only to the notion as such, since only its alteration is development. Hegel was thus driven by his idealist dialectic to deny the material evolution of nature, its emergence independent of human cognition. A thinking consideration, he wrote, must reject such nebulous, at bottom, sensuous ideas, as in particular the so-called origination, for example, of plants and animals from water, and then the origination of the more highly developed animal organisms from the lower, and so on. 28. This idealist attempt to subsume the real world under the absolute idea created manifest absurdities of a classical teleological variety. As Auguste Cornu has explained in his Origins of Marxian Thought, while it might be relatively easy to establish a rational concatenation and dialectical order among concepts, it is already harder to do so in history, where the contingent and the accidental play a greater part, and by the time we come to the realm of nature, this assimilation of the real to the rational can be carried out only by extremely arbitrary procedures. Hence, the weakness of Hegel's philosophy of nature stemmed directly from his attempt to reduce natural phenomena to the dialectic of concepts. Hegel sought to account for nature's failure to realize the absolute idea by arguing that nature was the externalization or alienation of the idea in a form outside itself, that it was, in a sense, the negation of the idea. Alienated from reason, nature is subject to blind chance and blind necessity, reflecting change that is mechanical, minerals, unconscious, plants, and instinctive, animals, and which, unlike human activity, does not proceed from conscious, purposive will. Still, nature as part of a real that was rational, according to Hegel, conformed to the essential form of reason, and displayed a rational order, a kind of inner purposiveness, requiring only the spirit to make it whole. But it was here that Feuerbach's critique was most devastating, since it served to highlight this outlandish philosophy of nature, leaving the emperor without any clothes. It was precisely in his inability to develop a genuine naturalism, and the makeshift fashion in which he tried to subsume external nature, conceived mechanically, under the absolute idea, that Hegel's speculative philosophy, his dialectic, failed most spectacularly. 29. In Marx's view, following Feuerbach, it is essential to posit the existence of an objective world and human beings as objective beings, that is, genuine realism and naturalism. To say that man is a corporeal, living, real, sensuous, objective being with natural powers means that he has real, sensuous objects as the objects of his being and of his vital expression, or that he can only express his life in real, sensuous objects. Hunger is a natural need, it therefore requires a nature and an object outside itself in order to satisfy and still itself. A being which does not have its nature outside itself is not a natural being and plays no part in the system of nature. 30. For Marx, who by this time was trying to lay out a consistent naturalism, humanism, and materialism, man is directly a natural being, equipped with natural powers. On the other hand, as a natural, corporeal, sensuous, objective being, he is a suffering, conditioned and limited being, like animals and plants. That is to say, the objects of his drives exist outside him as objects independent of him. Nevertheless, human beings are to be distinguished from other living species in that these objects of their drive, that is, human needs, are transformed in the process of their realization in a distinctively human way in human history, which is the true natural history of humanity. Indeed, only naturalism, Marx contends, is capable of comprehending the process of world history. 31. Drawing, in the context of his critique of Hegel, on Epicurus' materialist humanist argument, in which Epicurus had contended that death is nothing to us, Marx argued that nature, taken abstractly, for itself, and fixed in its separation from man, is nothing for man. Our ideas about nature consist merely of abstractions from natural forms. 32. Marx's naturalistic materialism was evident in his contention that sense perception, see Feuerbach, must be the basis of all science. Only when science starts out from sense perception in the dual form of sensuous consciousness and sensuous need, i.e. only when science starts out from nature, is it real science. Not only that, but history was for Marx a real part of natural history. Natural science will in time subsume the science of man, just as the science of man will subsume natural science. There will be one science. Marx's critical realism was to be found in his recognition of the objectivity of humanity and the world, that is, its ontological basis, and his recognition of natural history and human history as interconnected. The idea of one basis for life and another for science is from the very outset a lie. Natural science, he argued, has served to transform the human relation to nature in a practical way by altering industry itself, and thus has prepared the conditions for human emancipation, however much its immediate effect was to complete the process of dehumanization. 33. Feuerbach, Marx contended, was to be commended for breaking with the Hegelian system in three ways. First, for showing that Hegelian speculative philosophy, rather than superseding spiritualism, that is, theology, in the name of philosophy, had merely restored it in the end. Second, for founding true materialism and real science by making the social relation of man to man the basic principle of his theory, and, finally, for opposing Hegel's negation of the negation, which had represented the linking of uncritical positivism and equally uncritical idealism through what Hegel himself had called revelation, the creation of nature as the mind's being. 34. Having freed himself completely in this way, via Feuerbach, from Hegel's idealism, which despite his own early fascination with materialism and his consistent opposition to theological conceptions had nonetheless exerted its influence on him, Marx proceeded to reject all purely philosophical solutions to estrangement. Moreover, in Marx's perspective it was no longer possible to pretend to transcend the division between the objective and the non-objective, an issue that only arose when the relation to the world was posed theoretically rather than sensuously, and in terms of practice. Human beings were themselves objectively delimited, suffering beings, insofar as they found their objects outside of themselves and were finite. Nature could not therefore be seen anthropocentrically, or spiritually, as mind's being. But human beings were not simply circumscribed by nature, as Epicurus had pointed out, they were capable of changing their relation to it through their inventions. The solution to the alienation of human beings from nature, Marx insisted, was to be discovered only in the realm of practice, in human history. The self-alienation of human beings both from human species being and from nature, which constituted so much of human history, also found its necessary resolution, in that same human history, through the struggle to transcend this human self-alienation. Association versus political economy. It is in the economic and philosophical manuscripts that Marx first introduced his notion of association or the associated producers, an idea that he derived from his critique of landed property, and that was to play a defining role in his conception of communism for the rest of his life. The abolition of the monopoly of private property in land, Marx argued, would be realized through association, which, when applied to the land, retains the benefits of large landed property from an economic point of view and realizes for the first time the tendency inherent in the division of land, namely equality. At the same time, association restores man's intimate links to the land in a rational way, no longer mediated by serfdom, lordship, and an imbecile mystique of property. This is because the earth ceases to be an object of barter, and through free labor and free enjoyment once again becomes an authentic, personal property for man. 35. The benefits of large-scale agriculture, Marx argued, had always been associated in the apologetics of the landed interests, with large landed property itself, as if these advantages would not on the one hand attain their fullest degree of development and on the other hand become socially useful for the first time once property was abolished. 36. Communism for Marx was nothing other than the positive abolition of private property, by means of association. Such positive communism as fully developed naturalism equals humanism, and as fully developed humanism equals naturalism. It is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature, and between man and man, the true resolution of the conflict between existence and being, between freedom and necessity, between individual and species. This human essence of nature and natural essence of humanity exists only for associated, fully social, beings. Society under communism, no longer alienated by the institution of private property and the accumulation of wealth as the driving force of industry, is therefore the perfected unity in essence of man with nature, the true resurrection of nature, the realized naturalism of man and the realized humanism of nature. It is contrasted by Marx to a world of the universal prostitution of the worker and the universal pollution of the large cities, a world where dead matter in the form of money has come to dominate over human needs and self-development. The revolutionary knowledge of a world beyond capitalism, a world of the realized naturalism of man and the realized humanism of nature constituting the essence of the historical process, is not to be had directly, according to Marx, but finds both its empirical and its theoretical basis in the alienated movement of private property, or, to be more exact, of the economy. Marx's naturalistic, humanistic vision is thus at the same time one of historical transcendence, the overcoming of an alienated world. 37. Late in his life, Feuerbach, perhaps unbeknown to Marx, was to be a great admirer of the latter's Capital, which Feuerbach referred to in 1868 as Marx's great critique of political economy. He was particularly impressed by what Marx's Capital had to say about the alienation of nature. To quote Feuerbach himself, "Where people are crowded together, as, example in the English factories and workers' housing, when one may just as well call such houses pigsties, where there isn't even enough oxygen in the air to go around, one may refer here to the incontestable facts in the most interesting at the same time horrifying and rich work of K. Marx, Das Kapital. Then there is no room left for morality, and virtue is at best a monopoly of the factory owners, the capitalists." 38. Since Feuerbach never saw Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts, he was not aware, in writing this, of the extent to which Marx had already developed his critique of the universal pollution of the large towns in the 1840s, as an outgrowth of his early encounter with Feuerbach's naturalistic materialism. Although Marx in his later works was to repudiate the contemplative, ahistorical aspects of Feuerbach's philosophy, Feuerbach's naturalistic materialism continued to resonate within Marx's mature historical materialism. Further, in Feuerbach, as in Epicurus, Marx had found a critique of religion which was to become an integral part of his own developing materialist worldview. Chapter 3. Parson Naturalists. Near the end of his life, in his autobiography, Charles Darwin made a startling acknowledgement, namely that the work of William Paley, the arch-natural theologian of the 18th and 19th centuries, had been one of the most important intellectual influences governing his early thinking. At Cambridge, Darwin had been required for his BA examinations to read Paley's Evidences of Christianity, along with his Principles of Moral and Political Philosophy, which he learned practically by heart. The logical structure of the Evidences and Paley's later natural theology, he recalled, gave me as much delight as did Euclid. I did not at the time trouble myself about Paley's premises, and taking these on trust one was charmed and convinced by the long line of argumentation. 1. What makes Darwin's statement here so important is that it was Paley's natural theology which was, at the time he was developing his own theory, the most influential argument from design for the existence of God. Darwin's own intellectual development, his materialism, and the formation of his evolutionary perspective, can therefore be seen to a considerable extent as a struggle against Paley. Indeed, this is how it was presented by Darwin himself, who wrote, from his mature perspective, that the old argument of design in nature, as given by Paley, which formerly seemed to me so conclusive, fails, now that the law of natural selection has been discovered. But if it is true, as Darwin here acknowledges, that Paley's view had once seemed conclusive to him, then his own work can readily be seen as a more or less conscious struggle against an idealist, theological worldview. Indeed, Darwin scholars have frequently characterized Darwin's intellectual revolution as an attempt to transcend Paley, or at least to turn him on his head. Point 2. All of this takes on a more concrete meaning within Darwin's own biography. Here it is important to recognize that Darwin, at the urging of his father, had originally perceived himself once a career in medicine was ruled out as destined for the clergy. Point 3. This did not necessarily conflict with his naturalistic studies, since at the time it was an accepted practice for the clergy to engage in such studies, as part of the tradition of natural theology, commonly pursued by parson naturalists. It was in precisely this area that Paley's natural theology, or evidences of the existence and attributes of the deity, collected from the appearances of nature, 1802, was preeminent. Natural theology's reach at this time, it should be emphasized, extended far beyond issues of nature and theology, also encompassing the wider moral universe of the state and economy. Thus Thomas Malthus, a Protestant cleric and one of the early classical political economists most famous for his essay on population, which was to play an important role in inspiring Darwin's theory of natural selection, was part of this same tradition of parsonic naturalism, adopting an outlook in theological matters that was essentially Palean, while Paley in turn adopted Malthus's population theory in his own natural theology. For Malthus, the supreme deity had, through the gracious designs of providence, ordained that population should tend always to press on the means of subsistence. Point 4. In 1834, Malthus's follower, the Reverend Thomas Chalmers, was to attempt to merge Paley's natural theology with Malthusian political economy in the first of the Bridgewater treatises, a series of 8 treatises funded by a bequest from Francis Henry Egerton, the 8th Earl of Bridgewater, who died in 1829, and which constituted the greatest systematic attempt in the 19th century to create a natural theology that would dominate over all areas of intellectual endeavor. Hence, Darwin's great intellectual breakthrough can be viewed against the background of the natural theology that preceded it. But not only the work of Darwin. Karl Marx too was to emerge as a strong critic of the parsonic naturalism of Thomas Malthus and Thomas Chalmers, and of the entire attempt to insert teleological principles into nature, and was to celebrate Darwin principally for his triumph over the teleological view of nature. Natural theology. If the Enlightenment, and more specifically the scientific revolution of the 17th and 18th centuries, had broken down the old scholastic worldview, with its teleological perspective, rooted in the scriptures and ancient Aristotelian philosophy, it cannot be said that the Enlightenment was unambiguously anti-religious or materialist. There were at the same time powerful attempts to re-establish religion within a general Enlightenment perspective which, by reconnecting the worlds of nature, science, religion, the state, and the economy within a single teleology, also had the effect of reinforcing the established system of property and power. Thinkers like Boyle and Newton had sought to merge their atomism with a theological worldview. In Boyle's case, this led to the development of a natural theology manifest in his disquisition about the final causes of natural things, 1688. Indeed, it was the tradition of natural theology, which rose to prominence in this period in the work of John Ray and Boyle, that was to go the furthest in reconnecting nature, science, religion, the state, and the economy, so as to resurrect a teleological view compatible with, if not a feudal universe, at least the system of landed property and industry that constituted early agrarian capitalism. Natural theology was first developed by theologians in the late 16th and 17th centuries in order to establish God's existence through the study of nature, although the argument from design itself could be traced back to the Stoics in their reply to the Epicurean critique of religion as depicted by Cicero in The Nature of the Gods. Bacon's definition of the subject in his Advancement of Learning was as follows: divine philosophy or natural theology, is that knowledge or rudiment of knowledge concerning God which may be obtained by the contemplation of his creatures, which knowledge may be truly termed divine in respect of the object, and natural in respect of the light, that is, the source of enlightenment. Bacon gave little room in his philosophy for natural theology, however. Rather he warned against all arguments based on final causes or teleology and lauded the ancient materialists who had removed God and mind from the structure of things. 5. Nevertheless, hundreds of treatises in natural theology were written in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries that relied on the very teleological arguments that Bacon had warned against. One of the leading naturalists in England in the 17th century, and one of the earliest of the parson naturalists, was Reverend John Ray, 1627–1705, the author of The Wisdom of God Manifested in the Works of Creation, 1691, and one of the founders along with Boyle of the Royal Society of London, which Newton soon joined. Ordained in 1660, Ray was never able to take up his chosen calling, as a result of his refusal to sign the anti-Puritan affidavit required of the clergy under Charles II. Instead he pursued naturalistic studies, albeit always with the object of displaying God's wisdom as revealed by creation. In his attempt to describe what he called the natural system, Ray was a forerunner of Linnaeus, Paley, and even Darwin. 6. But Ray's Wisdom of God not only advanced naturalism, it was also the single most influential treatise in natural theology prior to Paley. Ray's treatise starts out with a critique of atheistic and materialist views, focusing in particular on what he called the atheistic hypothesis of Epicurus and Democritus. He argued vehemently against Epicurus' theory of the declination of the atom, as presented by Lucretius, and insisted instead that the turbulent course of atoms was incapable of composing the ordered structure of the natural world as we know it. Ray, who, along with his scientific colleagues, Robert Boyle and Isaac Newton, had been converted to a kind of atomism, did not reject the existence of atoms altogether, but rather any thoroughgoing materialism that might be thought of as arising from that. A wonder then it must needs be, Ray wrote, that there should be any man found so stupid and forsaken of reason, as to persuade himself, that this most beautiful and adorned world was or could be produced by the fortuitous concourse of atoms. Nor was Ray inclined to accept the views of Descartes, who, influenced by the ancient materialists, advanced the notion of matter and motion apart from ends, leaving to God only the act of original creation, and the establishment of a few governing laws. 7. For Ray, the design of nature was a sign of the providence of God. In the multitude of species, he estimated the total number of species in the world to be perchance more than 20,000, as well as in the organic variety of what he was to call plastic nature or the vital principle, one could discover the complexity of God's design. If God introduced subordinate principles such as a plastic nature or vegetative soul to guide the development of the natural world, this vitalism, animated spirit, was itself a sign of the active role played by divine spirituality. If the works of nature are better, more exact and perfect than the works of art, and art affects nothing without reason, neither can the works of nature be thought to be affected without reason. For Ray, this was the reason of the divine architect. In developing this argument, Ray resorted to teleology, argument from final causes, explanations as to the contrived character of nature at every point. The air was there to allow animals to breathe, vegetables and plants were endowed with a vegetative soul, the erect posture of human beings was expressly designed to support the head. For Ray, the fact that nature had been designed could be seen by drawing on the analog of a clock. Just as the clock gave evidence of its designer, so did nature of its own supreme designer. The whole image of nature Ray provided was one of immutable being based on the blueprint of God. 8. As John Green has written in The Death of Adam, the concept of nature set forth in Ray's pages was to dominate the stuff of natural history for nearly 200 years to come. Profoundly non-revolutionary in character, it was to constitute the chief obstacle to the rise of evolutionary views. 9. Archdeacon Paley's Natural Theology, which appeared a little more than a century after Ray's The Wisdom of God, was closely related in its arguments to the latter, but was written in a way that reflected the somewhat different atmosphere of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Hence, Paley's work read like a geometrical proof, and derived much of its significance from a merging of 18th-century utilitarianism with natural theology. Nevertheless, the arguments were similar to those of Ray. The same emphasis is to be found on the argument from design, through which God was manifested in the works of his creation. Where Ray had pointed to a clock, Paley made the analog of a watch and the notion of a watchmaker God the foundation of his natural theology. For Paley, it was obvious to anyone who looked that nothing so artfully contrived as a watch could possibly exist without a maker, yet nature was far more wonderful and intricate in its mechanism. So was this not true of nature as well? So far did he take the watch analogy in the opening chapter of his natural theology that he developed the fanciful image of a watch that begets other watches, a notion that is supposed to lead to nothing more than admiration of the contrivance and the consummate skill of the contriver. 10. Paley didn't stop with the watch metaphor but discussed in great detail some of the particular contrivances of nature and providence, in which he argued that design was evident. Thus he laid great emphasis on the marvels of the human eye and the geometric perfection of a beehive. Darwin, who was enormously impressed by this part of Paley's argument, found it necessary to discuss these same natural historical manifestations in order to counter the teleological view of natural theology. Perhaps the best example of the extraordinary lengths to which Paley took his argument for design is to be found in a statement that he made on the instinctive behavior behind a maternal bird sitting on her eggs. "I never see a bird in that situation," he wrote, "but I recognize an invisible hand, detaining the contented prisoner from her fields and groves." Here Paley invoked Adam Smith's invisible hand, but this hand was the hand of God. 11. Despite his detailed knowledge of biological conditions, Paley's natural theological view was a static, mechanical one, divorced from all notions of time, of natural history. Paley's watch analog referred only to the watch as a machine that constituted the centerpiece in a teleological argument on the benevolence of God. It was quite immaterial that such a watch ticked, reflecting ongoing and frequently irreversible changes in nature itself. There is no conception in his analysis of the arrow of time. It was precisely for this reason that Darwin's The Origin of Species was eventually to spell the defeat of Paley's watchmaker God vision of the universe. 12. Natural theology and political economy. Paley's 18th-century mixture of utilitarianism and natural theology, as developed in his Principles of Moral and Political Philosophy, 1785, defended existing property relations even where they seemed unnatural, arbitrary, and unfair. Such property rights, he contended, even if conferred not by natural right but by civil authority, should be treated as inviolate, not open to seizure, since they should be viewed as if arising from the appointment of heaven. The world, Paley argued, abounds with contrivances, and all contrivances which we are acquainted with are directed to beneficial purposes, proving both design and divine benevolence. Writing at a time, 4 years before the French Revolution, in which the relations of property seemed relatively stable and expediency always seemed on the side of the propertied, Paley confidently insisted that whatever is expedient is right. 13. In Paley's Principles of Moral and Political Philosophy there are signs of a patriarchal view of society, of responsibility to the poor, which was later to disappear from his natural theology. The general happiness of society, he argued at this time, was increased along with an increase in population. Although population was ultimately limited by food supply and the fertility of the earth, there was at present abundant fertile land to accommodate increases in population. "The decay of population," he wrote, "is the greatest evil that a state can suffer, and the improvement of it the object which ought, in all countries, to be aimed at, in preference to every other political purpose whatsoever." Moreover, in these years prior to the French Revolution, Paley still believed that some degree of public charity was natural. All things were once held in common among the primitive Christians, he argued, but there were reasons for the division of property among mankind necessary for the development of a large and mixed community which were ratified by God. Yet the Supreme Proprietor had only consented to such separation of property on the basis that each person would be left with sufficient provision on which to live. It was here, Paley insisted, that the natural theological grounds for public charity were to be found, the need of paupers to be free from absolute suffering from indigence and distress conformed to the will of God. 14. Yet Paley's views in this regard were to change dramatically by the time he had authored his natural theology. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the question of population became the peculiar province of parsonic naturalism, which in this way penetrated the discourse of classical political economy. In 1798 an anonymous work was published in England entitled An Essay on the Principle of Population as it Affects the Future Improvement of Society, with remarks on the speculations of Mr. Godwin, M. Condorcet and other writers. It consisted of a loosely printed, small octavo volume of 396 pages, containing around 50,000 words. This anonymous work, as its title indicated, was principally aimed at countering the ideas of such influential thinkers as William Godwin in England and the Marquis de Condorcet in France, both of whom had argued in the general spirit of the Enlightenment, and in response to the French Revolution, that unending human progress was possible. In contrast, the author of the anonymous essay advanced the dismal view that the most fundamental principle guiding human society, governing the prospects for its future improvement, was the principle of population, whereby human population, if unchecked, tended to increase at a geometrical rate, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, and so on, while food supply tended to increase only at an arithmetical rate, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Since population growth could never for long exceed the growth of food, certain natural checks to the growth of population were necessary in order to maintain an equilibrium between population and the means of subsistence. But all of these natural checks, it was emphasized, were reducible to misery or vice, and thus constituted an insurmountable barrier to the indefinite improvement of society, and to all happy schemes promulgated by Enlightenment optimists. Impressed by this treatise, Paley was to conclude his natural theology with warnings that mankind will in every country always breed up to a certain point of distress, which was part of the design imposed by the deity. Hence, population naturally treads upon the heels of improvement. Yet, such limits, if they can be spoken of at all, apply, he insisted, only to provisions for animal wants, while moral needs are capable of unlimited fulfillment. 15. The anonymous author of the Essay on Population, who had such an impact on Paley, was none other than Thomas Robert Malthus, 1766–1834. At the time that he wrote the first version of his essay, Malthus was a 32-year-old English curate. He was later to emerge as one of the leading classical political economists. Malthus had come from a well-to-do family and was educated at Cambridge University. His father, David Malthus, was both a friend of David Hume and a friend and follower of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. It was as a result of a fireside dispute with his father over the work of the English Enlightenment utopian William Godwin that Malthus had first developed the idea for his essay on population. After a few years as a country curate, Malthus was appointed in 1805 to the faculty of the East India Company's College at Haileybury, where he occupied the first British professorship in political economy, a post that he filled until his death in 1834. He was known in his lifetime not only for his essay on the principle of population, which was to go through 6 editions, but also for his Principles of Political Economy, published in 1820. Malthus's essay on population, although a work of political economy, was equally a product of Malthus's parsonic naturalism. Adopting the standpoint of natural theology, Malthus insisted that we should reason from nature up to nature's God and not presume to reason from God to nature. The Supreme Being, through the gracious designs of Providence, ordained that population should increase faster than food, a general law that he argued produced partial evil but an overbalance of good, in that it compelled further exertion in the form of human labor to obtain the means of obtaining subsistence. Even human inequality and distress could be justified on the grounds that a uniform course of prosperity was thought rather to degrade than exalt the character. Thus hardship awakened Christian virtues. Indeed, there was every reason, Malthus believed, to adapt to, rather than interfere with, the high purpose of creation as shown by the population principle. The impoverished head of household who has chosen to marry without the means of supporting a family, he insisted, should be taught to know that the laws of nature, which are the laws of God, had doomed him and his family to starve for disobeying their repeated admonitions, that he had no claim of right on society for the smallest portion of food, beyond that which his labor would fairly purchase. 16. Malthus frequently backed up such harsh admonitions with references to God. Nevertheless, he sought at all times in conformity with natural theology to demonstrate first that such principles as he had pointed to were laws of nature, which should only then be interpreted, once one had shown the natural expediency that lay behind them, as reflecting the express commands of God, the benign intent of the Creator to promote the general happiness. Malthus took his ethical philosophy at all times from the Palean view of utilitarianism, which argued that virtue lay in deriving from the materials of nature provided by the Creator the greatest happiness of the greatest number. 17. From the first, Malthus's essay thus had a very polemical intent derived from natural theology. The nature of his argument, its precise polemical purpose, shifted, however, in later editions of his work. The essay on population went through 6 editions in Malthus's lifetime: 1798, 1803, 1806, 1807, 1817, and 1826. The 1803 edition was almost 4 times as large as the first edition, while excluding large sections of the former. It also had a new title and represented a shift in argument. It was therefore in reality a new book. In the subsequent editions, after 1803, the changes in the text were relatively minor. Hence, the 1798 edition of his treatise is commonly known as the first essay on population, and the 1803 edition, together with the editions of 1806, 1807, 1817, and 1826, is known as the second essay. In order to understand Malthus's overall argument, it is necessary to see how his position changed from the first essay to the second essay. The first essay. The full title of the first essay, as we have seen, was an essay on the principle of population as it affects the future improvement of society, with remarks on the speculations of Mr. Godwin, M. Condorcet and other writers. As the title indicates, it was an attempt to intervene in a debate on the question of the future improvement of society. The specific controversy in question can be traced back to the publication in 1761 of a work entitled Various Prospects of Mankind, Nature, and Providence by Robert Wallace, an Edinburgh minister. In his earlier writings, Wallace had demonstrated that human population, if unchecked, tended to increase exponentially, doubling every few decades. In Various Prospects he went on to argue that while the creation of a perfect government, organized on an egalitarian basis, was possible, it would be at best temporary, since under these circumstances mankind would increase so prodigiously, that the earth would at last be overstocked, and become unable to support its numerous inhabitants. Eventually, there would come a time when our globe, by the most diligent culture, could not produce what was sufficient to nourish its numerous inhabitants. Wallace concluded that it would be preferable if the human vices, by reducing population pressures, should prevent the emergence of a government not compatible with the circumstances of mankind upon the earth. 18. The leading opponent of Wallace's argument was the English radical William Godwin, 1756–1836, who enunciated an Enlightenment utopian argument for a more egalitarian society in his Inquiry Concerning Political Justice and its Influence on Morals and Happiness. First published in 1793, it was followed by a second edition in 1796 and a third edition in 1798. In answer to Wallace, who had claimed that excessive population would result eventually from any perfect government, Godwin contended that human population always tended toward equilibrium with its means of subsistence, so that population will perhaps never be found, in the ordinary course of affairs, greatly to increase, beyond the facility of subsistence. For Godwin, population tended to be regulated in human society in accordance with conditions of wealth and wages. It is impossible where the price of labor is greatly reduced, and an added population threatens a still further reduction, that men should not be considerably under the influence of fear, respecting an early marriage, and a numerous family. He went on to observe that there were various methods, by the practice of which population may be checked, by the exposing of children, as among the ancients, and, at this day, in China, by the art of procuring abortion, as it is said to subsist in the island of Ceylon, or, lastly, by a systematical abstinence such as must be supposed, in some degree, to prevail in monasteries of either sex. But even without such extreme practices and institutions, the encouragement or discouragement that arises from the general state of a community, Godwin insisted, will probably be found to be all-powerful in its operation. 19. If, however, it were not the case, as Godwin firmly believed, that population growth tends to be regulated by, and always remains in equilibrium with, the means of subsistence, the problems raised by Wallace only existed at a great distance, since 3/4 of the habitable globe are now uncultivated. Moreover, the improvements to be made in cultivation, and the augmentations the earth is capable of receiving in the article of productiveness, cannot, as yet, be reduced to any limits of calculation. The very globe that we inhabit, and the solar system, may, for anything we know, be subject to decay. For Godwin, it was most rational under these circumstances to do what was possible to improve the conditions of human society and to promote equality and justice, with the hope that remedies, some of which could not even be conceived of at present, would be available in time for their practical application to meet such distant eventualities as the overstocking of the earth with human inhabitants or any other imaginable apocalyptic prospects, such as the decay of the globe. 20. A similar position was taken by the Marquis de Condorcet, 1743–1794, in his great work, first published in 1794, entitled Sketch for a Historical Picture of the Progress of the Human Mind. Might there not, come a moment, Condorcet asked in his contemplation of the future of humankind, when the number of people in the world finally exceeding the means of subsistence, there will in consequence ensue a continual diminution of happiness and population, a true retrogression, or at best an oscillation between good and bad. In societies that have reached this stage, will not this oscillation be a perennial source of more or less periodic disaster? Will it not show that a point has been attained beyond which all further improvement is impossible? 21. Condorcet's answer to this question was that it is impossible to pronounce about the likelihood of an event that will occur only when the human species will have necessarily acquired a degree of knowledge of which we can have no inkling. The progress of reason will have kept pace, it was to be hoped, with that of the sciences, and hence if the limit to the means of subsistence of the earth should one day arrive, nothing follows from it that is in the least alarming as far as either the happiness of the human race or its indefinite perfectibility is concerned. As human beings come to know that they have a duty towards those who are not yet born, they will regulate human population accordingly rather than foolishly to encumber the world with useless and wretched beings. 22. Malthus's 1798 essay was devoted to countering these arguments advanced by Godwin and Condorcet, and to demonstrating that the population principle stood in the way of the very realization of a more egalitarian society. In doing so he took a much more extreme stance than the one earlier made famous by Wallace. Although the former had merely argued that population growth must eventually be checked by the limits of the earth as a whole, Malthus insisted that checks to population were always necessary, taking the form of a strong and constantly operating check, since the population principle was about not the ultimate limits of the earth, but the more immediate limits of subsistence, food. 23. Like Godwin, Malthus argued that there was a tendency toward equilibrium between population and the means of subsistence. Nevertheless, he argued that population tended naturally, when unchecked, to increase at a geometrical rate, while food supply increased at best at an arithmetical rate. Under these circumstances, attention needed to be given to the actual checks that ensured that population stayed in equilibrium, apart from minor fluctuations, with the limited means of subsistence. These checks, Malthus argued, were all associated with vice and misery, taking such forms as promiscuity before marriage, which limited fecundity, a common assumption in Malthus's time, sickness, plagues, and ultimately, if all other checks fell short, the dreaded scourge of famine. Since such vice and misery were necessary at all times to keep population in line with subsistence, any future improvement of society, as envisioned by thinkers like Godwin and Condorcet, he contended, was impossible. The principal argument of this essay Malthus wrote in a passage that was later to be underscored by Marx in his excerpts from Malthus's work only goes to prove the necessity of a class of proprietors, and a class of laborers. 24. Malthus himself did not use the term overpopulation in advancing his argument, though it was used from the outset by his critics. 25 Natural checks on population were so effective, in Malthus's late 18th century perspective, that overpopulation in the sense of the eventual overstocking of the globe with human inhabitants was not the thing to be feared. The problem of an overcharged population existed not at a great distance, as Godwin had said, but rather was always operative even at a time when most of the earth was uncultivated. 26 In response to Condorcet, Malthus wrote, Condorcet thinks that at the arrival of a period when the world's population has reached the limits of subsistence cannot possibly be applicable but at an era extremely distant. If the proportion between the natural increase of population and food which I have given be in any degree near the truth, it will appear, on the contrary, that the period when the number of men surpass their means of subsistence in later editions this was changed to easy means of subsistence has long since arrived, and that this necessary oscillation, this constantly subsisting cause of periodical misery, has existed ever since we have had any histories of mankind, does exist at present, and will forever continue to exist, unless some decided change take place in the physical constitution of our nature. 27. In the 1803 edition of his work on population he added, other persons besides Mr. Godwin have imagined that I look to certain periods in the future when population would exceed the means of subsistence in a much greater degree than at present, and that the evils arising from the principle of population were rather in contemplation than in existence, but this is a total misconception of the argument. 28. Rather than basing his argument on the notion that population growth and production would overwhelm the carrying capacity of the earth, Malthus actually insisted that no limits whatever are placed to the productions of the earth, they may increase forever and be greater than any assignable quantity. 29 In his analysis, it was not the problem of carrying capacity as such that was the issue, as later interpretations of his doctrine mistakenly contended, but merely the natural rate of growth of population relative to the natural rate of growth of subsistence. And since the former, despite its overcharged character, was ultimately forced to conform to the latter, this could only point to the lawful necessity of the various natural checks on human population associated with misery and vice. Relatively low or stagnant population growth was taken by Malthus as a sign of population pressing on the means of subsistence, while high population growth was a sign that a country was underpopulated. In examining the principal states of modern Europe, he wrote, we shall find that though they have increased very considerably in population since they were nations of shepherds, yet that at present their progress is but slow, and instead of doubling their numbers every 25 years they require 300 or 400 years, or more, for that purpose. 30 Nothing else, in Malthus's terms, so clearly demonstrated the reality of a population that had reached the limits of subsistence. Malthus agreed with the prevailing view, voiced by Godwin, Condorcet, and others, that population had always remained basically in equilibrium with the means of subsistence. Yet, what these previous thinkers had failed to recognize, he argued, was, 1. The disproportion that constantly existed between an overcharged population which naturally increased, if unchecked, at a geometrical rate, doubling as frequently as every 25 years, and the more limited growth in the means of subsistence, which increased only at an arithmetical rate, at best, and, 2. The mechanism by which an equilibrium between population growth and the growth of the means of subsistence must be achieved under these circumstances the existence of vice and misery as necessary checks on the rate of population growth. But it was precisely with respect to the logical coherence of these 2 points, on which Malthus's distinct contribution rested, that he ran into trouble. There never was any question about the possibility of human population increasing at a geometrical rate. That point had been empirically established before Malthus wrote his essay. Malthus's original contribution with regard to the rates with which population and food could be expected to increase was thus entirely confined to his contention that the supply of food could only increase at an arithmetical rate. But the basis for this contention was extremely flimsy from the start. Malthus simply argued that population in North America had doubled in 25 years and that food supply could not be expected to increase at anything like this rate. But it was a fallacy to deduce from this, as he appeared to do, the notion that food could not increase at more than an arithmetical rate. As Edwin Cannon pointed out, even if the increase in food supply were such that it doubled only once in every 50,000 years, it could still be said to be increasing by geometric progression. By saying that the means of subsistence could only increase at an arithmetical rate, Malthus was in fact saying that the periodic additions to average annual agricultural product could never possibly be increased. 31. In effect, Malthus's argument involved a sleight of hand. After introducing his axiom on the means of subsistence by assuming for the sake of argument that food could only increase by a fixed amount, a proposition that appeared more reasonable since he set the maximum level of this fixed amount as equal to the entire amount of food currently produced, he then treated this as a settled conclusion without any further evidence. It thus became the basis for an insurmountable contradiction between an exponential rate of population increase, if unchecked, and a food supply which could never be expected to increase at an exponential rate. Needless to say, Malthus's own empirical data did not support this axiom. Thus, in analyzing the rapid growth of population in North America, which had increased geometrically, he was forced to point to numbers that indicated that food supply had increased geometrically too. Faced with this obvious contradiction, he could merely contend, utilizing the metaphor of a reservoir, that the inhabitants were drawing down a fixed resource and that eventually these reserves would be exhausted and population increase would have to conform to the actual increase in food supply. But to admit this was to take a position that was closer to that of Wallace and Godwin, who had argued that the limits would not be fully in effect until the entire earth was under cultivation, rather than the position that Malthus himself had set out to establish. 32. In short, Malthus had no evidence to support what Marx was to call his one original idea in his theory of population, the arithmetical ratio. He merely espoused it on the authoritative basis that it conformed to what, he claimed, any knowledgeable observer of the state of agriculture would be forced to admit, a view that was immediately criticized by the Scottish political economist, agronomist, and practicing farmer James Anderson, one of the leading authorities on agriculture of the age. Indeed, if there was a basis at all for Malthus's arithmetical ratio, it could be found in his pre-Darwinian understanding of the natural world, as represented in his time by the work of thinkers like Carolus Linnaeus and William Paley, which assumed that there was only limited room for improvement in plant and animal species. 33. Later on, it is true, it became common to see the so-called law of diminishing returns from land of classical economics as the basis for Malthus's arithmetical ratio. But that theory outside the work of James Anderson, one of Malthus's most formidable opponents, did not exist even in nascent form before the end of the Napoleonic Wars and does not appear, except in vague suggestions in relation to Anderson's views, in any of the 6 editions of Malthus's essay. It therefore cannot be seen as the foundation of Malthus's argument. As the great conservative economist and historian of economic thought Joseph Schumpeter was to remark, the law of diminishing returns from land was entirely absent from Malthus's essay 34. It was only in Malthus's final work on population, published near the end of his life in 1830, known as A Summary View of the Principle of Population, that this contradiction is removed in part and the analysis comes to be rooted in the presumed diminishing returns to the land. But here Malthus goes overboard, arguing that once all of the best land is cultivated, the rate of the increase of food would certainly have a greater resemblance to a decreasing geometrical ratio than an increasing one. The yearly increment of food would, at any rate, have a constant tendency to diminish, and the amount of increase of each successive 10 years would probably be less than that of the preceding. 35. Here it is important to understand that Malthus's essay on population appeared some 4 decades before the emergence of modern soil science in the work of Justus von Liebig and others. Hence, along with his great contemporary David Ricardo, Malthus saw the fertility of the soil as subject to only very limited improvement. Nor was soil degradation an issue, as Marx, following Liebig, was later to argue. For Malthus, the properties of the soil were not subject to historical change, but were simply gifts of nature to man and, as Ricardo said, indestructible. Nor were natural limits to be found in the area of raw materials. Rather, Malthus argued that raw materials, in contrast to food, are in great plenty and a demand will not fail to create them in as great a quantity as they are wanted. 36. The fact that Malthus offered no basis for his arithmetical ratio, as well as the admission that he was forced to make in the course of his argument that there were occasions in which food had increased geometrically to match a geometric rise in population, as in North America, thereby falsifying his own thesis, did not pass by Malthus's contemporary critics, who were unsparing in their denunciations of his doctrine. In the second essay, 1806 edition, Malthus therefore resorted to sheer bombast in place of argument. As he put it, "It has been said that I have written a quarto volume to prove that population increases in a geometrical, and food in an arithmetical ratio, but this is not quite true. The first of these propositions I considered as proved the moment the American increase was related, and the second proposition as soon as it was enunciated." As one of his contemporary critics responded, "These phrases, if they mean anything, must mean that the geometrical ratio was admitted on very slight proofs, the arithmetical ratio was asserted on no evidence at all." 37. Equally questionable on both logical and empirical grounds was Malthus's contention that all checks upon the natural tendency toward population growth were reducible to vice or misery. Malthus had, perhaps with the intention of downplaying a logical break in his argument, used 2 different schemes for describing the checks on population. In his more neutral scheme he wrote of preventative and positive checks on population. Preventative checks generally acted by restricting births, and positive checks by increasing deaths. Under preventative checks Malthus hinted at the possibility of moral restraint, which, however, he thought applicable only to the higher classes, while under positive checks he addressed the effects of poverty and what he called the hand-to-mouth existence, which he thought applied almost exclusively to the lower classes. He went on to argue, however, that these checks were in turn reducible to his second scheme, that is, checks arising from vice and misery, the former being mainly associated with the preventative check, the latter mainly with the positive check. 38. Malthus, it should be noted, does not say what he means precisely by vice, or how this would constitute a preventative check, but he does say that restraints upon marriage are but too conspicuous in the consequent vices that are produced in almost every part of the world, vices that are continuously involving both sexes in inextricable unhappiness. Further, he mentions vicious customs with respect to women as constituting such a vice, along with the growth of great cities, luxury, and unwholesome manufactures. Later on he criticizes Condorcet for alluding either to a promiscuous concubinage, which would prevent breeding, or to something else as unnatural with respect to the adjustment of morals surrounding the intercourse of the sexes and the prevention of birth. 39. In his second essay Malthus refers to the licentious spirit of rapine with respect to wandering tribes subject to Russia as constituting a preventative check on population growth. He also points to irregular connections with women or illicit intercourse between the sexes as forms of vice associated with preventative checks on population, at the same time alluding to promiscuous intercourse to such a degree as to prevent the birth of children. 40. From all of this one may surmise that Malthus held to the characteristic 18th-century belief explicitly stated by Godwin that the promiscuous intercourse of the sexes itself constituted a preventative check on population. John Avery has remarked with regard to Condorcet that probably this belief was based on observation, since what are today considered to be minor venereal diseases would often produce sterility in Condorcet's time. 41. Vice could also generate misery, leading to increases in mortality. But vice that led to misery was to be distinguished from misery proper in that it was the consequence of vicious actions. The vices of mankind, Malthus proceeded to argue, are active and able ministers of depopulation. They are the precursors in the great army of destruction, and often finish the dreadful work themselves. But should they fail in this war of extermination, sickly seasons, epidemics, pestilence, and plague, advance in terrific array, and sweep off their thousands and 10,000s. Should success be still incomplete, gigantic inevitable famine stalks in the rear, and with one mighty blow levels the population with the food of the world. 42. More important than the mere vices among depopulating causes, for Malthus, then, was the grinding law of necessity, misery, and the fear of misery, which fell disproportionately on the poor. And if war, sickly seasons, epidemics, and the plague, all of which were encouraged by food shortages and overcrowding, failed to do the job, famine seems to be the last, the most dreadful resource of nature. 43. In his discussion of those positive checks that were generally reducible to misery, Malthus claimed that this was in effect a natural result of poverty, and that to interfere with it in any way, as in the case of the Poor Laws of England, was to court bigger disasters such as famine, and the lowering of the condition of the upper classes. All cannot share alike in the bounties of nature, he wrote. It thus appeared that from the inevitable laws of our nature some human beings must suffer from want. These are the unhappy persons who, in the great lottery of life, have drawn a blank. 44. Misery, since it was a vital check on an overcharged population, was both necessary and inevitable. All that was left was to criticize those no doubt well-intentioned but misguided individuals who failed to recognize this. The Poor Laws of England, though they may have alleviated a little the intensity of individual misfortune, have spread the general evil over a much larger surface, tending to depress the general condition of the poor. By handing out shares to the less deserving poor, Malthus argued, society thereby reduced the shares of the more deserving poor. Hence, if the Poor Laws were to be maintained, they should where possible consist of workhouses, thereby mitigating their ill effects. 45. All of those who proposed either the amelioration of the conditions of the poor or a future society characterized by more general improvement were, in Malthus's view, simply denying the inexorable necessity of vice and misery. The most that could be expected, if early marriage was encouraged, was a kind of stagnation, as in China, where a forced growth of population had taken place by dividing the land in relatively egalitarian fashion in extremely small portions, so that few absolutely starved in normal years, though this was interrupted by periodic famines, and where population growth was prevented by such unnatural methods as the exposure of infants. 46. Nevertheless, once the class issue entered in this way, and it became apparent that Malthus was distinguishing between high and low equilibrium situations, with the former including a level of luxury for the privileged, the argument lost its quality as a geometric proof. Implicit in Malthus's argument from the start was a class element, in which the situations of the rich and the poor were seen as widely divergent. Thus Malthus had virtually admitted in his argument on preventative causes that human beings in the case of the upper classes were capable of some moral restraint, a moral restraint that was frequently exercised in England through delayed marriages. This of course was amply supported by the marriage pattern of the upper classes in England. 47. To be sure, for Malthus such delayed marriages among the privileged were mainly the product of the effects of unequal and uncertain property relations, which made it virtually impossible for many gentlemen of the upper classes to marry and raise a family until they had obtained a secure living. Malthus himself at this time was still a country curate with only a meager living. Such motives to moral restraint would be less available to a society that was not built on the inequality of property. Nevertheless, it was impossible to ignore the fact that moral restraint was often apparent here. Hence, Malthus was eventually forced to concede in response to criticisms that some form of moral restraint, especially among the upper classes, was indeed possible a moral restraint that he was nevertheless to define in extremely restrictive terms as temporary or final abstinence from marriage on prudential considerations usually having to do with property, with strict chastity during the single state. For Malthus, the operation of such narrowly defined moral restraint was not very powerful. 48 Yet once this much was admitted, even in a tentative way, Malthus's argument as to the impossibility of future improvement fell to the ground. 49. The second essay. For this reason, Malthus's second essay, in which he admitted to the possibility of moral restraint, is a very different work from the first essay. Reflecting this, the title itself is changed to an essay on the principle of population, or a view of its past and present effects on human happiness, with an inquiry into our prospects respecting the future removal or mitigation of the evils which it occasions. No more is there any reference in the title to the question of the future improvement of society or to Godwin or Condorcet. The main thrust of the second essay is an attack on the English poor laws, a theme which played only a subordinate role in the first essay. According to the great Malthus scholar Patricia James, editor of the Variorum edition of Malthus's essay, it was the 1803 essay, the earliest edition of the second essay, which made the greatest impression on contemporary thought. 50 This was because of the severity of the attack on the poor to be found in that work. Although Malthus said in the preface to the second essay that he had endeavored to soften some of the harshest conclusions of the first essay, this related mainly to the introduction of the possibility of moral restraint, applicable to the upper classes. In relation to the poor, who, he believed, were incapable of such moral restraint, his essay was even harsher than before. And it is here, particularly in the 1803 edition, that the most notorious passages are to be found. Thus he wrote that, with regard to illegitimate children, after the proper notice has been given, they should on no account whatever be allowed to have any claim to parish allowance. The infant is, comparatively speaking, of no value to the society, as others will immediately supply its place. 51. In the same callous vein, Malthus wrote the following. A man who is born into a world already possessed, if he cannot get subsistence from his parents on whom he has a just demand, and if the society do not want his labor, has no claim of right to the smallest portion of food, and, in fact, has no business to be where he is. At nature's mighty feast there is no vacant cover for him. She tells him to be gone, and will quickly execute her own orders, if he do not work upon the compassion of some of her guests. If these guests get up and make room for him, other intruders immediately appear demanding the same favor. The order and harmony of the feast is disturbed, the plenty that before reigned is changed into scarcity. The guests learn too late their error, in counteracting those strict orders to all intruders, issued by the great mistress of the feast, who, wishing that all her guests should have plenty, and knowing that she could not provide for unlimited numbers, humanely refused to admit fresh comers when her table was already full. 52. This infamous passage, like the one quoted before it, was removed from later editions of the essay. But the basic idea that it reflected the claim that the poor were not entitled to the smallest portion of relief, and that any attempt to invite them to the mighty feast against the will of its mistress, who represented the nature of natural theology, would only come to grief remained the central ideological thrust of the second essay throughout its numerous editions. We cannot, in the nature of things, Malthus wrote, assist the poor, in any way, without enabling them to rear up to manhood a greater number of their children. 53. Nowhere were Malthus's narrow parsonic values more evident than in his view of women's indiscretions. Thus he sought to justify the double standard imposed on women who were driven out of society for an offense, a breach of chastity outside of marriage, especially if resulting in an illegitimate birth, which men commit nearly with impunity on the grounds that it was the most obvious and effectual method of preventing the frequent recurrence of a serious inconvenience to the community. 54. In attacking the English poor laws, Malthus argued that while limitations in the growth of food impeded the growth of population, society could exist under either low equilibrium, relatively egalitarian conditions, as in China, where population had been forced to such an extent that virtually everyone was reduced to near starvation, or it could exist under high equilibrium conditions, such as pertained in England, where the aristocracy, gentry, and middle class were able to enjoy nature's mighty feast, though only if the poor were kept away, and where checks short of universal famine, and short of such practices as exposure of infants, kept population down. His greatest fear, which he helped to instill in the oligarchy of Britain, was that as a result of excessive population growth combined with egalitarian notions, the middle classes of society would be blended with the poor. 55. The solution to the problem of the rural poor was simply to remove them from the land, to turn them into proletarians. Thus Malthus responded to the issue of hunger and destitution in Ireland by arguing in a letter to Ricardo in August 1817 that the first object should not be poor relief but rather the dispossession of the peasantry. The land in Ireland is infinitely more populous than in England, and to give full effect to the natural resources of the country, a great part of the population should be swept from the soil into large manufacturing and commercial towns. 56. Malthus died in 1834, the year of the passage of the New Poor Law, which was viewed as the triumph of Malthusianism. This legislation was aimed at ensuring that workers and the poor would look on exploitation in the workplace and even the prospect of slow starvation as in many ways preferable to seeking relief through the poor laws. Underlying it lay the idea, as Marx observed with respect to Malthus's essay in 1844, that charity itself fostered social evils. The very poverty that was formerly attributed to a deficiency of charity was now ascribed to the superabundance of charity. 57. It is no wonder, then, that the English working-class radicals generally looked on Malthusianism as their greatest enemy. Fighting on their behalf, William Cobbett had leveled the fiery accusation of Parson against Malthus in 1819, an accusation both of class domination and narrow-minded moralistic subservience to the doctrines of natural theology and the established Protestant Church. In Cobbett's own words, "I have, during my life, detested many men, but never anyone so much as you. No assemblage of words can give an appropriate designation of you, and, therefore, as being the single word which best suits the character of such a man, I call you parson, which amongst other meanings, includes that of boroughmonger tool." 58. Among the harsher implications of Malthus's argument from its inception was that since there were limits to the means of subsistence for maintaining workers in any given period, any attempt to raise wages in general would only result in a rise of prices for this limited stock of provisions. It could not procure for the workers a larger portion of the necessities of life. 59. This erroneous doctrine, which in its more sophisticated versions became known as the wages fund doctrine, was then used to argue that improvement in the general conditions of workers by such means as trade union organization was impossible. 60. Indeed, one reason for the hatred that Cobbett and working-class radicals directed against Malthus had to do with the fact that Malthus's influence was so pervasive that it was not simply confined to middle-class reformers like John Stuart Mill, but extended into the ranks of working-class thinkers and activists such as Francis Place. For Place, who adopted the Malthusian wages fund theory, birth control became a kind of substitute for class organization, though this was conceived by Place as being not in the interests of capital, but, in his misguided way, in the interests of the working class. The Malthusian ideology thus served from the first to disorganize the working class opposition to capital. 61. It was because of this ideological service for the prevailing interests that, as Joseph Schumpeter said, the teaching of Malthus' essay became firmly entrenched in the system of economic orthodoxy of the time, in spite of the fact that it should have been, and in a sense was, recognized as fundamentally untenable or worthless by 1803, and that further reasons for so considering it were speedily forthcoming. With the acknowledgement of moral restraint as a factor, Malthus did not so much improve his theory, Schumpeter added, as carry out an orderly retreat with the artillery lost. 62. Thomas Chalmers and the Bridgewater Treatises. Malthus's most important early disciple was the natural theologian and Scottish divine Thomas Chalmers, 1780–1847. 63. More than a mere Malthusian political economist, Chalmers was Professor of Divinity at the University of Edinburgh, a parish minister, and an influential preacher and ecclesiastical reformer within the established Church of Scotland. He was eventually to emerge as the leader of the evangelical party in the schism that led to the emergence of the Scottish Free Church in 1843. Chalmers was the author, most notably, of On the Power, Wisdom, and Goodness of God as Manifested in the Adaptation of External Nature to the Moral and Intellectual Constitution of Man, 1834. This work was to be the first volume of the Bridgewater Treatises, a series of 8 treatises commissioned by the Earl of Bridgewater, which, taken together, constituted the greatest, most concerted attempt to defend natural theology against materialist and evolutionary heresies in the decades immediately prior to the emergence of Darwin's The Origin of Species. Paley's conception of natural theology, as intellectual historian Robert Young has observed, was shown to be untenable in a period of growing scientific detail and finally collapsed in the Bridgewater Treatises, the reductio ad absurdum of parading the details of all the sciences seriatim as a cumulative series of proofs of the wisdom, goodness, and benevolence of God. 64. Chalmers began his Bridgewater Treatise by attacking materialism and atheism. The tendency of atheistical writers, he observed, is to reason exclusively on the laws of matter, and to overlook its dispositions. Could all the beauties and benefits of the astronomical system be referred to the single law of gravitation, it would greatly reduce the argument for a designing cause. If we but say of matter that it is furnished with such powers as make it subservient to many useful results, we keep back the strongest and most unassailable part of the argument for a God. It is greatly more pertinent and convincing to say of matter, that it is distributed into such parts as to ensure a right direction and a beneficial application for its powers. It is not so much in the establishment of certain laws for matter, that we discern the aims or the purposes of intelligence, as in certain dispositions of matter, that put it in the way of being usefully operated upon by the laws. 65. In Chalmers's view it was divine intelligence, evident in nature, that produced the evolution of this chaos of matter, endowing it with right properties. In making this argument he utilized all of the Palean examples, referring to the watchmaker god, the superiority of the eye in comparison with a planetarium, and so on. 66. The signature of a deity was visible for Chalmers not merely in external nature as such, but also in moral and intellectual life, and particularly in the realm of the economy. Had a legislator of supreme wisdom and armed with despotic power been free to establish the best scheme for augmenting the wealth and the comforts of human society, he could have devised nothing more effectual than the existing constitution of property, which obtains so generally throughout the world. For Chalmers, the world of trade and the market was one of the animate machines of human society and the mark of the intellect that devised and gave it birth. The Smithian invisible hand by which self-interest promoted the general good through the market was, he insisted, the mark of a higher agent. Similarly, God had instilled in humanity a strong possessory feeling against which unnatural human interventions, such as the poor laws, strove in vain. 67. Perhaps no other political economist so strongly emphasized what he called the self-regulating character of the market, or the need to keep it free from all outside regulation. According to Chalmers, capital ever suits itself, in the way that is best possible, to the circumstances of the country, so as to leave uncalled for any economic regulation by the wisdom of man, and that precisely because of a previous moral and mental regulation by the wisdom of God. Indeed, if anything can demonstrate the hand of a righteous deity in the nature and workings of the very peculiar mechanism of trade, it is in the healthful impulse given to all of its movements. 68. On these righteous grounds, therefore, the attack on the poor laws and the Malthusian doctrine of population could be defended. However obnoxious the modern doctrine of population, as expounded by Mr. Malthus, may have been, and still is, to weak and limited sentimentalists, it is the truth which of all others sheds the greatest brightness over the earthly prospects of humanity, and this in spite of the hideous, the yet sustained outcry which has risen against it. This is a pure case of adaptation, between the external nature of the world in which we live, and the moral nature of man, its chief occupier. 69. In his later work, on political economy in connection with the moral state and the moral prospects of society, 1853, Chalmers wrote endlessly, in Malthusian terms, on the extinction of pauperism through the elimination of all poor laws and all systems of state charity as the principal goal of Christian political economy. Such systems of poor relief, he claimed, had so undermined land rents, and hence the cultivation of the land, that they represented clear violations of nature, inviting a judgment from heaven, till at length the earth refused to produce wealth and nourishment to those who had abandoned her. 70. Chalmers not only defended Malthusian political economy, he also attacked the uniformitarian geology of Charles Lyell, Darwin's close friend and mentor, for attributing geological change to mere laws of nature, excluding the role of God, and downplaying catastrophism and successive creation. 71 In Chalmers, natural theology and political economy are perfectly fused, albeit crudely, into a defense of the existing social and religious order. It was this wedding of political economy with Christian natural theology embodied in Paley, Malthus, and Chalmers which made the parson naturalists such a powerful threat, not only to the working class but also to all prospects for the unification of human beings with nature. Radical opposition to such views was therefore to play a crucial role from the very beginning in the development of the materialist conception of history by Marx and Engels. Chapter 4. The materialist conception of history. With the exception of the Venetian monk Orts, an original and clever writer, most of the population theorists, Marx wrote in capital, are Protestant clerics. Parson Wallace, Parson Townsend, Parson Malthus, and his pupil, the Archparson Thomas Chalmers, to say nothing of the lesser reverend scribblers in this line. With the entry of the principle of population into political economy, the hour of the Protestant parsons struck. One like William Cobbett, who had leveled the accusation of parson against Malthus in 1819, Marx was an adamant critic of the intrusion of natural theology, the idea of providence and narrow, parsonic morality, into political economy, which Malthus, above all, represented. The critique of Malthus, and of the entire conception of the relation of population to the land that his work symbolized, was one of the central themes of Marx's political economy from 1844 until his death in 1883. Indeed, the rise of historical materialism as a distinctive approach to society can be viewed partly through this lens. The critique of Malthus with respect to land and of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon in relation to industry, along with the break with the contemplative materialism of Feuerbach, become defining moments in the development of both Marx's materialist conception of history and his materialist conception of nature. The critique of Malthus and the origins of historical materialism. It was in Friedrich Engels's Outlines for a Critique of Political Economy that the Marxist critique of Malthusianism was first launched. Marx and Engels had first met in Cologne at the end of 1842, while Marx was the editor of the Rheinischen. Engels, who was the son of a German textile manufacturer, was on his way to England to become a clerk in the big Manchester cotton spinning firm of Ehrman and Engels, in which his father was a partner. This first meeting of the two founders of historical materialism was a cool one arising from conflicts within the young Hegelian movement, and it was only with the publication of Engels's Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher of 1844, edited by Marx, and the meeting of Marx and Engels again in Paris that same year that they began their lifelong collaboration. For Engels, in his Outlines, the essence of Malthus's population theory lay in its religious conception of nature. The Malthusian theory, he wrote, was but the economic expression of the religious dogma, concerning the contradiction of spirit and nature and the resulting corruption of both. But more than a religious dogma, it was an attempt to merge Protestant theology, and parsonic naturalism, with the economic necessity of bourgeois society. The immediate consequence of private property, for Engels, was the split of production into two opposing sides, the natural and the human sides, the soil which without fertilization by man is dead and sterile, and human activity, whose first condition is that very soil. Bourgeois society had removed the population increasingly from the land, thereby preparing the way for the more intensive exploitation of both the natural and the human sides of production. To make earth an object of huckstering, the earth which is our one and all, the first condition of our existence, was the last step toward making oneself an object of huckstering. It was and is to this very day an immorality surpassed only by the immorality of self-alienation. And the original appropriation, the monopolization of the earth by a few, the exclusion of the rest from that which is the condition of their life, yields nothing in immorality to the subsequent huckstering of the earth. 3. In order to defend this system of exploitation of human beings and nature, while denying any possibility of improvement, there arose the Malthusian population theory, the crudest, most barbarous theory that ever existed, a system of despair expressly designed to compel human beings to accept the harsh laws of political economy. Reviewing Malthus's theory in close detail, Engels was sharply critical of the inexorable nature of its premises, which saw the same population principle as equally applicable at all times and places without regard to historical conditions. For Malthus, as he pointed out, the population principle was seen as applying just as much to colonial settlements in Australia and the Americas as to densely populated Europe. Indeed, the logic of Malthus's argument was such that the earth was already overpopulated when only one man existed. Further, the implications of this line of thought are that since it is just the poor who are the surplus, nothing should be done for them except to make their starvation as easy as possible, to convince them that it cannot be helped and that there is no other salvation for their whole class than keeping propagation down to the absolute minimum. 4. In contrast, Engels argued that it was necessary to reject the crazy assertion that the earth lacks the power to feed man, an assertion that he described as the pinnacle of Christian economics at a time when only a third of the earth was cultivated, and when the productivity of the cultivation on that third alone might be increased sixfold. Moreover, even if Malthus were completely right, Engels insisted, it only pointed to the urgent necessity of a transition to socialism, which would have to be undertaken on the spot, since it alone makes possible that moral restraint of the propagative instinct which Malthus himself presents as the most effective and easiest remedy for overpopulation. In this sense, Malthusian theory has been an absolutely necessary transition, which points to the deepest degradation of man, his dependence on private property and on a system of competition which systematically wastes human beings. Malthus's doctrine also underscored the fact that, for all of its emphasis at times on nature and even materialism, bourgeois economics was essentially Christian. Here it is important to note once again the incomplete nature of the 18th century materialist revolt against religion, which had simply posited nature instead of the Christian God as the absolute facing man. It was this rejection of revolutionary materialism in the form of a utilitarianism of natural expediency, behind which lurked the old religious idea of providence, that made Malthusianism so dangerous, and that made every proposition of economics, according to Engels, Christian in character. 5. The ahistorical nature of the Malthusian doctrine was revealed in its rejection of the notion of improvement, except of course in the narrow sense of the necessity of enclosures. In other words, Malthusianism rejected any notion of rapid and continual progress in the human cultivation of the earth or in animal husbandry, as well as all possibilities for social advance. For Engels, this 18th century pessimism about improvement had been largely overturned by the scientific progress that had occurred since, particularly in relation to the development of soil science, where he pointed to the revolutionary breakthroughs of such figures as Humphrey Davy and Liebig. Although Malthus had insisted that population tended to grow at a geometrical rate when not checked, while food supply only grew arithmetically, Engels pointed out that the whole doctrine fell apart when it came to the key arithmetical proposition, for which there was little basis. Following an argument advanced 3 years earlier by the British utopian socialist Robert Owen, also a strong critic of Malthusianism, Engels insisted that science tended to increase geometrically along with population, revolutionizing agricultural production along with production in general, and thus enhancing the ability to generate food. At a time when the whole valley of the Mississippi was largely uncultivated, and the whole of Europe might be transplanted there, these further possibilities of science meant that there was no reason to despair. Hence, the notion that the condition of the poor was a product of natural law, rooted in divine providence, was simply false. As Owen had said, Malthus's mistake was to attribute problems of subsistence to a deficiency in nature's stores, and not to man's laws, in opposition to nature's laws. 6. Marx, too, directed critical attacks on Malthusian theory as early as 1844. His primary concern was how the attack on the English Poor Laws, reflected in the New Poor Law of 1834, was rooted in the idea of an eternal law of nature in accordance with Malthus's theory. In this theory, the progressive increase in pauperism was not the inevitable consequence of modern industry but rather that of the English Poor Law. It was not the lack of charity but its superabundance that was at fault. In the new welfare system represented by the New Poor Law of 1834, the English state no longer sought to eradicate pauperism, which it had come to understand was the basis of its power, but rather dispensed its administrative gifts only to that pauperism which is induced by despair to allow itself to be caught and incarcerated. In this framework, Malthus's parsonic naturalism, which had been carried over into the realm of political economy, constituted the essential, irreducible foundation. 7. The most open declaration of war of the bourgeoisie upon the proletariat, Engels wrote in The Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844, 1845, is Malthus' law of population and the New Poor Law framed in accordance with it. As Engels explained, the old Poor Law, which rested on the Act of 1601, the 43rd of Elizabeth, naively started from the notion that it is the duty of the parish to provide for the maintenance of the poor. Whoever had no work received relief, and the poor man regarded the parish as pledged to protect him from starvation. He demanded his weekly relief as his right, not as a favor, and this became, at last, too much for the bourgeoisie. The Malthusian law of population was designed to remove any notion that the relief of the poor was a right and to make the point that the pauperized elements of society were superfluous and therefore not to be protected from starvation. Malthusianism as the pet theory of the bourgeoisie thus became a rationalization for the construction of workhouses or poor law bastilles, which, while not abandoning the poor laws, ensured that they conformed as much as possible with the harsh requirements of the Malthusian doctrine. 8. It was in response to Malthus's theory that Engels developed the reserve army of labor or relative surplus population concept, which was to be central to Marxian political economy. Malthus was right, in his way, Engels argued, in asserting that there is always a surplus population, that there are always too many people in the world. He is wrong only when he asserts that there are more people on hand than can be maintained from the available means of subsistence. It was not overpopulation in relation to food supply but overpopulation in relation to employment that explained low wages and poverty. An unemployed reserve army of workers existed at all times within industry, a reserve army that was larger or smaller depending on the extent to which the state of the market encouraged employment. It is in this way that a surplus population emerges. But the workers, far from actually thinking of themselves as superfluous, have taken it into their heads that they, with their busy hands, are necessary, and the rich capitalists, who do nothing, constitute the surplus population. 9. Hence, it was in opposition to Malthusianism that the notion of the proletariat first clearly emerges within Marxism. Factory workers in England lived at this time in squalor and were plagued by hunger and disease. In the first-hand description of English proletarian existence in his Condition of the Working Class in England, Engels walked the reader through whole areas of Manchester, street by street, describing what was to be seen and arguing that the living environments of working-class Manchester and bourgeois Manchester were two different worlds. The homes of the upper bourgeoisie of Manchester were to be found in remoter villas with gardens in Chorlton and Ardwick, or on the breezy heights of Cheetham Hill, Broughton and Pendleton, in free, wholesome country air, in fine, comfortable homes, passed once every half or quarter hour by omnibuses going into the city. And the finest part of the arrangement, Engels observed, is this, that the members of the money aristocracy can take the shortest road through the middle of all the labouring districts to their places of business, without ever seeing that they are in the midst of the grimy misery that lurks to the right and the left. 10. In surveying the conditions of the working class in the industrial towns, the young Engels was particularly concerned with environmental toxins. Relying on the reports of physicians and factory inspectors and on his own personal observations, Engels provided a detailed analysis of public health conditions. Using demographic data compiled by public health officials, he pioneered in arguing that mortality rates were inversely related to social class, which could be seen most dramatically by examining specific sections of each city. The poorly ventilated houses of the workers, he argued, did not allow for adequate ventilation of toxic substances, and carbon gases from combustion and human breathing remained trapped inside. Since there was no system for the disposal of human and animal waste, these accumulated and decomposed in apartments, courtyards, and streets, producing severe air and water pollution. The high mortality from infectious diseases, such as tuberculosis, an airborne disease, and typhus, carried by lice, was the result, he argued, of overcrowding, bad sanitation, and insufficient ventilation. Engels also described the skeletal deformities caused by rickets as a nutrition-related problem, even though the specific dietary deficiency associated with this, the lack of vitamin D, was not yet known. He provided accounts of occupational illnesses, including detailed descriptions of orthopedic disorders, eye disorders, lead poisoning, and black lung disease. 11. Nevertheless, there were many defenders of the factory system. When physicians called before a factory investigation committee testified that exposure to sunlight was essential to the physical development of children, Andrew Ure, a leading exponent of the principles of manufacturing, replied indignantly that the gas lighting of the factory was an adequate substitute for the sun. 12. Marx's own vision of the proletariat developed in opposition to the inhumanity of the likes of classical liberal political economists such as Malthus and Ure. With the estrangement of general human needs that characterizes capitalism, according to Marx, light, air, etc., the simplest animal cleanliness ceases to be a need for man. The Irishman has only one need left: the need to eat potatoes, and, more precisely, to eat rotten potatoes, the worst kind of potatoes. But England and France already have a little Ireland in each of their industrial cities. The universal pollution that, according to Marx, characterized the large industrial towns was the living environment of the working class. The proletariat thus became a universal class exposed to universal pollution and universal suffering, a class threatened with the total loss of humanity, and one that could emancipate itself only through the total emancipation of humanity. 13. The new materialism. Marx's increasing attention to the class struggle, the conditions of the proletariat, and the analysis of bourgeois political economy, represented in its most inhumane form by Malthusianism, meant that Feuerbachian naturalism, with its abstract, static conception of nature, was no longer sufficient, and increasingly appeared to be a dead end that had to be transcended. In their fight against positive religion, Engels was to recall many years later, the main body of the most determined young Hegelians were driven back to Anglo-French materialism. But this had generated a contradiction among the radical Hegelians, since the Hegelian system had stood opposed to materialism, viewing nature as nothing more than the alienated existence of the absolute idea, so to say, a degradation of the idea. Feuerbach pulverized this contradiction, setting materialism on the throne again. Nature exists independently of all philosophy. It is the foundation upon which we human beings, ourselves the products of nature, have grown up. Nothing exists outside nature and man, and the higher beings our religious fantasies have created are only the fantastic reflection of our own essence. Hence, the spell was broken. The Hegelian system was exploded and cast aside. 14. But the abstract materialism of Feuerbach, for all of its importance as a refutation of the Hegelian system, was nevertheless static, ahistorical in its conception, and seemed to lead nowhere. Its humanism lacked a concept of transformative practice, praxis. For Marx, who was then bent on understanding the historical basis of the class struggle, particularly the struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat, it seemed empty, a mere inversion of the Hegelian system, lacking any content of its own, and hence forever in the shadow of the great system that it had refuted. Moreover, as the young Hegelian Max Stirner, 1806–1856, demonstrated in his The Ego and Its Own, 1844, Feuerbach's abstract humanism, since it lacked any genuine grounding, could be dialectically superseded, transformed into mere egoism and nihilism, the doctrine that nothing is more to me than myself, and hence that all things are nothing to me. 15. Feuerbach, as Marx and Engels insisted in the German ideology, both accepted and at the same time misunderstood existing reality. Being for Feuerbach was the same as essence, a contradiction between the two was therefore not allowed. In dissolving religious alienation into material existence, Feuerbach thus lost sight of real earthly alienation. He therefore failed to develop a practical materialism. Feuerbachian nature and the Feuerbachian essence were abstractions, even if in the name of materialism. The essence of the fish, Marx and Engels were to write in the German ideology, is its being, water. The essence of the freshwater fish is the water of a river. But the latter ceases to be the essence of the fish and is no longer a suitable medium of existence as soon as the river is made to serve industry, as soon as it is polluted by dyes and other waste products and navigated by steamboats, or as soon as its water is diverted into canals where simple drainage can deprive the fish of its medium of existence. All this pointed to the fact that the fish's being was in a sense alienated as a result of human praxis. All such contradictions between being and essence thus demanded purely practical solutions. 16. Marx's break with Feuerbachian materialism was therefore inevitable. It was in the context of this break, moreover, that Marx's more practical materialism, his materialist conception of history, is articulated for the first time. The break occurred in the spring of 1845, when Marx, having been expelled from France at the request of the Prussian government, was living in Brussels. It was there that Marx wrote the theses on Feuerbach, which were found 40 years later by Engels in an old notebook. According to Marx, the chief defect of all previous materialism that of Feuerbach included is that things, reality, sensuousness are conceived only in the form of the object, or of contemplation, but not as human sensuous activity, practice, not subjectively. Hence it happened that the active side, in contradistinction to materialism, was set forth by idealism but only abstractly, since, of course, idealism does not know real, sensuous activity as such. Materialism had been cut off from all sense of history and practical human agency, which, ironically, was better captured, though in abstract form, by idealist philosophy. The goal of the new materialism, Marx argued, must therefore be to grasp the significance of revolutionary, of practical critical activity. The goal was to take over the active side of life, human freedom, from idealism, while retaining a materialist basis. 17. In criticizing all previous materialism for its contemplative character, Marx, it should be noted, was criticizing Epicurean materialism too. For the Epicureans, Marx contended, divine leisure is put forward as the ideal of life instead of active life. 18. Yet Epicurean materialism was nevertheless more practical, that is, more self-consciously political in its rejection of both the Platonic ideal of the polis and the Hellenistic state, than the materialism of Feuerbach, as Marx was clearly aware. Indeed, Epicurus, as Marx's doctoral thesis had argued, had sought to bring an active side, emphasizing contingency and hence human freedom, to materialism which prior to Epicurus had been simply a form of mechanistic determinism. Feuerbach, Marx argued, forgot that religious self-alienation, the formation of a duplicate, imaginary, religious world superimposed on a real one beneath it, also means that the secular forms are characterized by self-cleavage and must be criticized and transcended. Thus, for instance, once the earthly family is discovered to be the secret of the Holy Family, The former must then itself be criticized in theory and transformed in practice. 19. The critique of the religious basis of thought was only the first step in the direction of the critique of real earthly contradictions. Applying this principle to Marx's materialist conception of nature, we can say that for Marx the elimination of teleological conceptions of nature, that is, the self-alienation of human beings from nature as expressed in Christian theology, was simply the first step in the critique of the real, material alienation of human beings from nature within production. Rejecting all essentialism, apart from the practical, transformative nature of humanity itself, as homo faber, Marx argued that the human essence is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality it is the ensemble of social relations. 20. In other words, human beings did not consist of some fixed, human nature residing in each individual, but rather, as he was to argue later, all history was nothing but the development, that is, self-development, of human nature through social intercourse. Exhibiting the effects of Stirner's critique of Feuerbach, which had shown that Feuerbach's abstract concept of humanism was defenseless before a critique that reduced that humanism to mere egoism, Marx wrote that the highest point attained by contemplative materialism, that is, materialism which does not comprehend sensuousness as practical activity, is the contemplation of single individuals in civil society. The standpoint of the old materialism is civil society, the standpoint of the new is human society, or associated humanity. A practical materialism therefore recognized that the coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity can be conceived and rationally understood only as revolutionizing practice. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point, however, is to change it. 21. One consequence of Marx's new, practical materialism, however, was that the focus of materialist thought shifted from nature to history, without denying the ontological priority of the former. It is true that Marx tended to see his materialist conception of history as rooted in a materialist conception of nature, which together constituted the realm of natural history, in its Baconian sense, which included human production. Nevertheless, his emphasis in his social critique was overwhelmingly on the historical development of humanity and its alienated relation to nature, and not on nature's own wider evolution. If the materialist conception of nature and the materialist conception of history remained integrated in Marx's practical materialism, it was primarily, as he was later to suggest in The Poverty of Philosophy, through the concept of mors immortalis, immortal death, which he drew from Lucretius, and which expressed the idea that, in Marx's words, the only eternal, immutable fact was the abstraction of movement, that is, absolutely pure mortality. Natural and social history represented transitory developmental processes, there were no eternal essences, divine forms or teleological principles beyond this mortal world. 22. At no point was the realm of external nature simply ignored in Marx's analysis. Yet in developing historical materialism he tended to deal with nature only to the extent to which it was brought within human history, since nature untouched by human history was more and more difficult to find. The strength of his analysis in this regard lay in its emphasis on the quality of the interaction between humanity and nature, or what he was eventually to call the metabolism of humanity with nature, through production. The new materialism of the theses on Feuerbach was developed much more systematically in Marx and Engels's great work The German Ideology, 1846, in which they broke with the purely contemplative materialism, naturalism, and humanism of Feuerbach, replacing it with a practical materialism, naturalism, and humanism, that is, the materialist conception of history. Although the break with Feuerbach was the central feature of this work, which was to remain unpublished in Marx's and Engels's lifetime, it also included extensive critiques of Stirner's philosophy of egoism, which Stirner had offered as the dialectical answer to Feuerbachian humanism, and of the so-called true socialists, who had tried to construct a socialism based on the abstract humanism and naturalism of Feuerbach. The young Hegelian method had consisted in showing that religion, God, teleology, were contained, successively, in each category of the world and therefore were refuted as merely religious. Stirner took this the furthest in making man or humanity itself a religious concept and discarding it. The human world, that is, humanism, was therefore to be discarded, and block point 23 for Marx and Engels, all of these abstract, speculative views of critical criticism needed to be countered through the development of a materialist conception of history. The premises from which we begin, they wrote, are not arbitrary ones, not dogmas, but real premises from which abstraction can only be made in the imagination. They are the real individuals, their activity, and the material conditions of their life, both those which they find already existing and those produced by their activity. These premises can thus be verified in a purely empirical way. The first premise of all human history is, of course, the existence of living human individuals. Thus the first fact to be established is the physical organization of these individuals and their consequent relation to the rest of nature. Of course, we cannot here go either into the actual physical nature of man, or into the natural conditions in which man finds himself, geological, or hydrographical, climatic, and so on. All historical writing must set out from these natural bases and their modification in the course of history through the action of men. Men can be distinguished from animals by consciousness, by religion, or anything else you like. They themselves begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence, a step which is conditioned by their physical organization. By producing their means of subsistence, men are indirectly producing their material life. The way in which men produce their means of subsistence depends first of all on the nature of the means of subsistence they actually find in existence and have to reproduce. This mode of production must not be considered simply as being the reproduction of the physical existence of the individuals. Rather, it is a definite form of activity of these individuals, a definite form of expressing their life, a definite mode of life on their part. As individuals express their life, so they are. What they are, therefore, coincides with their production, both with what they produce and with how they produce. Hence, what individuals are depends on the material conditions of their production. This production only makes its appearance with the increase of population. In its turn, this presupposes the intercourse of individuals with one another. The form of intercourse is again determined by production. Point 24. Marx and Engels thus started out from a materialist or realist ontology, in which nature, the material world, was a precondition of human existence, and production of the means of subsistence was a precondition of human life in all its manifold determinations and hence human society. The analysis that follows is built up from this point, tracing the development of different modes of production, associated with different phases in the development of the division of labor and class over the long course of human history, and especially with the great eras represented by ancient, feudal, and capitalist society. Feuerbach, Marx, and Engels argued, posits man instead of real historical man. Similarly, he posits nature rather than natural history. He recognizes the existing disharmony between humanity and nature and hence the alienation of nature. But his response is forever to seek out the true essence of things, of nature, humanity. He does not see nature as changing along with history. He does not see that the sensuous world around him is not a thing given direct from all eternity, but an historical product, the result of the activity of a whole succession of generations. For Marx and Engels, what Bruno Bauer had called the antitheses in nature and history reflected a tendency to see nature and history as two separate things, as if historical nature and natural history were not two sides of a single material reality. In contrast to this, it could be said that the celebrated unity of man with nature has always existed in industry. Even pure natural science is provided with an aim, as with its material, only through trade and industry, through the sensuous activity of men. On the one hand, nature cannot be reduced to human history. On the other hand, nature as we perceive it cannot be easily divorced from human history and the sensuous activity of human beings as it develops with a given division of labor, involving specific relations to nature. In all this, they underscore, the priority of external nature remains unassailed, and all this has no application to the original men produced by gene ratio equivocus spontaneous generation, that is, not by God. Still, it remains true that matter, nature, the nature that preceded human history, is not by any means the nature in which Feuerbach lives. It is nature which today no longer exists anywhere, except perhaps on a few Australian coral islands of recent origin, and which, therefore, does not exist for Feuerbach either. Ultimately, the deficiency of Feuerbach's materialism is its divorce from activity, practice, and history. As far as Feuerbach is a materialist, he does not deal with history, and as far as he considers history, he is not a materialist. With him, materialism and history diverge completely. 25. In contrast, Marx and Engels posit as the first premise of all human existence and, therefore, of all history, that men must be in a position to live in order to be able to make history. But life involves before everything else eating and drinking, housing, clothing, and various other things, geological, hydrographical, etc. conditions. The first historical act is thus the production of the means to satisfy these needs, the production of material life itself. And indeed this is an historical act, a fundamental condition of all history, which today, as thousands of years ago, must daily and hourly be fulfilled merely in order to sustain human life. It follows that the production of life, both of one's own in labor and of fresh life in procreation, appears as a twofold relation, on the one hand as a natural, on the other hand as a social relation. 26. In discussing the historical evolution of the division of labor, Marx and Engels not only presented their well-known discussion of tribal property, ancient communal or state property, feudal or estate property, and bourgeois private property, but also placed considerable emphasis from the outset on the historical emergence of the antagonism of town and country. As they explained, the division of labor inside a nation leads at first to the separation of industrial and commercial from agricultural labor, and hence to the separation of town and country and to the conflict of their interests. If ancient society was based primarily on the town, here they have in mind the Greek polis, feudal society was based on the country. It is only under capitalism, however, that the antagonism of town and country becomes fully developed, the most important division of material and mental labor. Indeed, the contradiction between town and country, Marx and Engels write, can only exist within the framework of private property. It is the most crass expression of the subjection of the individual under the division of labor, under a definite activity forced upon him, a subjection which makes one man into a restricted town animal, another into a restricted country animal, and daily creates anew the conflict between their interests. It was this division, Marx and Engels insisted, that resulted in the severance of the rural population from all world intercourse, and consequently, from all culture. Hence, the abolition of the contradiction between town and country is one of the first conditions of communal life. 27. Historical geology and historical geography. In order to understand the nature of the competitive system of bourgeois property, it was first necessary to understand that such competition represented an advanced stage of the division between town and country, and that competitors operated through a world market and hence were able to take advantage of favorable geographical, geological, and hydrological conditions. 28. In presenting their materialist conception of history in the German ideology, Marx and Engels thus argued that fundamental conditions of geology and geography were part of the conditions of production, without which industry, and indeed living nature, such as the growth of plants, could not exist. 29. Marx had considerable knowledge of the development of geological science. In the gymnasium in Trier he had studied under the then famous German geologist Johann Steininger, 1794–1874, a follower of the great German geologist often considered to be the father of historical geology Abraham Gottlob Werner, 1749–1817. Later at Berlin University, Marx had attended lectures in anthropology given by Heinrich Steffens, 1773–1845, a natural philosopher, in the tradition of Friedrich Schelling, and also an important geologist and mineralogist, who had attended lectures by Werner. 30 Hegel had also relied extensively on the Wernerian theory of historical geology, a field which Werner himself had called geognosy, formed from the Greek words for earth and knowledge, in his own philosophy of nature. 31. It was Werner, as the present-day historian of geology Rachel Lawton has written, who made the formation the central concept of historical geology. Before Werner, rocks had been classified by geologists mainly in terms of Miner's criteria of method of working, extent, and location, or mineralogists' emphasis on constituent minerals. Werner, however, insisted, in his words, that the essential differences between rocks of various kinds were to be found in their mode and time of formation. As Lawton explains, by making temporal restriction a defining characteristic of formations, by making time of the essence, Werner defined formations as unique, historical entities, not as natural kinds. 32. The basic postulates of Werner's more speculative theory of long-term geological succession were that the Earth had early on been enveloped by a universal ocean and that the important rocks that made up the Earth's crust arose as precipitates or sediments of that ocean. More important than this perhaps was the fact that Werner early on emphasized the immensity of geological time, referring to the time separating the present from when the Earth had been covered in water as perhaps 1 million years, a number which, while ridiculously small by what geologists were to argue a generation or two later, was nonetheless a significant departure from earlier Christian accounts. In his lectures on geognosy, he spoke of the history of the Earth in contrast to which written history is only a point in time. Werner's argument on deep time was receiving support from other quarters as well. Kant in his great work Universal Natural History and Theory of the Heavens, 1755, which addressed the creation of the solar system, wrote that there had mayhap flown past a series of millions of years and centuries, before the sphere of the formed nature in which we find ourselves, attained to the perfection which is now embodied in it. Kant went on to speak of infinite time and space, recognizing that this conformed to Epicurean assumptions. Cognizant of the deep abyss of time to which his own researches pointed, Werner, writing at the same time as Kant, felt no need to relate his geology to the biblical story of creation. Indeed, his approach was decidedly materialist, residing in the principle of geological succession. 33. Werner's work had enormous influence on the development of geology throughout Europe. In the generation after Werner, historical geology came into its own, rooted in the concept of formations, which replaced mineral classes as the key in reconstructing the past. As the English geologist W.H. Fitton, 1780–1861, explained, Werner, in developing the concept of formations, was the first to draw the attention of geologists, explicitly, to the order of succession which the various natural families of rocks are found in general to present. 34. It was this aspect of Werner's thought which was to have an immense impact on the work of the great French paleontologist Georges Cuvier, 1769–1832, who was drawn to the German tradition of geognosy, in developing his own comparative anatomy and theory of the Earth, which he pursued by examining the fossil record. Cuvier too referred quite casually, as early as 1804, to even comparatively recent fossils found around Paris as thousands of centuries old, thereby pointing to a concept of geological time that stretched back over immense, virtually unimaginable distances. 35. Nevertheless, Werner's reputation within the history of geology was very much harmed by the theological disputes that developed around geology during this period. Since Werner's wider speculative theory had suggested that minerals had originated as precipitates or sediments from a universal ocean, his approach was seized upon by many of those seeking to defend the biblical account of Noah's flood. Proponents of this idea within the geological debate became known as Neptunists and were opposed by the Vulcanists, whose scientific moorings were to be found in the work of the English geologist James Hutton, 1726–1797. This approach was opposed to catastrophism, and led toward the uniformitarian geology later to be associated with Charles Lyell. The fact that Werner himself had not taken the theological stance promoted by Neptunism, and that the main contribution of his theoretical approach lay in carefully setting out the groundwork for a historical geology that in itself, through its emphasis on the immensity of geological time, undermined the biblical account, was frequently lost in many later histories of geology, particularly in the English tradition. 36. In his philosophy of nature, Hegel explicitly rejected the Neptunist hypothesis, while nonetheless arguing that the great merit of Werner was that his theory had drawn attention to the sequence of formations in the history of the Earth. Indeed, in Hegel's view, the principal contribution of geognosy, that is, the Wernerian tradition, was that, in treating the constitution of the Earth, it established for the first time that it has had a history, and that its condition is a result of successive changes. It bears the marks of a series of prodigious revolutions, which belong to a remote past. For Hegel, following Werner, this was a process occurring over the immensity of geological time, millions of years. Hegel emphasized the phenomenon of gene ratio equivoca, the spontaneous generation of life out of non-living matter, as occurring at some point back in geological time. The gene ratio equivoca is the general mode of vitalization manifested by sea and land, a revolution out of chaos. 37. Here Hegel seems to have adopted a more evolutionary conception of nature than was typical of his thought. 38. Marx, who was introduced to these ideas through Steininger and Hegel, and probably Stephens, whose lectures on anthropology doubtless touched on the question of Earth history, was not only well acquainted with the Wernerian theory, but situated himself within it as a science of historical geology, not in terms of the Neptunist idea. He grasped the revolution in the conception of time and evolution that it represented. In his economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx thus wrote that the creation of the Earth has received a mighty blow from geognosy, i.e., from the science which presents the formation of the Earth, the development of the Earth, as a process, as a self-generation. Gene ratio equivoca is the only practical refutation of the theory of creation. 39. In writing about the gene ratio equivoca later on in the German ideology, Marx and Engels insisted on a materialist ontology in approaching the question of the origin of life on Earth. In this respect, Marx remained true to Epicurus' view, related by Lucretius, that the name of mother has rightly been bestowed on the earth, since out of the earth everything is born. 40. Valentino Garitana has argued that the notion of gene ratio equivoca had by the early 19th century been turned into a general philosophic concept transcending any specific philosophical context. The function of the idea of gene ratio equivoca is therefore equivalent in the writings of the young Marx to the idea of evolutionism itself. It meant no more than the hypothesis of a materialist origin of life, which science had not yet been able to establish. Later on in Anti-Düring, 1877–1878, Engels, in criticizing the more presumptuous advocates of spontaneous generation within science, was to insist that, with regard to the origin of life, up to the present, science is only able to say with certainty that it must have arisen as a result of chemical action. 41. At the same time, Engels responded even more harshly to those who, on a creationist basis, rejected the whole materialist inquiry that lay behind the general idea of spontaneous generation as the answer to the riddle of existence. Today, based on a vastly greater scientific understanding, the issue of the origin of life on Earth can be addressed with much greater precision. The dominant approach is similar to these early more speculative views arising out of the materialist conception of nature, in the sense that life is seen as having originated out of inanimate matter, not as a result of divine creation. It is now possible, however, to explain why life, if it originated from lifeless matter, has not continued to do so. Thus, as noted scientists Richard Levins and Richard Lewontin write, the law that all life arises from life was enacted only about 1 billion years ago. Life originally arose from inanimate matter, but that origination made its continued occurrence impossible, because living organisms consume the complex organic molecules needed to recreate life de novo. Moreover, the reducing atmosphere that existed before the beginning of life has been converted, by living organisms themselves, to one that is rich in reactive oxygen. In Rachel Carson's eloquent words, the conditions on the young Earth produced life, life then at once modified the conditions of the earth, so that this single extraordinary act of spontaneous generation could not be repeated. 42. Carson's reference to spontaneous generation here reflects the fact that when a materialist explanation of the origins of life was finally presented in the 1920s in what is known as the Oparin-Haldane hypothesis, developed independently by two materialist and Marxist thinkers, Alexander Oparin in the Soviet Union and J.B.S. Haldane in Britain, the argument was constructed in the form of explaining how, if spontaneous generation is known to be impossible, life could have nonetheless originated spontaneously from nature. The answer lay partly in biochemistry, partly in the analysis already provided by the Russian ecologist V.I. Vernadsky in his theory in the biosphere, 1926, that the atmosphere, as we know it, was produced by life itself. By producing the atmosphere, life had altered the conditions from those that had made spontaneous generation possible. 43. Beyond historical geology, Marx was also heavily influenced by the development of historical geography. As a student at the University of Berlin, he had attended lectures by the great idealist historical geographer Karl Ritter, 1779–1859, whose historical and teleological approach to geographical study had been an important influence on Hegel in the composition of his lectures on the philosophy of history. Hegel adopted, in addition to Ritter's specific geographical approach to the relations between the various continents, also the latter's inverse correlation between civilization and the degree of dependence on nature. 44. Ritter famously argued that distances, natural influences, natural productions even, yield always to the victorious march of man, and disappear before his tread, or, in other words, the human race is more and more freed from the forces of nature, man is more and more disenthralled from the dominion of the earth which he inhabits. The history of specific districts and entire continents confirms this. Ritter's approach to the history of the earth was ultimately teleological, traceable to the divine hand of providence. But it was more immediately evolutionary in character, in the sense of reflecting a long-term process of organic development traceable to mechanical causes. Hence, for Ritter, the earth, the object of geography, had to be viewed historically, as well as teleologically. The history of the earth displays, in all the monuments of the past, that it has been subjected in every feature, in every division of itself, to ceaseless transformation, demonstrating that it is capable of that organic development on which I lay so much stress. 45. There was thus a rational core in the mystical shell of Ritter's geography. Ritter's most important impact on environmental thought was to occur through his influence on the great New England conservationist George Perkins Marsh, the author of Man and Nature, 1864, a work which Lewis Mumford called the fountainhead of the conservation movement. Marsh was to say of his book that it was a little volume showing that whereas Ritter and Guyot, a Swiss follower of Ritter who emigrated to the US, think the earth made man, man in fact made the earth. 46. What Marsh meant by this was that it was necessary to incorporate Ritter's essential critical insight, departing from his normal geological determinism, that the disenthrallment of human beings from nature which progressed with civilization meant that humanity was now a potent force in the transformation of the globe, with often devastating consequences. Marsh's book was subtitled The Earth as Transformed by Human Action. Hence Ritter's historical insights were used by Marsh to turn him on his head, in order to raise the question of the human domination of the earth. A similar process occurred in Ritter's pupil, Marx, who in the German ideology, as we have seen, pointed to the fact that the earth that had existed prior to the rise of humanity was now exceedingly difficult to find. Moreover, the nature of this human transformation of nature and its sometimes devastating consequences gradually emerged as a major consideration in Marx's thought. Critique of the True Socialists. With this long historical view of both natural and human history, Marx and Engels were impatient with the ahistorical, mystifying conceptions of nature and humanity to be found in the work of the true socialists of the mid-1840s, an intellectual trend that was quite widespread but disappeared with the revolutions of 1848. This was a group of German writers who mixed an abstract humanism and abstract naturalism with various concepts drawn from political economy, in order to generate a notion of socialism predicated on the idea of re-establishing true humanity and true nature, all the while ignoring the material basis of human development and natural history. The expression true socialism itself was taken over by Marx and Engels from Karl Grun, one of the leading representatives of this trend. A principal target for Marx and Engels was an article called Cornerstones of Socialism written by Rudolf Mothi. Treating Mothi not as an important intellectual in himself but simply as a representative of the tradition of true socialism, Marx and Engels quoted him as lamenting, "Can man greet the earth once more as the land of his happiness? Does he once more recognize earth as his original home? Why then should he still keep life and happiness apart? Why does he not break down the last barrier which cleaves earthly life into two hostile halves?" Wishing to reconcile humanity with nature, this true socialist invited the reader to take a walk in the realm of free nature in order to bridge the alienation of human beings from nature by spiritual means afforded by nature itself. Gi flowers, tall and stately oaks, their satisfaction, their happiness lie in their life, their growth, and their blossoming, an infinite multitude of tiny creatures in the meadows, forest birds, a mettlesome troop of young horses. I see, says man, that these creatures neither know nor desire any other happiness than that which lies for them in the expression and enjoyment of their lives. When night falls, my eyes behold a countless host of worlds which revolve about each other in infinite space according to eternal laws. I see in their revolutions a unity of life, movement, and happiness. 47. The true socialists saw discord as entering into this world through the hand of man, that is abstract humanity. For Marx and Engels, the error of this form of philosophic mystification lay in the notion that humanity should be reunited with a free nature. The true socialist sees the answer in issuing a summons to nature, presupposing that this dichotomy, this alienation, does not exist in nature as well. And since man too is a natural body, it should not exist for humanity either. To this Marx and Engels hold up the struggle for existence that takes place within nature, which can no longer be seen as pure. Writing in what 2 decades later would be called Darwinian language, they remarked that man could also observe a great many other things in nature, example the bitterest competition between plants and animals. Indeed, they go on to say that Hobbes had much better reasons than the true socialist for invoking nature as a proof of his bellum omnium contra omnes, and Hegel, on whose construction our true socialist depends, for perceiving in nature the cleavage, the slovenly period of the absolute idea, and even calling the animal the concrete anguish of God. 48. The true socialist, as represented by Mothi, then moves on to argue that in order for society to be free it must be made over in the image of nature. Mothi had said that, just as the individual plant demands soil, warmth, and sun, air and rain for its growth, so that it may bear leaves, blossoms and fruit, man too desires to find in society the conditions for the all-round development and satisfaction of all his needs, inclinations, and capacities. To which Marx and Engels reply from the standpoint of the materialist conception of nature that the plant does not demand of nature all the conditions of existence enumerated above, unless it finds them already present it never becomes a plant at all, it remains a grain of seed. Moreover, the state of the leaves, blossoms and fruit depends to a great extent on the soil, the warmth and so on, the climatic and geological conditions of its growth. Far from demanding anything, the plant is seen to depend utterly upon the actual conditions of existence. The true socialist uses this mystifying view of nature to produce a mystifying view of society, so that society, that is, the creation of true socialism, is also a mere question of desire, and not an issue of the conditions of its existence. In this response to true socialism, Marx and Engels thus presented in extremely clear terms the relation between the materialist conception of nature and the materialist conception of history. In failing to distinguish between human beings as natural beings and social beings, and by failing to comprehend that labor, through which humanity transforms nature and its social relations, is the essence of the human historical process, the true socialist simply reduces human beings to equality with every flea, every wisp of straw, every stone. For Marx and Engels, responding to the sentimental, Spiritualistic naturalism of the true socialists. It is necessary to acknowledge man's struggle with nature, which is part of human history. The true socialists eliminated the social distinctions separating human beings from animals, while also failing to comprehend the real human basis of the alienation from nature. 49. This critique of true socialism, and its purely spiritual and sentimentalist approach to nature, akin to nature worship, helps us to understand the response of Marx and Engels to George Friedrich Dahmer's The Religion of the New Age, 1850, which they reviewed in 1850. Dahmer, 1800 to 1875, not only criticized Christianity, he also sought to re-establish religion and society along lines that were, according to Marx and Engels, reactionary even in comparison with Christianity. What they called Dahmer's cult of nature could be seen in the following lines from the latter. Nature holy, mother sweet. In thy footsteps place my feet. My baby hand to thy hand clings. Hold me as in leading strings. For Marx and Engels this was simply too much. Moreover, they pointed out that Dahmer's cult of nature in his works had a superficial, historical character to it. Indeed, it could be seen, though they did not say this, as peddling some of the same stock in trade as natural theology. Thus Dahmer's sentimental observations regarding nature in his work, as they demonstrated by quoting volume and page, were confined to the Sunday walks of an inhabitant of a small provincial town who childishly wonders at the cuckoo laying its eggs in another bird's nest, at tears being designed to keep the surface of its eyes moist, and so on, and finally trembles with reverence as he recites Klopstock's Ode to Spring to his children. There is no question, of course, of modern sciences, which, with modern industry, have revolutionized the whole of nature and put an end to man's childish attitude towards nature. But instead we get mysterious hints and astonished notions about Nostradamus's prophecies, and second sight in Scotsmen and animal magnetism. For the rest, it would be desirable that Bavaria's sluggish peasant economy, the ground on which priests and Dahmers likewise grow, should at last be plowed up by modern cultivation and modern machines. 50. For Marx and Engels, reactionary sentimentalism about nature which sought to re-establish old feudal relations of hierarchy, while denying changing material conditions, were to be rejected. Better for the peasants that their relation to the land be transformed by more modern relations of production. Far from indicating a lack of sympathy for peasants or the land, their dismissal here was simply a rejection of a reactionary relation to both. It was in this same year that Engels wrote his great work The Peasant War in Germany, 1850, which glorified the revolutionary peasantry of the 16th century and its struggle under the leadership of Thomas Müntzer to break with private property and construct a new communal relation to the land. The mechanistic Prometheanism of Proudhon. Marx was acquainted with the writings of French socialists as early as 1842 when he referred to the work of both Charles Fourier, 1772–1837, and Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–1865, in an article for the Reinigungszeitung. Fourier provided important insights in such areas as the condition of women, the degradation of nature, and the nature of associated labor. For Fourier, the extension of privileges to women is the general principle of all social progress. On nature he wrote, "How our descendants will curse civilization on seeing so many mountains despoiled and laid bare, like those in the south of France." In his associative regime, Fourier foresaw an increase in the catch of fish by a factor of 20 in ordinary years, if an agreement could be made to fish only at the proper times, the quantity to be regulated by the requirements of reproduction, and if 1/4 of the time expended upon ruining the rivers were devoted to hunting the otter. Fourier, like the British utopian socialist Robert Owen, sought to address population issues through the dispersal of the population in opposition to the increasing concentration of population in large urban centers in bourgeois society, accompanied by the depopulation of the countryside. 51. But it was Proudhon who was to have a much larger influence, both positive and negative, on Marx's thought. Later followers of Proudhon have tended to be most influenced by his earlier work What is Property? 1840, a work best known for its answer: it is theft. It was here that Proudhon displayed the anarchistic bent of his thought. Marx too was vastly impressed by this work. In his earliest article on communism, writing for the Rheinischen in 1842, Marx referred to the sharp-witted work by Proudhon, which, along with other lesser theoretical works along similar lines, cannot be criticized on the basis of superficial flashes of thought, but only after long and profound study. 52. In What is Property? Proudhon had developed a theme that was later to become central to Marx's work, namely, the idea that the addition of labor to land or raw materials in the course of production did not justify, as in the Lockean theory of natural property right, private property in land, and the exclusion of the majority of the population from what ought to remain a communal relation to the earth. Writing on the state selling of forests and other lands rightfully belonging to the whole population, Proudhon observed, in terms that were later to be echoed by Marx's critique in Capital, that even if the nation were proprietor, can the generation of today dispossess the generation of tomorrow? The people possess by title of usufruct, the government rules, superintends, protects them, and passes acts of distributive justice. If the nation also makes concessions of land, it concedes only their use, it has no right to sell it or to alienate them in any way whatsoever. Not being a proprietor, how can it alienate property? Destroy the land or, what is the same thing, sell it, and you not only alienate one, two, or more crops, but you annihilate all the products that you could derive from it, you and your children and your children's children. 53. Marx and Engels continued to offer their highest praise for what is property. In The Holy Family, saying that Proudhon makes a critical investigation, the first resolute, ruthless, and at the same time scientific investigation of the basis of political economy, private property. This is the great scientific advance he has made, an advance which revolutionizes political economy and for the first time makes a real science of political economy possible. 54. Only 2 years later, however, Marx was to respond quite differently to a later work by Proudhon. Since 1843 Marx had been studying British political economy at a relentless pace. The impact of these studies was already apparent in the economic and philosophical manuscripts, The Holy Family, and the German ideology. But it was the Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, which was to be the first work by Marx that was concerned more with economics than philosophy. Ironically, this took the form of a critique of Proudhon's system of economical contradictions, or, the Philosophy of Misery, 1846. The system of economical contradictions was an entirely different kind of work from What is Property? Better known by its subtitle The Philosophy of Misery, it constituted a peculiar mixture of an attempted critique of political economy, on the one hand, and an attempt to make bourgeois society more social, on the other, all wrapped up in allegories drawn from antiquity and teleological references to Providence. For Marx it came to exemplify what he and Engels were to call in the Communist Manifesto bourgeois socialism, which they defined as an attempt to construct bourgeois society without its miseries, and without the proletariat, or at least without the opposition of the proletarian. 55. The system of economical contradictions opened and closed, in its first volume, with the concept of providence, whereby humanity was assimilated to the absolute, implying identity of the laws of nature and the laws of reason. The hypothesis of God in a civilization that ends up denying God, Proudhon writes in an ironic tone, was necessary so that the providential nature of history could be understood. Just as God as the effective cause of providence cannot be affirmed by reason, so humanism, which amounts to affirming, in social economy communism, in philosophy mysticism and the status quo, amounts to the development of the idea of providence, this time with humanity as its effective cause, which is nothing but a religious restoration which likewise cannot be affirmed by reason. What we are left with, according to Proudhon, is a notion of providence, in the sense of order, progress, destiny, a secret relation of our soul, and through it of entire nature, with the infinite. 56. Within this peculiar, philosophical frame Proudhon sought to develop his philosophy of poverty, which began with concepts of value and went on to examine such phenomena as the division of labor, machinery, competition, and monopoly. In order to explain his economic views, Proudhon decided to depict society and to symbolize human activity by personifying both in the name of Prometheus. Prometheus, according to the fable, he writes, is the symbol of human activity. Prometheus steals the fire from heaven and invents the early arts. Prometheus foresees the future, and aspires to equality with Jupiter. Prometheus is God. Then let us call society Prometheus. For Proudhon, Prometheus extends his conquests over nature. He learns that justice is simply the proportionality of values. Indeed, Prometheus knows that such a product costs an hour's labor, such another a day's, a week's, a year's. He knows at the same time that all these products, arranged according to their cost, form the progression of wealth. First, then, he will assure his existence by providing himself with the least costly, and consequently most necessary, things. Then, as fast as his position becomes secure, he will look forward to articles of luxury, proceeding always, if he is wise, according to the natural position of each article in the scale of prices. 57. Hence, society, or Prometheus, recognized that, according to the law of proportion, commodities ranged in price from the cheapest goods, which were the basic necessities of life, to the most expensive, which were the luxury goods. This was because society produces first the least costly, and consequently most necessary things. The industries which were the simplest and involved the least costs arose with the beginning of civilization, gathering, pasturage, hunting, and fishing, which were followed long afterwards by agriculture, all forms of extractive industry. More advanced industries could only develop with further advances in productivity, the model of which was to be found in these, the simplest industries. For Proudhon, the determination of value/wealth was simply the proportionate distribution of costs determined by labor time. Productivity increases therefore when Prometheus, in whom the concepts of God, labor, and proprietor are dissolved, finds a way of producing in one day as much of a certain object as he formerly produced in 10. Such innovations, Proudhon suggests, begin with the extractive industries, which are responsible for the development of the calendar and the manufacture of clocks and watches.